step into the ring.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to week 7 of season 2 of EGFC. Today, we are going to be bringing you a matchup between DePaul University and the University of Hawaii. We have Matt Beach coming up first for DePaul University, and Double A Battery coming up first for University of Hawaii. But before we get into the game, as they get things started, I want to give a little bit of an introduction. I, as always, am Matthew Toxic Gerbil Merrick, and I'm joined by my co-caster, Soy Saurus, here today. Now, for anyone who's new to this format, while we get into this first talk of this first game, we are going to be playing a 5 versus 5 between these two teams. And each game, the stock count will matter. I'll explain it more after we get through this game. It'll all make sense, but now we're actually, never mind, sorry, I'm hearing game sound. There's a lag test I'm hearing, so we're actually completely good on time, so I'll explain it. So each team is going to send in one player from their side to go up against one player from the other side. They're going to play a best-of-3 set with each team playing first to 2 wins. At the end of each game, if you have stocks remaining and you won the game, you get points for your team equal to the number of stocks you had remaining. In addition, you get 2 points for your team for winning a set. So, for example, if Matt Beach were to win with a 1 stock, Double A Battery were to then win game 2 with a 2 stock, and then Matt Beach won game 3 in a 2 stock, Matt Beach would have earned 1 point for game 1, 2 points for game 3, and 2 points for winning the set, earning 5 total points, whereas AA Battery would have earned 2 total points for his team because he won game 2 in a 2 stock. It's a pretty simple format. It all makes sense. It's really exciting, I find, because it means that not only do game wins and set wins matter, but the strength in which you win them matters a lot.
Yeah, I was going to chime in there and say this also favors depth in the roster, right? Every stock matters, and one player can only get you a max of 8 points, 2-3 stocks and the set. So it has to be on everyone else to, carry their load throughout the entire match.
Yeah, that's a really important point. We've seen teams have a couple carries, but really fall apart toward the lower ends of their lineup. It's really, really important to have that consistency all the way through. I've definitely seen matches start out with like quadruple 2 stocks for one team, 12 points to 0, and the other team just comes back and wins it, right? We even had a match 2 weeks ago now where a team won more sets. They won 3 sets to 2, but they lost because of score, because the sets they won weren't dominant. But that being said, we are going to get into it here. We are into game 1. Remember, it is Matt Beach representing DePaul on this Banjo going up against AA Battery on the Cloud.
Yeah, and this is a battle of 2 heavyweights. AA Battery for Hawaii is one of their star performers. He has been one of the most consistent players on this roster, and so for him to come out game 1, this is a very important match for him.
Yeah, AA Battery, I watched play before, and it was really great. The thing I really noticed about him is he likes to hold on to the limit for the pressure. There's a big mentality with the new Cloud ever since its changes from Smash 4, where a lot of people see limit as disposable, and it's a tool to just throw out. You fish for it, it's going to run out anyway, but he has this mindset where as long as he has limit, the opponent has to respect it. And even if he doesn't throw it out, even if it just goes away, that's, 20 seconds or something, 15 seconds of pressure on your opponent. They have to respect it, which is a mentality I've really liked seeing.
It's almost like being a quarterback in football. You have to have this in-game clock of how much time do I have remaining on my limit once I get it. And he's done a very good job of managing that, and the forwarder taking the first stock. But Matt Beach answering right back.
Yeah, no, really, really clean. Both players looking pretty evenly matched here so far. Even percent out the gate, but Matt Beach with a nice little combo earns himself 40% onto AA, but AA answers back pretty quickly, but not quite as hard.
Yeah, and what I like right now is that AA has done a very good job of controlling center stage and making Banjo, this awkward projectile character, kind of come to him.
Yeah, Banjo is this really weird mix of characters where he has these boxing tools, he has these projectiles, but he doesn't really excel at either. He's very jack-of-all-trades oriented, and it means it's kind of hard to use, but when you can use it effectively, he is a character that can do everything. And we see that here, 117% on AA Battery, double Matt Beach's percent, sending AA pretty solidly into kill range because Banjo does have those powerful kill options. AA has to be pretty safe or he's going to be losing Saki, but the Whiff Wondering will not be what does it.
Yeah, and AA is also not afraid to up B at a shield. You see him use that option a lot. It's fairly safe for Cloud most of the time, but it's also very committal. If it doesn't land, it's going to end up with the stock. But right there, Limit Cross Slash is absolutely going to take the stock at that percent.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about how AA likes to save limit, and those are the moments you're saving it for. You don't save it, you don't throw it out. You use it when it's guaranteed to get you value, and AA capitalizes. But Matt Beach answers back immediately in what's been a really, really close game 1 so far.
Yeah, and what a clean conversion from Matt Beach, to get those 2 quick neutral Bs in, and then that up tilt comes out so fast, and it does a surprising amount of knockback.
Gets a lot of knockback, but really great defensive gameplay from AA. Nets himself great punishes and out of shield options. So 35 to 105 means Matt Beach really has to be careful, especially with his limit online. Great read on the roll. We saw them just staring each other down. Matt Beach absolutely shaking, panic rolls, and the cool-headed AA battery reacts in time, gets the kill, and gets himself 1 stock, 1 point for his team.
That was such a clean read by AA battery. Just stared him down with limit and said, okay, you're going to be right here, and immediately turns and does the cross slash to clean up game 1. Great stuff from both of those players, but I mean, in the end, I think what really was telling was AA battery's use of limit.
Yeah, it was really great, really close, but that last stock definitely opened up. It felt a lot of the time like AA was trying to find his footing. He was going for those consistent options like uppies out of shield, but they weren't quite connecting, and then it all came together during that last stock. He found the options he needed to find, and if that's how he's going to look going into game 2, it's not looking great for Matt Beach. But that being said, there's definitely adaptations to make. We didn't see that much projectile pressure, and Cloud is a character that you can kind of force to come to you. He can camp you with limit, but that's about it. You're not under that much threat if you both just toss projectiles at him.
And one of the things I'd like to see from Matt Beach that we didn't really see in game 1 was he was able to rack up damage, but in terms of finding the kill move, he kind of struggled a little bit. You know, Cloud was able to make it to, or live for a little while at some kill percents where you would think Banjo would be able to get a kill. We saw that clean conversion off the 2 neutral bees to up tilt. But outside of that, I mean, we didn't see a Wonder Wing really come into play a whole lot. We didn't see him go for any grabs to that, I believe it's down throw that grounds you, which is excessively hard to mash out of. So I'm looking for, you know, a character like Banjo has kill options, but it's all about the setup. And so I'd like to see more of what we saw in stock 2, because for a fraction of the time there, Matt Beach had the lead in that second stock.
Yeah, I feel like we did see Wonder Wings come out, but they didn't connect. A lot of them felt like panicky options where he was just throwing it out as, it's Wi-Fi, maybe it'll hit, maybe it won't, I can't get punished too hard for it, and it's a resource, right? You do have 5, you need to use them, but I want to see them saved more for when they're guaranteed, or when it's really putting pressure onto AA battery, as opposed to just throwing them out randomly, as it kind of looked like.
Yeah, and it can also be used to recover to ledge, but we never really saw either of them go for a whole lot of edge guards, right?
Yeah.
I mean, both of these characters have the ability to edge guard, but it's very committal almost for both of them.
Yeah, both these players have pretty mediocre recoveries, and none of the kills we saw that game were from players going off stage and getting trapped. Anytime somebody was off stage, really, it felt like they were just straight into the blast zone. All of the fighting looked like it was just on stage, for sure.
Yeah, and AA battery, you see, he's done, I mean, I mentioned it earlier already, takes center stage and just holds it against Banjo, and he's trying to force Banjo to find a way in, and Banjo has the tools to do it, but it's such a bait and punish game right now for AA battery.
Yeah, really great cross slash on the space. And already, look, we see a lot more projectiles coming out from Matt Beach. He gets punished for one of them there, but we've already seen the grenade give Matt Beach a conversion, so he's getting great value out of it. Great up smash out of shield, won't quite kill, but now at 137, the next one might, and it's 67 to 137 for AA. And if he gets this first kill, pretty soon it'll be bad, but great string, great combo from Matt Beach, puts him into kill percent at Wonder Wing. Would have done it, but a great reaction saves AA's life.
Yeah, and now they're both at kill percent, so one strong move anywhere could do it, but oh, what a catch on the down tilt from Matt Beach.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a 2-frame or if AA grabbed ledge twice, but really, really great awareness to clip Cloud's hands as he air dodges past the ledge and has to go for that recovery. Just a really great early stock, and now a sudden reversal. AA was super, super ahead in this first stock, and now it's Matt Beach at 146 with that rage, finding some good strings for himself and building up a little bit of extra damage. But that's not how you want that to go.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, now with the lead, it makes AA battery come to you, right? And that's exactly what, like, Cloud has a lot of tools to rush in and do that type of play style, but that's not where AA has thrived in this match. He has thrived when he is standing underneath that center stage platform.
Yeah, Double A has really not shown great offensive tools. He's been able to apply pressure and get into Matt Beach's face, but Cloud, as a character in this game, really wants the opponent to come to him and punish it. And when Cloud falls behind, that game plan doesn't work as much anymore. So Matt Beach, it's important that he finds himself a lead, but he just hasn't been able to find one that really sticks at all in this set.
And I think Matt Beach is starting to catch on to some of these limit cross slashes that Double A is starting to throw out. You saw him, get out of that one, and the forward smash, that's gonna kill. That forward smash has so much knockback. Even when you think you got a weak hit off of it, it is still so effective.
Yeah, it's really, really strong, and there is the danger of Cloud's up out of shield. It's a great tool if you know it's a punish, if you know it's going to hit. It's fast, it deals a good damage, and it's not punishable on hit at all. But if your opponent reads it, if they shield it, there is a lot of vulnerability that comes with it, and we saw Matt Beach punish that.
Double A is hunting for some of these cross slashes because it does so much damage, and if Banjo keeps coming to him, it's just gonna, get Banjo so close to that kill percent.
Yeah, but a great Wonder Wing gets Matt Beach out of the damage and actually gives himself a full reversal. Now the percent's back to being basically even, and Matt Beach is going to have better early kill power in the matchup. His moves will probably kill off of like a forward smash around 10% earlier than Double A's would. So if he can hold the game like this, it's looking close, and it's probably all going to come down to one big read, and the Wonder Wing not going to kill. Great DI from Double A, but that was just a little early. Same with that cross slash. And now though, 100% on both players, Rage starting to build up, and no limit on the Cloud. Until now, I guess. Great awareness from Double A to just take the time to charge up, knowing the next big hit's going to be matter. He wants to be as strong as possible, and the dash attack to punish the Wonder will be what does it. Really strong move.
Great stuff there from Double A. Again, holding center stage was his game plan all the way through, and right there, he made limit so pertinent in the matchup, right?
Yeah.
He was all about, using limit to try and kill. And what was so surprising about that dash attack was he hadn't used it all game, but it does have a good amount of knockback to it.
Yeah, it's not really a move you just throw out. It's very punishable, but in a situation like that, the only way that Double A could have gotten that kill was with a dash attack. I don't think he had enough time to run up smash or run up forward smash. I think it had to be that dash attack coming out. So great awareness, knowing that it would kill and that it was the best option to go for. So just really well played all the way through by Double A, showing why he is one of the strongest members on this really scary Hawaii lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got into it a little bit before the stream started, but both of these colleges have done very well for themselves. Yes. DePaul, I believe, is 5-0 throughout the season, and Hawaii is 4-1. Their one loss came last week to Mississippi State, and that was a very back and forth set. So both of these schools, in the hierarchy of the league right now.
Yeah, and if you look at University of Hawaii's wins, right, they have a win over St. Peter's University, who was undefeated until they went up against Hawaii, right? So they have one loss, but their wins are very strong. So they are definitely a top contender team. And that being said, Double A Battery earns 4 total points for his team as we throw it to a quick little break while we get players prepared for the next set. And stay tuned, because it's going to be Greg representing Hawaii going up against Cookie from DePaul. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We have the players getting into the lobby here. We have Cookie for DePaul University going up against Jimmy Chris from the against. Ooh, players are not submitting perfect schedules. We have ADR for DePaul University going up against Jimmy Chris from the University of Hawaii. Ooh. And for anyone tuning in, maybe who missed game one, we did see Matt Beach for DePaul go up against the University of Hawaii, and it was going up against AA Battery for University of Hawaii. Ooh. And it was AA Battery taking a double one stock, earning 4 total points for his team, giving them the lead, but a small one, a small lead. The smallest lead they could have, really.
Yeah, and it's kind of what we expected, right? These are two top tier, colleges. It's going to be very back and forth. AA Battery, one of the most consistent players for Hawaii, starting off the match just the way that Hawaii wants it. See if ADR can respond for DePaul.
We will have to indeed. And when you're behind these early points, there is always a little bit of mental pressure going on you, right? Because if you just go even, right, if you just trade blow for blow, the winning team will keep winning, and then they will be the ones who come out on top. So somebody on DePaul University has to be the person to step up and get a win over the University of Hawaii's representative. And each person who goes has it in their mind that it has to be them, right? So ADR is going to be playing with a little bit more pressure than Jimmy Chris is. But of course, Jimmy Chris trying to extend the lead, trying to put them into a safe distance. Typically, I think of 8 points in this format as being a very safe lead, because if you are 8 or more points ahead, then the enemy team cannot pass you after only one set. They would need more than one set of victory.
And it's also kind of a momentum reset, right? Because Hawaii feels like, all right, we took game one, we took the first set, we've got a little bit of momentum on our side. And so this is a moment for DePaul to be like, okay, let's reset this. Let's get the momentum back on our side. Let's back in, get our technical stuff down, and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, it's always really, really important to just have that good mental frame going into a game. You really want to treat it as if nothing's on the line often, because most people, there's some people who really thrive under the pressure, but most people, the closer it is to just chilling and playing friendlies, the better. So the better a mindset, the more relaxed you can be, the better you end up playing. And it goes really well. So it looks like we're having just a little bit of time spent getting everything set up between all the players. So we're just chilling, just waiting for them to get into it real quick. And do you remember who either of these players plays? I don't think we've seen DePaul University. I don't think you have, at least. But do you remember who Jimmy Chris played last time?
Trying to remember. I don't. If I look back here, let me see. Because I did their game last week against Mississippi State, which was that one was very back and forth. Game one, Hawaii, it was a rough game one. They played against one of the best Simons I've ever seen.
No.
It was nearly a Twitch clip and a half. And I'm trying to remember, let's see, who did...
Good Simon is pretty disgusting. So
it was terrifying. He took stock 1 and then almost took stock 2 with a 0 to death off a shield break. If he had maybe 10 more percent, it would have been a 0 to death at an insane stock. But I know that Jimmy Chris has been one of the more consistent players on this Hawaii roster, constantly showing up and performing to the best of his capabilities. Sometimes he'll get matched up against the best player on another college, and it can be a bit of a struggle. But he is one of the consistent faces of this roster.
All right, well, it's that's good to hear. Let's see if he'll be able to keep it up against ADR. And now I'm trying to find some history of DePaul in our spreadsheet. I'm trying to find ADR's game history, but it looks like I will not have the time as I hear those familiar clicking sounds in the background. I think we're going to be getting into it pretty soon. Last week, though, ADR didn't actually play. It looked like he might actually be a new pickup for DePaul University, a new slot into the lineup, because last week when they played, they had Icaro, Matt Beach, Bobby Time, Cookie, and Skulkin. So last week it was Bobby Time playing in his stead. So I actually don't know if anyone has seen ADR play in EGF yet.
And sometimes that's a good thing, because it's about getting newer faces into the lineup, getting them used to the new format, getting them used to competitive play. For a lot of these college kids, it's not easy to just jump into a competitive format, right? It'll be their first time really, going up against someone and trying to prove that they're the best.
It looks like he is more of a sub. I've been able to look through the history. I've found he was actually playing for DePaul earlier in the season, and he put up some good showings as well. Both times I've been able to find him playing, he did a 1-stock in game 1 and then a 2-stock in game 2. So not just scraping by, he was getting solid victories for himself, earning 5 points for his teams both times he was up. So it's very interesting, and I'm excited to see him play here. And we're just doing a real quick lag test between the two players, but trying to listen in. I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, these sound effects. All I hear is them SDing, and I can only hear the death sound effects. But I have confirmation they're playing Joker and Steve. Steve is an interesting character.
Yes, okay. Jimmy Chris, I believe, is the Joker player.
Okay.
If I remember right. And Jimmy Chris did okay last week.
Mm-hmm.
I think he struggled a little bit with finding kill moves. A lot of his kill moves were opportunistic, things like landings with dash attack, because Joker dash attack is just addictive almost. It's so easy to throw out, and especially with something like Arsene, it can kill fairly early, surprisingly early. So, I mean, Joker, a consistent top tier. Steve is, as you said, a very interesting character, very, very new to the game. And I feel like we're still at the point where everyone still kind of plays Steve differently.
Yeah, Steve is a very, very interesting character. Nobody's figured out the best way to play him yet, but what people have figured out is that he is good. I feel like that is the consensus among a lot of people. When you get that diamond, you're absolutely insane. Your damage output is crazy, your kill power is crazy. It's too easy to get the diamond on that character. And even when he doesn't have the diamond, when you're just chilling with base wooden tools, the character is nasty. His 0 to 40 combo is 5 dash attacks in a row. Like, he pushes you to the ledge, gets you off stage, and then his ledge trapping is insane. So he's just rinse and repeat character with great anti-zoning tools who forces you to approach and then punishes you super hard when you do.
And I think one of the things that you're going to look for in this matchup is that off-stage game. We mentioned that Steve's edgeguard capability is fantastic. So, he can literally block the ledge. And on top of that, he also has, 2 different abilities to cover options. The one thing for Joker specifically, grapple and Arsene are his real 2 recovery moves. Yeah. And if Steve blocks the ledge or throws out any of his moves that can 2-frame, Joker's going to get caught by it. So Joker has to be very careful with going off stage. He cannot afford to be out there for long. Otherwise, it's going to be a rough day for Jimmy Chris.
Yeah, there's tech you can do as Joker to throw out the grapple and swing back under the ledge and then pull yourself up. And that can allow you to get around the fire from the down tilt, but it's hard and it requires a lot of awareness in the moment. And even on some stages like Kalos, it's not even possible, right? So I think it is a pretty good matchup to show off Steve's offstage game, but that being said, it looks like they were playing different characters for the lag test. Nice. We have Pac-Man versus Greninja coming up on stream. We got a little bit debated by the players here. It's going to be Jimmy Chris on the Greninja going up against our ADR on Pac-Man. And Pac-Man is an incredibly interesting character as well.
Yeah, Pac-Man. We've seen a lot of Pac-Man in this league, and
have.
a lot of consistency between them all. Right?
Mhm.
They are all very good in their own rights. They're all very good at getting those projectile combos down and spacing out, using the hydrant to their advantage. Greninja, on the other hand, I think this is either the first or second Greninja I've seen on stream, so I'm interested to see what Jimmy Chris can do.
There's a Greninja player on the St. Peter's lineup that is pretty good, but Greninja is a rare character overall. I feel like that had to be bad PI. I don't think that orange should have killed, but I think Jimmy Chris may have not expected it to kill him either and just DI'd it a little bit wrong. But that being said, only 12% on ADR on this Pac-Man as he opens up extremely well against Jimmy Chris in this first stock.
Yeah, so here's the issue Jimmy Chris is running into. He is trying to go into Pac-Man, and Pac-Man is throwing out so many projectiles, and even when Jimmy Chris gets in, he hits a shield, and then Pac-Man has, a couple of out-of-shield punishes that he can do, a whole variety of them, and so Jimmy Chris is just running into trap after trap after trap here, and he's not able to really get in and do what Greninja does best and rack up percent.
Yeah, Greninja's a really weird character in that he doesn't like to approach. He has great punishes, right? But his best approach tools are very narrow, right? He kind of has to go into a jump into a 50-50. He either tomahawk grabs you or he nairs into a combo, but other than that, he mostly has a very defensive playstyle where his opponent comes to him, and then he pokes him with shurikens and down tilts that combo into his harder hitting moves. And against Pac-Man, who is just so content to stay at long range, it makes it incredibly difficult for Greninja to make those openings happen for himself.
The other thing, too, is that Greninja's game plan is, fairly linear, right? It's about getting all of those combo hits in to try and secure a kill. But, that's the issue, is if he can't get in the first place, he has to be sneaky and go for a mix-up, and, okay, Jimmy Chris trying to fight his way out of the corner here.
Yeah, that was a really great back air from ADR to catch Jimmy Chris's jump. He's not able to complete the Gimp, unfortunately, but it put Chris in such a bad spot, and now he's a little panicked. He spent this entire time trying to get back from the ledge, and he takes over 60% for his trouble, and it's looking like it might be a 3 stock here, which would be absolutely devastating for University of Hawaii's lead.
Yeah, and I mean, we mentioned about the format. Every stock matters, so any stock, if Jimmy Chris can take, is going to be huge. Even if he doesn't win the game, just for the sake of their lead, it will be massive.
Too low, though, means that Jimmy Chris will not be able to recover, and that's going to be the first 3 stock of the night going in ADR's favor.
Yeah. And ADR looked so solid there. I mean, there's no way around it, right? Mm-hmm. He just did everything right in that matchup. If Jimmy Chris is just going to keep approaching, keep trying to, get in and do damage on this Pac-Man, Pac-Man's just going to throw projectile after projectile and just play keep away, essentially. And that's what you saw there.
The problem is, how do you approach in this matchup, right? Greninja can't abuse his incredibly high ground speed because of that fire hydrant. You can't run in grab, you can't run in down tilt, so he's forced to jump over the hydrant, but Greninja's airspeed is not that great, and his only aerial, that neutral air, it's safe on landing if you space it properly, but it's not a fast aerial. It's very telegraphed. That's why Greninja relies on those 50-50s, where the threat of tomahawk grabbing your opponent, they have to choose. They either stay in shield or they drop it to try and punish you. But Pac-Man doesn't have to really play that game. He can kind of just stand under a platform and keep the hydrant in front of him, and it makes things much simpler, which is why I expect Jimmy Chris to counterpick to a stage that is going to be flatter. I expect the bans to be Kalos and Final Destination from ADR, and I expect the pick to be Town and City, because you do have those layouts where the platforms are only on the side or there is no platform, and that allows you to have a much better time approaching the Pac-Man as Greninja.
Yeah, and you said it best too. One of the things was Jimmy Chris really struggled with getting around the hydrant, right? It's one of those things where the hydrant can tank a certain amount of percent. And then once you do enough damage past that threshold, the way you hit it, it will launch at a certain trajectory, right? And that's one of the things that Jimmy Chris really struggled with, was trying to just hit it out of the way. But Pac-Man players know they can, throw a jab or two on it, and then they're like, okay, I have a move that does this much percent, and when I hit it, I know exactly the way it's going to go next. Mm-hmm. And it felt like Jimmy Chris didn't really know what to do with it. He's just kind of swinging for the fence at it, hoping it would, go away eventually, and then he could continue his combo.
Yeah, that's one of the more interesting aspects of Pac-Man, is he's one of those characters that brings a mechanic that affects both people, and every time that happens, it's always the character that brings the mechanic that knows it so much better than the opponent. So it really is a one-sided mechanic, even though in theory it is more neutral than it appears. But it doesn't look like it's going to be a character switch. We're getting back into it, same characters, and we'll have to see what the stage pick is, but it looks like it's going to be Final Destination. Interesting. I feel like it's very, very standard to ban Final Destination against Greninja. It's almost like a word association that Greninja loves this stage, right? You just think Greninja, you think Final Destination. So I'm a little surprised that something else got banned in the process, but it's where we are. And as I said before, the lack of platforms providing a ceiling for the Pac-Man means that it's going to be much easier for Chris to find openings.
Yeah, I do know that Pac-Man players also like this take. The most important part about this stage is going to be catching landings. Both of these characters love to punish characters that get caught in the air.
God, so
yeah, look at the tech chase coming out from ADR. I mean, he's got the reads right now.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
Woo, that tech chase, that was like 3 or 4 grabs in a row. And as Pac-Man, you're not the fastest character. You need to be ready. That is very difficult to pull off.
And grabbing as Pac-Man is super committal too. It's got a lot of range, and it's got a lot of lag to it, but oh my goodness, ADR with the forward smash.
ADR is absolutely running over Jimmy Chris already, 56% on him, going better than the first stock of last game, but it's not a good pace for Jimmy Chris. Jimmy Chris really needs to find something, but so far, he has looked really just lost this whole time. He has been under pressure by the Pac-Man, and that's not where you want to be. Pac-Man can play very, very slowly, but he has a good boxing game, but you're Greninja. You can't be the one being pressured in this matchup.
It feels like Jimmy Chris is kind of hunting for an opening, right? It feels like he's throwing out all these aerials onto a shield because he's just so hungry to find that kill, but off stage, the hydrant covers the up B, and Jimmy Chris is in trouble now.
Yeah, Jimmy Chris finds the kill. He saves his team a stock. That's very important. It's looking like this match is going to be close, so getting that 1 stock is very big, but 0% on ADR's second stock when Jimmy Chris is already 22% into his last one means he has a lot of ground to cover if he wants to keep his team in the game.
And again, more attacks on shield. Eventually, Jimmy Chris has got to throw out a tomahawk here, because how else is he going to find an opening?
If the Pac-Man can just sit in shield and wait for you to approach, it's pretty doomed. Greninja's moves aren't that punishable out of shield, but if you're not finding value, just wasting his time posturing, you're going to get punished eventually, and we've seen it happen from ADR. And already 98%, Jimmy Chris stuck off stage at the ledge in kill percent on his last stock. It's looking really great. That hydrant almost did it too.
Yeah, Jimmy Chris has to be very careful of every projectile here, because that hydrant, especially near the ledge, will kill. And ADR has done such a good job of, great tech there by Jimmy Chris, but ADR has done such a good job of spacing out this Greninja.
Yeah, but it keeps paying off. ADR gets a 2 stock for himself, and now University of Hawaii comes out the gate with a double 1 stock, but DePaul fires back immediately with a 3 stock and a 2 stock, bringing the score up to 7-4 now. As DePaul reverses things and takes lead for themselves, it might be a little bit of a slump for University of Hawaii after such a strong start, losing last week and being behind going into round 3 on this week here.
And we mentioned that this is kind of the beauty of this format, right?
Mhm.
You know, it doesn't matter how well one player does, it matters how the whole team does. Every single stock is important. And DePaul showing that they've got a little bit more depth in the roster through 2 players.
Yeah, showing depth, but of course, the same can be said for the University of Hawaii. They do still have plenty more players to come in to play for them, so it's not over. It's only been 2 of 5 sets. We're going into set 5, and typically, or set 3, ooh, and typically set 3 is the important one. Set 3 is where the leader goes. It's the halfway point, and whoever wins set 3 is typically poised to go on and carry their momentum forward. So a lot of pressure is going to be riding on the next 2 players to bring that mental edge to their team.
Yeah, it's going to be a pivotal set, and like you said, you know, this is the big moment. Both teams have a win. This is going to be the set that gives the other team the edge.
And that being said, it's going to be exciting, but we're going to take a short break before we bring it to you as we get the players all set up and into the lobby. So don't go anywhere. We have set 3 between DePaul University and University of Hawaii coming up in just a few minutes.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are getting into set 3 between DePaul University and University of Hawaii. We have Skull Kid going up against Not Chris, respectively. And just as a little reminder, we just saw a pretty dominant set between ADR winning over Jimmy Chris to bring DePaul University into the lead with 7 points to 4 for Hawaii.
Yeah, that if you are a Pac-Man player, you want to watch that set. ADR was exemplary in how you play Pac-Man in that matchup.
Yes, so we're going to have the players jumping into another lag test between the two. Since one of the colleges is in Hawaii, it's very important to do that, get it all sorted out, make sure everything's running properly, because the people over in Nintendo really wanted us to have the online tournaments be as hard to run as possible.
Yeah, and I will say sometimes the lag does kind of play into effect in character choices, because in this game there are some frame-perfect combos, and that can be really difficult to do in lag.
Yeah, characters like Sheik, like Joker are still very playable in lag, don't get me wrong. We see Void doing some great stuff on stream. They're still really solid characters. They're just way more difficult for basically no good reason sometimes, but it does look like it's going to be Game & Watch versus a Ness, and we might be getting baited again. It could actually be Rob versus King DDD. You never know, but going off that assumption, it is an interesting matchup between Game & Watch and the Ness.
Yeah, Game & Watch, one of the lightest characters in the game, but also one of the most kill-heavy characters in the game. This character has so many good options out of shield and so many different kill options that Ness is going to have their hands full, especially if Game & Watch uses that down B, the reflector.
Yeah, Game & Watch's down B is reflector, and also it's the bucket, right? You can absorb those PK fires and those PK thunders, both of which are pretty defining in terms of Ness's game plan. So it really is a matchup where Ness has very limited options, and against a Game & Watch who has such great out-of-shield options, it makes it very hard to find openings as the Ness player in this matchup, because it's hard to approach him, but also a lot of your zoning tools are nullified pretty effectively.
Yeah, and in terms of zoning too, spacing is huge in this matchup. Yeah. Both of these characters like to be in the air, so it's going to be very important to see, you know, how both of these characters approach each other, because aerials on either of these guys is going to be very difficult.
I think the defining term of this matchup is going to be how often Skull Kid is able to find grabs just like that, because Game & Watch is a character who is known for his incredible out-of-shield options. And when Ness can't rely on projectiles as much, I would expect Not Chris to sort of sit on the ground a lot more and go for those up Bs, those forward smashes out of shield, and it's going to be on Skull Kid to find the reads, find when Not Chris is actually just sitting in shield, and to get those grabs. And out the gate, he hasn't been able to do it, and we've seen it, Skull Kid fall to an early deficit.
Yeah, and I think you're right. If Not Chris plays a very grounded play style here, it makes it very difficult for Ness to get in, especially since the bucket is so pertinent, you know, with all those projectiles stacking up and racking up damage. It's got to be something in the back of Skull Kid's mind.
Ooh, with that being said, we don't see a very grounded play style from Not Chris. We've seen a lot of aerials, and in fact, one aerial in particular really biting him there, as he drifts a little too far to the edge with that down air, and SDs with it.
I think he meant to try and air dodge back up, you know, try and get out of that animation so early, but that down air, it's so powerful. It is good, covers so much space and has so much knockback, especially after, you know, it gets refreshed, you know, by losing that stock. It's going to be something that Skull Kid's going to have to look out for.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to look out for a whole lot right now. He is up 98% on Not Chris's second stock already, barely being touched himself. It has been an absolute banger of a second stock, or a first stock, I guess, for Skull Kid. So just destroying Chris in second stock. And you said it, Pac-Man is an incredibly light character, so I would expect something like a roll behind back throw or that up air to kill very, very soon. And it's 160, a lot of rage on Skull Kid as he's starting another combo for himself on Chris's last stock here.
Skull Kid, no fear right now, 159%, and not afraid to go in and try and start up some combos. But that's the thing right now, Skull Kid's spacing around these aerials has been so good, and if that connected, it could have been the stock.
It could have closed out the 3 stock, indeed. It doesn't, and it's a great punish from Notchris on it, but 97% on this last stock to 0% on Skull Kid's second means, barring some crazy combo or a 9 coming out, I think it's going to be a 2-stock victory. And in this format where DePaul is already ahead, where every stock matters for points, it looks like it's going to be very, very good for them if Skull Kid wins here.
Yeah, Notchris has, you know, a mountain to climb right now, and yeah, that down air is fair. You know, that's the ledge trap from Skull Kid right there was a lot to deal with.
He'd already used up B too low. There was no getting back to the stage at that point. The only option was to down air down, and a early and fast 2-stock for Skull Kid over Notchris means that it's going to be 9-4, which is getting dangerously close to that 8-point break point I was talking about before. It would have to be a 2-stock victory from Skull Kid again to earn 4 more points to his team. That would bring the score to 13-4, placing DePaul University with a lead that is 9 points, meaning even if their next player were to get a double 3-stock and earn 8 points, University of Hawaii would still be behind. So it is incredibly dangerous territory for the University of Hawaii right now, and Notchris, at the very least, if he loses this next game, needs it to be a 1-stock. But that being said, he obviously wants to win, and what do you think he can do to pull out a win for himself in Game 2 here?
Well, I feel like Notchris got very eager this game. You know, it's one of those games where Game & Watch has the tools to win this matchup, but it felt like he was trying to initiate a lot of the plays, and that's not what you need to do in this style of matchup, because Ness also has, you know, plenty of options and plenty of abilities to cover areas of the map. Game & Watch, you have to let Ness come to you, right?
Yeah.
You can't be the one initiating the plays in this match, because otherwise you're going to see exactly what happened that last sec. Skull Kid was all over the stage, you know, covering every option that you didn't have covered. So you just got to sit back a little bit, right? Play a little bit more patient and wait for your window of opportunity.
And that is what we were talking about, right? We were talking about how Game & Watch can play that very grounded game, get those up Bs out of shield, punish Ness's aerial recoveries incredibly hard, but we never actually saw it happen. It was always Notchris approaching, trying to make something happen when he really didn't have to. So I agree. I think if Notchris slows things down, makes Skull Kid play on his pace, it can definitely be doable in Game 2 here.
Yeah. Skull Kid did a very good job of, you know, especially after taking the first stock, controlling the pace of the matchup. And you saw, I mean, he had no fear. He was at kill percent for half of his first stock, and he just went in for combos on a character that's got plenty of kill options. I mean, forward air even does a surprising amount of knockback, but we didn't really see Game & Watch space with that a whole lot.
And already out the gate, we've seen the only percent actually connecting onto Skull Kid so far have both been from up Bs. It's a very, very powerful tool in Game & Watch's kit, but we need to see more. We need to see more shields. We need to see less approaches from Chris, more whiff punishes and spacing punishes, and they'll be okay. But right now, it is a very, very solid early percent lead, 30% in Skull Kid's favor.
Skull Kid is definitely doing a better job of making every hit count. You'll see he gets one small hit and he's able to convert it into something else. Even off the forward smash, all he really did there was throw that out and then immediately take center stage, because he knows, how is Notchris going to get in on this projectile character?
Yeah, he just takes center stage. It's really hard to ledge trap the Game & Watch, but Ness does have tools, but from all the way across the stage, as you said, you're not going to be able to get there in time. Settling for center stage is great, and now Game & Watch at 117 places him very well within kill percent. Even a forward tilt almost sealing the deal. The forward air not quite going to do it. Very surprising to me, but I guess there is no rage on the side of Skull Kid. But there it is. First stock goes Skull Kid's favor, and only 88% on him means he probably has some extra time to work with as well.
And we talked about how clean Skull Kid's conversions are. He's been able to land that forward air into anything, especially forward tilt. That's been his bread and butter this set. And it's racked up a ton of percent on, we mentioned Game & Watch is a super light character. One strong hit of anything will probably kill Game & Watch, especially if he's by the ledge.
And this combo is not going to help. Rage on Skull Kid, 95% on Game & Watch means the back air is going to take the stock. And now 3 stocks remaining on Skull Kid. We've seen barely any buckets come out, but that's mostly because we've seen barely any PK fires. I say as he throws 2 PK fires from Skull Kid, and it's 43% already racked up onto this last stock.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the pressure that Skull Kid is applying. Chris is still hunting for moves. He's still hunting for a kill option here, and he needs to find it to, you know, mitigate the damage that's been done in this set already.
Yeah, remember, this damage that's from this set is huge. That's going to be the 1 stock, but even if Skull Kid takes this game with this stock, Hawaii will be so behind that a perfect set from their next player would still leave them losing to DePaul.
Yeah, and I mean, Chris has been backed into a corner here. 99%, he's stuck on ledge, and he cannot find a safe way back to center stage, and that's where he has to be if he's going to find any more percent in this matchup.
When do you just go for a down throw 9? When do you just let it rip?
I think it'll kill
a little bit later.
Another like 10
matter. That's bad. Any Hawaii fans right now they're not feeling good. There is a lot of hopes riding on Gray and Cheese Brain coming up for University of Hawaii, because right now they are down 13-4 after Skull Kid closes out that set, meaning even if the next player gets 8 points for the team, they will still be losing. In fact, if both of their next players get double 1 stocks, they would still be losing.
Yeah, that was a huge win for Skull Kid and for DePaul University. And I want to talk about Skull Kid did a very good job of making every hit matter, and especially making his combos clean. We talked about that forward air into forward tilt is a fairly simple combo, but to get it consistently was huge, because it was worth, 30-ish% and center stage every time he landed it.
It's incredibly valuable, and overall, he just knew how to find kills. He had so many great catches with aerials. He was always able to predict and read not Chris's movement, catch him out of options really, really well. It was a dominant set. He definitely earned his team those 6 points. He just net them, and going forward, the pressure is really, really turning on for the University of Hawaii representatives, while the DePaul representatives get to rest a little easy. They can kind of just coast. And they don't even need to win. The next 2 DePaul University players don't even need to win their sets. They just need to not lose hard, and DePaul can secure a victory. So it's a really uphill battle for Hawaii.
Yeah, any points for DePaul right now are just basically the gravy on top, right? Hawaii has found themselves in a hole. They've been in situations like this before, and they've been able to clutch it out, but against DePaul, an undefeated team, it's I mean, we've been saying it all day, it's an uphill battle. Yeah,
it is indeed, and you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer to find out what happens, as we're going to be bringing you Game 4 between DePaul and Hawaii in just a few moments, so stay tuned, because it's a banger. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We had a short little break there. The intensity is on, and we just wanted to get you back into it. We have Akaro coming in for DePaul University, looking to close it out, looking to extend their lead, going up against Gray from the University of Hawaii, looking to bring it back for his team, clutch it up, and it's a tough battle ahead of Gray. The pressure, it has to be him. If Gray loses here, it is confirmed over. Gray needs to win. It is do or die right now.
Yeah, and Gray is looking to have a bounce back performance from last week. He last week went Pokemon Trainer against Yosei Fu of Mississippi State, and that was a rough match for him. Two stock losses, I believe, and that's what got Hawaii off to a rough start last week. So for him, the key last week was when he went Pokemon Trainer, his use of Squirtle was it was abysmal. He could not land any combos with Squirtle, and he had to immediately switch to Ivysaur and Charizard, where he found a little bit more success. So this week, I'm hoping that he worked on his play as Squirtle specifically. You know, Squirtle is so useful for racking up those early percent combos. Squirtle has a little bit of kill power, but this character is all about racking up percent, going in, getting grabs, you know, landing all of those multi-hit aerials. That is the bread and butter of Squirtle. So I'm hoping to see, you know, Gray kind of take a step forward here.
Yeah, a lot of the time when we see players like that, one of their other characters is always a lot better, but I don't know if that was the case for him. Usually we see if they're bad on Squirtle, they're typically really, really good on Ivysaur, and then their Charizard is pretty hot as well, but if he's not that well-rounded and if he's not a specialist, it'll be an uphill battle because Akaro has been a strong contender in the past. And as I said before, Gray needs to win here. And preferably, Gray needs to win big because if Gray were to get a double one-stock, it would still be possible for Cheesebrain to also get a double one-stock and their team would still lose.
Yeah, and for Gray, I mean, Pokemon Trainer is a character who's good in their own right? They do so much so well, and it feels like a lot of Pokemon Trainers kind of play their own variation of Pokemon Trainer, right? They all do something differently, and they all do something well with that character. So, you know, where Squirtle might have been the weak link last week, you know, I remember his survivability on Charizard. I mean, a heavy character, so it makes sense, right? But Charizard was definitely like the go-to character for him. So, you know, I'm looking to see some adaptations. We talked about Akaro and how good he has been for this DePaul roster. It is going to be an interesting matchup. I think we're going to Smashville, that is?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Town and City, actually, as we're in a lag test right now, making sure everything is going properly. But Town and City is an interesting stage, not a stage we see people strike to first a lot. It's typically a counter pick. It's not thought of as being particularly neutral.
Yeah, those platforms moving around make this stage very interesting. I think Pokemon Trainer kind of likes this stage solely for those platforms, right? Because it allows him to extend those combos. And Town is also, I believe, a fairly larger map, so survivability going to be a factor as well.
Yeah, survivability's up. Pokemon Trainer is not a character who typically gets a lot of kills off the top, whereas Bayonetta, who is what Akaro is playing, is a character who definitely is known for having those combos that take you up to the top blast zone. So the height of Town and City, it has the largest distance from the stage to the ceiling of any legal stage. So it definitely helps Pokemon Trainer in this matchup. I think the blast zones definitely do favor the character. But that being said, it does remove some kill power from Ivysaur. That up air is a very, very powerful tool.
Yeah, and one of the things I think is going to be huge here is Akaro's finding a way in on Pokemon Trainer. Pokemon Trainer has a lot of tools, you know, between switching and between characters and a lot of ranged options. Bayonetta is a character that thrives on making every hit count once you get in, racking up that percent, and then finishing it off with kill moves. The higher percent you find Gray at, the more difficult Bayonetta is to kill.
Yeah, Bayonetta definitely does suffer from a little bit of Marthritis. She has really, really great, powerful kill setups, but her raw kill options are not the greatest. But that being said, Witch Time is, of course, one of the best raw kill options in the entire game. So it's really, really high risk. It's really, really high reward, and it's hard to land. But when it does, it absolutely deletes the stock, and that's going to be an early lead for Ikaro in this matchup where he just needs to keep Gray's stock counts low. He doesn't even need to win. So that's exactly where he wants to be out to this early advantage for himself.
And I love the confidence that Ikaro has, takes the stock and sees the strut across the stage. But that's, what Bayo players do best, right? They're confident, right? They know that all they need is one hit to rack up all this percent, and it does not matter how heavy you are, the top blast zone does not care. And look at the combo from Ikaro.
Oh, that's so brutal. That's such a big advantage. Oh my god, he's going again. Another huge combo, great up air. Gray falls out of the combo, finds a punish with that ginormous hitbox of that move, but already the damage feels like it has been done. It's already over a stock lead in Ikaro's favor as he's looking to find another opening for himself and close things out. But Gray playing a little bit cleaner here, not quite going to give it to him, but he does leave himself open as Bayonetta just flies off the ledge.
Yeah, and now this is where Gray really has to, go to work because the damage is already done, right? He's at 88% on his last stock. If he can take another stock here, mitigate the damage, great stuff.
That's
catching the up B, that forward tilt, surprisingly strong, and 2 frames, and Bayonetta not able to grab the ledge immediately off that up B.
Yeah, Charizard's forward tilt is an incredibly good, versatile tool, but at 112%, it's going to need to be some really big rage kill. We're going to need to see Gray get Ikaro to around 60-70%, and then see an F smash or something with a little bit of juice behind it, maybe a flare blitz, but 136 is not comfortable. Charizard is heavy, but Bayonetta will have the kill power on him to punish him and find any solid hit closing out the game, which means Gray needs to play immaculately, and I don't see it happening. He just keeps getting stuck in disadvantage, but the flare blitz is definitely a start.
Gray has to be so careful, and he's trying to find an early kill, but now Bayonetta's a fairly light character at 75. Yeah, and with Max Rage, Bayonetta could die to another strong move, especially a Flare Blitz on the ledge could do it. A back air is strong, but the down air of Bayonetta is stronger.
We saw Gray panicking a little bit at the air, just throwing out random kill options, praying they would hit, and Ikaru played smart, played patient, and he didn't give it over. He's rewarded with that one stock victory, and that one stock matters so much.
Yeah, and it extends the lead for DePaul, and you kind of saw at the end there, Gray got really, I don't want to say desperate, but eager is definitely a term. He saw him get a couple grabs at low percent and immediately go for back throw back air. Yeah. And that's good, but the issue was Ikaru's smart. The reason you throw out the back throw back air there is to try and catch a jump. And if you catch a jump, especially on a character like Bayonetta, they're just kind of dead for it because you can track them down and take the stock pretty easily. Smart. He holds his jump, never burns it, throws out an aerial to try and get back to stage instead. And you see it numerous times on that first stock. Gray eventually able to, it up and get back to one stock and make it pretty close at the end, but the lead had already been built up too much.
Yeah, the lead is just too rough. He's not able to find it to close out anything, and it's going to be Ikaru taking the victory, going into game 2, and now, if Ikaru wins this game, he closes it out for DePaul. He guarantees a win against University of Hawaii, and if Gray wins it, if he takes it to a game 3, he still won't be out of the woods. It is Gray's counter pick. He does get to pick the stages here, so he has a little bit of an advantage going into the game 2, but if it looks as dominant as game 1 did, it's going to be a hard fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it best. Gray has really Gray and Hawaii have kind of been backed into a corner here, and there is no room for error for Gray anymore. And I wonder, I think they'll probably stay the same characters, but I'm really curious to see what stage they go to.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be any character switch. I've never heard of anyone playing like Pokemon Trainer and, you know, the character is so diverse, it's so versatile. You typically don't really need a secondary that much. But as for stage pick, I really don't know. I think we're not going to go to a Triplat. I think Bayonetta gets too much out of Triplats extending her combos. So it's not going to be like a Yoshi Sori. It's not going to be a Battlefield. I think that something like a flat stage, like a Kalos or an FD, is a completely reasonable option. I think, honestly, just running it back to Town and City isn't even bad. I think that stage is perfectly fine in the matchup for Pokemon Trainer, but typically, I don't like going to stages you just lost to because, you know, you lost there. And even if on paper it's good, something about the mental of the game isn't going in your favor. And it's typically good to just switch things up and try and find favorable footing somewhere else.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think FD would be a good choice, but I feel like it would also be very volatile for both of these characters, right? The second one's in the air, they're just going to be in disadvantage for forever. And so I'm curious to see, you know, where they've gone. I think you're right. Running it back isn't a half bad idea, but again, you saw how Icaro was able to build up a lead so quickly, and it ends up being Kalos as the pick.
Yeah, Kalos very, very similar to Final Destination. It gives Squirtle the wall jump. I believe it also gives Bayonetta a wall jump as well. And there's the two platforms on the sides, as well as a higher ceiling relative to what Final Destination gives. So I do like the pick, and we'll have to see how it plays out as this Squirtle falls to a really early deficit.
Yeah, and already you see the switch come out. I mean, 60% is dangerous for Squirtle. You know, one strong hit, especially close to a ledge, could do it. So immediately the switch to Ivysaur. But look at the stage control and the confidence from Icaro.
Yeah, Icaro is absolutely feeling great here. He's finding great combos, a nice string onto the Charizard. Puts Gray at 135, solidly in kill percent, as a cheeky little Witch Time tries to make the same thing happen as in Game 1, but not able to find it.
So one of the things that Gray has done, or has chose to do here, is he is only edge guarding with, you know, forward air, or sorry, not forward air, forward tilt and back air, as Icaro able to take that first stock. But one of the things we have not seen him do is throw out that neutral beat. It covers so much space, it racks up a lot of damage, and it would still be able to clip Bayonetta's up B if he can get Bayonetta back off stage again.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I don't think Bayonetta's up B has enough protection to get it through the neutral beat. It has a lot of priority. It'll pass through a lot of other things trying to punish it, but I guess you don't need that neutral beat when you've got the timing for the down air. Great little spike catching Icaro's hands as he goes to grab the ledge. And it's going to even out the stock count, but still a 40% deficit for Gray as he gets pulled into the tornado.
Yeah, and Gray's Ivysaur has to do work here because he's already at a percent where switching to Squirtle is super dangerous. And if he can survive a little bit longer on this Ivysaur, it'll be massive. Ivysaur is one of those characters that can also, you know, rack up the damage, but immediately you see the switch come out to Charizard as he's caught in this combo.
Yeah, Charizard's a character that can rack up the damage, but it's an incredibly vulnerable character to Bayonetta. That big body, that faster fall speed, that heavier weight makes him absolute combo food for a character who just wants to combo the mess out of you. And with Bayonetta's kill power from things like that back air, that extra survivability doesn't end up mattering all that often.
Icaro not afraid to go off stage. Oh no! That's it. Oh, that's tragic for Hawaii. Gray knows he could have had, you know, something that set. You felt the momentum there as he got that little string for about 30 or 40% right at the end, but that air dodge off stage. Icaro's presence off stage was something we really didn't touch on that match, but he was not afraid of Pokemon Trainer off stage.
Not at all. And yeah, that air dodge, I mean, in one sense, it almost feels forced. There was just so much pressure on Gray, but you're never recovering from that air dodge. It's such a weird option in this game. You're just stuck in that animation for so long. It feels really bad. But that being said, Ikaro really played it well. Definitely earned the 2-stock victory. Earned the 5 points he netted for his team. The total now 18-4, and with only 1 set remaining, that means DePaul University is locked in as the victors of this matchup. They're going to continue their undefeated streak, and of course, we are going to bring you the final matchup between Cookie and Cheese Brain. But know that DePaul University has secured themselves victory.
Yeah, and this is all for point differential and seeding later on, right? This is all for the standings now, and for these last two, for Cookie and NNS, it's all about the pride.
Yeah, now you got to prove yourself. You got to earn back points. You can't lose 18-4. You got to earn points back for your team. NNS has to make it happen. He has to find something against Cookie, and Cookie looking to add some insult to injury. Get those extra little sprinkle points on top. So we'll be back in just a few moments as we get the players loaded in right into the lobby, ready to play, and we'll bring you that last game in just a moment after this break.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're bringing you Game 5 between DePaul and University of Hawaii. Reminder to anyone checking in, DePaul University has locked themselves into victory. This current score is 18-4. The best NS could earn for himself for University of Hawaii is 8 points. That would only bring the total 18-12. So DePaul locked in for victory. They have already won. We're playing it out, though, for pride, for bragging rights, and for seeding down the line, because we do keep track of point differentials. That is an important statistic. So we have Cookie representing DePaul University going up against NNS for the University of Hawaii in a Mega Man versus Sheik matchup. Very interesting matchup. They're bringing us a great little show. Players switch off character during lag test. It's going to be Sheik versus Palutena. Both characters I actually really like. So I'm glad that we're doing our little exhibition set. These are the two that are on stage.
Yeah, NNS with a Sheik, that is going to be one of the first Sheiks I think I've seen on stream. But this is a character, another one of those, lightweight but racks up a ton of damage. And Sheik has underestimated, kill ability. A lot of her smash attacks can kill pretty early, and she can rack up a lot of damage. The issue is it takes so many hits for Sheik to rack up that amount of damage, right? One forward air feels like it does a fraction of a percent. I mean, it does more, I know, but that is going to be the challenge for NNS.
Yeah, over the past few months, the Sheik players have been absolutely grinding. Void, I know, leading the charge on developing the Sheik metagame, and now this character is looking scary. A lot of people have started considering this character up from middle of mid-tier to the bottom of high-tier. So the character has had a lot of development, but of course, Palutena is this game's quintessential top-tier character. Everything about this character screams good, right? It's just so crazy. You already see it out the gate. 48% only on this first stock for the Palutena, as she has already taken the first stock off of NNS and racked up 60% afterward.
And Cookie's doing a very good job of catching NNS off of a second hit, right? Cookie will get the first hit off a dash attack or a nair or something, and immediately be able to convert it into something else. He has a game plan and a great up smash to read NNS's get up option from ledge.
Yeah, that up smash is just out for so long. It's really great for covering get up off ledge. It has so many active frames that you can mess up your timing a little bit, but as long as you have the right read, it just covers so much that it's really good option for that scenario, and it pays off there. And it might be a 3-stock going in Cookie's favor, just adding some insult to injury, ballooning the lead even further.
And NNS did a very good job at performance, but the conversion by Cookie, what a back air.
Yeah, really clean back air, and that's going to be a 3-stock going in Cookie's favor against NNS. And Palutena is a character, every time I see this character, I feel like I have to say it. Palutena is all about fundamentals. If you lose to a Palutena, it's because the Palutena is better. Like, there's no excuse with this character.
And the strange thing about that match was every time NNS died, it felt like NNS came back with a little bit of momentum and got a few hits, right?
Yeah.
And yet, at the end of the match, Cookie only had about 80%. So I mean, you think of the number of hits NNS was able to rack up, and I was about to compliment NNS for his ability to keep Palutena and Cookie off stage, but at the end of the day, the issue with Sheik is kill power, right? Yeah. Sheik's kill power, it's there, but you have to set up for it. You have to be able to land it. And against a very mobile character like Palutena, that is so difficult.
You know, all of Sheik's kill setups are like, okay, you need to do falling needles, footstool, into like up tilt, drag down up air into up smash while you're under a platform. And it's like, yeah, that like, oh, but like falling needles is an easy option to hit. So like she has kill power off of an easy option. And it's like, yeah, but like you need to execute like 5 things after that for it to go properly. It doesn't work out the way you want it to a lot of the time. And it's such a high execution barrier to get the same reward that Palutena gets off of like down throw back air.
Right. And it's also like, if you think about the gameplay and going in for both of these characters, it's very like cut and dry. You kind of know what you're getting from both characters the second they go in for. Like, if you get a grab as Sheik, you know, okay, I'm getting down thrown into probably forward air, right?
Yeah.
If I get down thrown as Palutena, I'm probably going to get back aired or nair down.
Yeah.
And so for both of these characters, it's about like mixing up those options, and Cookie did a much better job of that in that set.
I agree. I think Cookie was a lot less predictable. Palutena can definitely fall into the trap of following a flowchart, of always just going for the same options over and over again because they are so consistent and so solid. But you do need to have those mix-ups, and we saw Cookie pulling it out really, really well against NNS. And we are going to be going back to the same stage. Interesting.
I mean, I think the stage really wasn't the problem for either of these characters.
I agree.
But I do think that it makes it very volatile. I talk about how FD is very volatile. This stage also extends both of these characters' combos. And I think that NNS kind of needs that, because you saw, I mean, for all the hits that NNS got, Cookie only ended the match at something like 80%. So
yeah.
I think this was, wasn't a bad move by NNS.
No, I think that it was an okay move. I definitely think the stage doesn't particularly help Sheik. Sheik is a character that loves platforms. Platforms help Sheik so much. It helps her landing. She can weave around with her high mobility off the platforms. It helps her extend her combos. It really does it all for Sheik. So I think this stage in particular is a little bit weird because there are so many configurations where the platforms really don't help you. But that being said, NNS is putting up a much, much better showing on the first stock, at least, of this game.
Yeah, and I think NNS is doing what we talked about, setting up those kill options a lot better. Found Cookie on the ground once and tried to go for that, falling needles setup, but instead, Cookie read it and rolled away. And you see right there, went for it again, but the unfortunate up B, still able to make it back, but Cookie reads the get up option, and once again, DePaul has the lead.
Yeah, DePaul back with the lead, very nice for themselves, but 132 on Cookie. You never know. It could be dying instantly. It could be living to 200. It's Sheik. It's really hard to tell. But right now, it's looking like Cookie might be living for a while as he applies a lot of pressure, just completely fearless despite his high percent.
Yeah, he's got NNS backed into a corner here. There's no doubt. That's a good grab to get back from ledge. Oh, but the counter, Cookie reads it.
Yeah, really, really great from Cookie. 151, and it's going to have to be an actual kill confirm from NNS. You're not going to get a kill. Your moves don't just get stronger as you keep playing, right? Like, you're not playing something like Palutena. Your aerials don't eventually kill, right? You need to find that option, and Cookie, the soft nairs aren't going to give it to you.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, something like dash attack will kill eventually, but I mean, it will be another 20% or so before it does. So it's all about finding the strong hits, and right now that is what Palutena does best at these types of percents, and unfortunate.
NNS, just the pressure really getting to him, not quite getting the drift he wanted, maybe thinking he had another jump when he didn't, but he does die, and at 160, those typical combos we can see Sheiks pull off to confirm kills are probably going to stop working. The setup is going to be sending the Palutena too far away most of the time. So it looks very dire, even for taking this stock.
Cookie's done such a good job of keeping center stage, right? NNS is trying to work outside in, and Cookie's just kind of letting him do that because, well, Palutena's got punish options, right? Just nairing covers so much space. And for Sheik, a light character, if you keep trying to go in, Cookie has, the ability to punish.
Yeah, Cookie has great punishes. He's shown it too. He's shown just an absolutely dominant playstyle. His ledge trapping has been great. His combo drain has been great. His neutrals have been great. Just everything from Cookie has been immaculate. And the explosive flame catches the drift from NNS. And not only is Cookie closing it out, he's closing it out in style. A double 3-stock means he will actually get DePaul's most dominant victory of the night.
Yeah, and I mean, what else is there to say? Cookie played fantastic. I mean, think back to that set. How long was NNS in the corner? How long was NNS off stage on ledge? He just was trapped, controlled the stage for the entire match. And NNS, even though he had so many hits, Cookie was at 160%. He still couldn't find a kill move.
Yeah, Sheik, honestly, once your opponent's above 150, Sheik actually starts having a harder time killing again. Because normally you can get things like soft and air bouncing fish, up air, stuff like that will let you find the kill. But once your opponent's at 160, 170, those things don't string together anymore. Your opponent gets sent too far away, and then all of a sudden it's even harder once again to get the kills as Sheik. And we see NNS pay the price, a double 2-stock. Cookie just able to survive for so long. But that being said, it didn't even matter. Cookie could have lost it hard and his team still would have won DePaul. An absolutely dominant performance. 26-4 is going to be the final scoreline. Congratulations to them continuing their undefeated streak. And coming up next, we have Mississippi State University going up against William and Mary. But before we get to that, I just want to say that if you guys enjoyed that match, enjoyed that broadcast, remember to follow the channel at official EGF. Click that follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And if you've enjoyed me being here, me casting, you can always show your support and go over to Twitter, follow me at toxic_gerbil.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a set. If you've enjoyed my casting as well, I am at Soyce and JSport on Twitter. Thank you to production crew. I mean, Devin has done a fantastic job. You know, those replays are courtesy of him. So credit him with the quality stream that you're seeing here.
Yeah, I believe his Twitter is House of 3000, so definitely check him out. He's a great guy, and we're going to bring you the next matchup between Mississippi State and William & Mary after another break as we get things all set up. So stay tuned. It's going to be another match. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We have both the players in the lobby, which means it is time to get underway. It is match 2 of the night. Mississippi State University going up against William and Mary. We have Yosei Fu coming in for Mississippi State, going up against Dizzy for William and Mary. And it looks like we're just getting straight into it. Palutena against Simon, and I know Yosei Fu is that Simon you are hyping up in match 1 today.
Yosei Fu had a great showing against Hawaii last week and looking to add on to his performance, but William and Mary, no slouches themselves, they had a very hot start to the season and are still one of the top teams in this league, but Mississippi State looking to prove that they are also a top-tier contender right off the bat.
Yeah, another Palutena. We just saw an incredibly clean Palutena match. This one's starting off not nearly as hot, but this could be a very solid combo for Dizzy. Great little conversion, but goes so deep trying to gimp the Belmont, and that is an incredibly important aspect of this matchup. The Belmont's weak, gimpable recovery.
Yeah, because Belmont really only, the up B only goes so far. You'll see a lot of Belmonts use their forward air, or I believe up air also snaps the ledge. But regardless, it is gimpable because it is a grapple, and Palutena has so many moves that can cover recoveries that are that grapple type. And so that is going to be, like you said, one of the most interesting parts of this matchup, especially when it comes to offstage play. But Yosei Fu's ability to ledge trap is on point.
Yeah, Yosei Fu, if you're playing Belmont, you have to be able to ledge trap. That's like literally 3/4 of the character, so it usually does come down to how good you are at that, and Yosei Fu definitely shows off the strength of this character. Great Nair up B conversion for Yosei Fu, finds the kill confirm, and now when you fall behind against a Belmont, it feels so bad. Those projectiles rack on so much percent if you cannot catch back up immediately. So it's a really big opening for Yosei Fu, but luckily for Dizzy, he is able to find the punish, able to find the back throw, and even up the percent, but the pressure continues from Yosei Fu here.
Yeah. And this stage 2, I think, makes it a little easier for Dizzy to deal with Belmont because of those platforms. He's able to weave around them. I know Yosei Fu can still cover the platforms fairly well, but now that the platforms are gone, Dizzy has to find a way around all 3 of these Belmont projectiles, and it can be so difficult from ledge, but once he's in, you can see the damage that Palutena can rack up.
Yeah, the Belmont's such a hard time getting out of disadvantage. They have great zoning, great poke, but once you get in on them, especially as a champion, as fast and as consistent as Palutena is, it can be absolutely brutal. So all you need is those 1 or 2 openings, and we see 126% racked up onto Yosei Fu is absolutely brutal.
Ooh, but nearly the down air. I think he wanted the up B out of it, but instead he tried to search for that up air because he wasn't very certain about it. Something that Yosei Fu has done a very good job of in this set that hasn't come to fruition yet is shield pressure, but look at the down smash coming out. Not a move you see very many Belmonts throw out.
What just an incredible set. Yosei Fu whiffs out on the down air to up B, but amazing series of reads after the landing, almost sets up a kill, and then the clean conversion after at the ledge gets it, but great pressure forcing Yosei Fu to drift back out of tether range means that the stocks will be even up for percent. Is not even an up out of shield, brings the lead to 60-7 in Yosei Fu's favor as he does not let up at all.
I mean, looking at the pressure and the control from center stage, this is what Belmonts do best, and Yosei Fu is doing such a good job of making every little hit matter. He's converting, nairs into something else. He's pressuring Dizzy off stage, and that is what Belmont does best. He is utilizing this character so well. Dizzy has to find a way in.
That's the classic. You can't just get up at ledge against a Belmont. You're gonna eat the Holy Flame into that F tilt or that F smash. It's exactly what happens. That's the day 1 tech, and That's the first time we saw it all game. Dizzy did such a good job of avoiding it the whole time, but eventually it does catch you out. You do get hit by it, and it's going to be Yosefu taking a one-stock lead, taking the first game of the match for Mississippi State and William and Mary. And I'm excited for game 2 because these two players look to be very evenly matched so far.
Yeah, Yosefu did a really good job of, it felt like, smothering Dizzy, and yet despite all that, it was still very close at the end. Dizzy kept it, within range. I just think right at the end, Yosefu's conversions were so pertinent, right? Yeah. Every single hit, led into something else, and honestly, that last stock, I think, got taken because Dizzy got a little eager. He wanted to get back to stage so that he could put himself in position, to try and get back into the game, because you'd seen a couple times that match, Dizzy would grab the ledge, he would just kind of let the fire hit him and knock him off, because that refreshes his ledge invincibility once he re-grabs it. And right there, you see him, for the first time, decide, okay, I'm going to try and get up through the holy fire. And that never works. That is like you said, the day one classic of Belmonts. Right now, Belmonts have to have their spacing down on that holy fire throw, and it will always cover like 90% of get up options.
Yeah. It's such an absolutely disgusting move. It's definitely Belmont's strongest point in the matchup, and now I love this pick, actually. I think Lilat really helps Palutena. The curves, the slants mean that holy fire is a lot harder to set up. You can't just stand there, because that curve means it'll go off stage if you play at the same spacing you always do. So it forces adaptation from Yosefu. It makes his options a lot weaker, and it should really help mitigate a lot of the Belmont strengths.
And on top of that, the slants will also mess with Belmont's recovery, because he uses that forward air to snap to ledge. He can angle it, and it will mess with Belmont's angles, but Dizzy with the unfortunate SD on stock 1.
Yeah, I think Dizzy was trying to air dodge to the ledge, but just a little bit too short means that he won't grab onto it, and he'll die instead. And okay, I was almost panicked. I thought Dizzy accidentally air dodged past ledge and SD'd again, but luckily he makes it back. Only down a little bit, 49% on this stock as he gets the kill. A great jump read for him. And now 49% is definitely not an insurmountable disadvantage. Dizzy making up for that SD really well so far and looking to take things back for himself.
Yeah, and I think this stage also kind of benefits Dizzy because he's able to get in quicker, right? This is a smaller stage, but Yosefu with such a strong forward smash from center stage is going to be able to take stock 2, and unfortunately Nintendo says no, I guess.
I guess we do not get to see how this ends. I'm going to try and message the team. We're going to try and message the team captains, see if the players were also disconnected. It looks like they weren't. It looks like the players are still playing it out just fine. So we were far enough into the game that we're not just going to remake it for production. We're going to have them update it, tell us how it went when it ends. It should just be a few more minutes. When we asked, it was the Palutena just losing her second stock. Dizzy one stock compared to about 30 or 40% on Yosefu's second. We have saw a little bit of replay footage from around before that disconnect happened. We saw an up B there, or an up smash there, take the first stock. And here, once again, the unfortunate SD getting pineappled a little bit. That air dodge past the ledge, just so unfortunate. And now we just have to sit and wait. I don't think we should throw it to a break. I think these players should be done soon enough, but this is such a weird matchup. And there it is. Yosefu taking it in a victory. We're going to wait for the update on the stock count. Remember, stocks do matter in this format, but regardless of that, just knowing that Yosefu won means he will get the set for himself, and he will take the 2 bonus points for winning the set, as well as the 2 points he gets for winning the game. Means he nets a total of 5 points for Mississippi, bringing their lead out the gate to 5-0 for Mississippi over William and Mary.
Yeah, and that's just the start you were looking for Mississippi. I mean, that is, Yosei Fu now a couple times has been their opener, and
Yes.
he has shown that he is so prevalent. I mean, you saw not many people in this league can play Belmont, especially at the tier that Yosei Fu has been playing at. You saw how clean some of his conversions were against a Palutena who is no slouch. I mean, William and Mary, we mentioned their start to the season, they looked really good. They've, a couple of teams have been in the, on the uprise and kind of caught up to them, it felt like, but this is still a very strong roster. And so for Yosei Fu to come out and get 5 points right off the bat, that's huge for Mississippi State.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. 5 points, a 1 stock and a 2 stock, not even a double 1 stock means that one of those victories was pretty dominant as well. It's always great to get those extra points, to get that lead for yourself, and it's going to be on Apparatus to extend the lead, as well as Outer Rim to defend William and Mary, try and earn some points back for himself. So we'll see if those two players are able to make it happen for those teams in just a few moments as we cut to a quick break to get everyone into the lobby. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just saw a pretty solid game one between these two lineups. We saw Yosei Fu take a 1 stock and then a 2 stock over Dizzy for William and Mary. So now we have Apparatus coming in for Mississippi State, trying to extend their lead, and William and Mary trying to stop him. Outer Rim trying to bring the advantage back in their favor, but it is going to be a hard fight for Outer Rim. He doesn't just need to win. He would need to win pretty big to get the lead back in William and Mary's favor. So we'll have to see if he's able to do it as we get these players loaded up into the lobby right now.
Now, if there were anyone to get the lead back for William and Mary, it would be Outer Rim. Outer Rim is one of the most consistent players on this roster. He is the Robin main, and against the Rob, he's played a couple of Robs, but this is a very matchup.
Yeah, we see so much Rob versus Robin in EGF. It has to be like our most common matchup, which is so weird because neither of these characters are incredibly popular, but oh my god, that almost killed off the top as we see an absolutely nasty combo out the gate for Outer Rim. Already 114% on this Rob as the pressure does not let up at the ledge at all.
Yeah, and this is the Outer Rim Classic, right? Comes out with the classic Robin combo, use that down B to cover so much space, and then use that aerial prowess that Robin brings to really, go for the kills and rack up the damage. But great job by Apparatus to survive through all that, and now he has the opportunity to really try and capitalize while some of those spells are gone, but the forward air gonna kill off the top at that percent.
Yeah, the spells come back so fast. We saw the first Levin Sword got dropped, and already Outer Rim almost threw his second, but he does find the kill with it, as there's a little bit of a combo to earn some percent back for Apparatus, but it's not enough. He's still down so much here. 36% already on a second stock with Outer Rim only barely entering into kill percent.
And look at how good Outer Rim has been at battling his way out of the corner. Apparatus had him on the ledge there for a little while, but Outer Rim was able to find a way to get back to center stage and regain control of it.
And on the flip side, look at how great Outer Rim's pressure has been. Rob is a character who's known for being almost un-edge guardable, right? There's so many mix-ups. There's so much fuel in those rocket jets. You can really go wherever you want. Most people just sort of concede off-stage priority to Rob. They let him get back, and they just opt to hold center stage. But Outer Rim has been successfully pressuring him, successfully finding openings, and it's paid off so well. Now lapping Apparatus, 3 stocks to 1 for Outer Rim, as he looks to take a dominant victory in Game 1 very soon.
And one of the things Outer Rim has done so well on both of these stocks is shield pressure. He's throwing out these side Bs, the neutral Bs, all of it is pressuring Rob's shield so much, and Rob doesn't have a whole lot of out-of-shield options to really counter it. He has a move that can reflect projectile, but it's so committal that Outer Rim can weave around it if he so chooses to use it.
Yeah, it'll reflect projectiles, but it's so laggy and punishable. You're stuck in it for so long that if you're not very, very confident it's going to connect for value, you can't throw it out. And that's going to be L-Fire into up smash. It's going to be a 3-stock victory for Outer Rim. And I was saying it would be hard. Outer Rim would have to have convincing wins to take the lead back for Wade and Mary. And there's a convincing win if I've seen one.
Yeah, I mean, Outer Rim just played fantastic, and you saw the way he was able to battle himself out of the corner. Does not matter if he's off stage, so long as he was able to, battle his way from the ledge, he was able to get in on Apparatus. And Apparatus did a good job of, throwing out options and making it difficult, but that's what skilled players do. They find ways to weave in and out of projectiles, find ways to get kills, and that is exactly what Outer Rim did.
Yeah, just really, really great play. We see so many Robins, surprisingly, in EGF, and I think Outer Rim has definitely been the most impressive one that we've seen so far. He always knows exactly what to do. He always has the great spacing, the great setups. His pressure is just relentless. And we are going to be going into Game 2 here. And honestly, it's so hard to suggest adaptations for Apparatus because it looks like he's just so behind in terms of general gameplay right now.
Yeah, and one of the things I wanted to mention too was look at Outer Rim's usage of his spells. He knows exactly, how much each attack is going to use of each of those spell books, and it's something you always have to pay attention to. Whenever Robin is on the field, and look at the conversions.
Yeah.
Every single hit is converted into another move, and it does so much damage. I mean, that was only 2, maybe 3 hits, and already 41, and that semi-charged neutral B did another 30.
Yeah, just an absolutely massive set of strings. This Robin is looking a lot better than the tier list might indicate to you, as the Levin Sword just puts in absolutely amazing work for Outer Rim here. 110 to 50, double his percent is racked up onto his opponent, and he's looking for a kill. He's throwing out those Levin Sword smash attacks, trying to make it happen, but he's gonna need to wait for the next sword to be in inventory.
Yeah, and for Apparatus right now, I think part of the issue is, great conversion there by Outer Rim. I was just about to say, part of the issue is kill setups. Rob has kill setups and can rack up some damage, but he really hasn't done a good job of setting up. Finally, catching the back air off the landing, but that's what Outer has done so well. The setups into KOs been on point for Outer.
Yeah, we see a kill there for the Rob, for Apparatus, but it was just the backer. It wasn't a setup. It was a raw read, a random hit, and you can't rely on this. You need to be able to get those forward air, down B combos, those consistent ways of finishing off your stocks off of safe, non-committal options.
Yeah, and it feels like Apparatus really wants to try and go in and get these hits onto Robin, because then he'll be able to, really rack up percent. But I feel like he's hunting for it too much. Ooh, great conversion there on the drag down up there.
Got a really good air dodge by Outer on the defensive to get out of that laser that probably would have dealt a lot of damage, possibly even killed, but a roll read out of absolutely nowhere for Outer. An amazing catch will close out the stock and put himself in the lead, but a little bit of a flimsy lead, only 107% on him means that he might be dying soon, but he's already able to get 64% of extra credit.
And that's the usage of the spells. He converted 3 forwarders of that 11 sword and then landed that semi-charged neutral B. And great use of the side B there. He knew that Outer was probably going to throw out another projectile, and so throwing out that neutral B side B right there was safe. But if Apparatus is going to, mitigate the damage, he has to find a way to take this stock.
He has to indeed, but 97% off stage with how good Outerim's ledge trapping and edge guarding has been means it's going to be a really uphill battle. And in this format where stocks matter, you need to make every stock count. But Apparatus will not be able to. That's going to be another 4 points going in favor of William and Mary. The lead for them will be secured, and it will now be 7-5 in favor of William and Mary. A very, very strong showing from Outerim, putting the team a little bit on his back and taking the lead.
And that was such a huge play there, too, by Outerim, because you saw how pertinent that Levin sword was. The forward air just covered so much space and did so much damage, and it felt like Apparatus escaped there for a moment because Outerim didn't have the Levin sword for the first part of that ledge trap, but then he had to go back to ledge because Outerim did such a good job of controlling center stage, and that is where Apparatus really struggled. Once Outerim had center stage, he could not find a way in.
Yeah, I said it. Rob is a character that typically people elect to just not bother trying to edgeguard, and it feels like Apparatus might be a little bit too used to that, because as soon as Outerim said, no, I'm gonna try to edgeguard you, obviously, he kind of felt like he crumbled. It looked like he didn't really know what to do about that pressure, that disjoint especially from Outerim's Levin sword just got the better of him so many times. And it was just great play. Up next, it sounds like players are already getting into the lobby. We have Connor Sanders going up against Luco, and I'm pretty sure we're just going to be jumping into it real quick. Connor Sanders, representing Mississippi State, trying to bring the lead back to his team, only down 2 points, going up against Luco from William & Mary, trying to secure a more sizable advantage for themselves.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Connor Sanders before, but I do know Luco. Luco has been a consistent Joker player. He he's usually the guy who starts off the day for William and Mary. So I think it's interesting to have him in the center of the lineup in a pivotal Game 3.
Yeah, it's like roster positioning is always very interesting because in theory, a player should be able to perform no matter where you put them on a roster. It shouldn't matter. But when you factor in psychology, when you factor in momentum, when you factor in trying to match up, like your good player against the other team's good player to mitigate damage, or your good player against the other team's bad player to get as many stocks as possible, a lot of options, a lot of decisions come into play, and we'll have to see how it pays out. Luco, I think, is definitely typically one of the starters, but he's moved in to be the brace in the middle, try and hold the team steady, keep them going solid, and we'll have to see if he can make it work.
Yeah, and we've talked about Joker a little bit too, right? Because Joker is one of those characters that's consistently been a top tier, has so much potency, in just about every aspect of the game. So it'll be interesting to see how Connor Sanders tries to match that, right? I'm not knowing, what type of character he plays. I mean, going against the Joker is just difficult in itself.
Yeah, Joker is, in my opinion, the best character in the game right now. A little bit worse online, I have to say. He's also very skill intensive, so at this lower non-professional level, he is also worse, but he's so fast, he has so many tools, he has range in the form of the gun, he has disjoints, he has Arsene. He's just such a powerful character that can really do everything, and it's really up to the player's skill and imagination to make it happen. But it's not a Joker player, it's a Roy going up against a Yoshi, and this matchup sucks for Yoshi.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think they did some scouting because typically you go Joker, but Roy is another very interesting character. This character feels like this character should not be very good because they're slow and their moves don't come out, super
so fast.
fast. I mean, sorry, not super fast, but it feels like this character, the hits shouldn't be very heavy, but they do.
Yeah,
they hit like a truck, and they're super fast.
No, Roy in this game is the epitome of rushdown. He's fast, his moves are fast, his speed is fast, he hits hard, but he's very vulnerable. When he's in disadvantage, he has bad tools to help himself recover, and when he's off stage, his recovery is very short range and limited. That being said, Yoshi is particularly weak to disjoints, more so than a lot of characters in this game. And even though Roy's moves are weaker the further out they are, he's got that pool noodle effect. As long as you have a disjointed move to interrupt Yoshi's movement, it doesn't matter, because Yoshi has very stubby legs and arms. He can't fight back. Even if tail isn't a disjoint, they will trade hits. So he has a really, really hard time getting around those sword swings from Roy. And so far, Connor Sanders is putting up a good showing, making it happen for himself. But as it goes on, as Loco gets more adjusted to it, I think he's going to start looking better and better here.
The other issue for Connor Sanders in this type of matchup is kill setups. Yoshi doesn't have a whole lot of easy ones to convert on. Now, it will be easier to kill Roy because his recovery is a little lackluster, but you see there, the first kill comes off of a whiff up smash from Luco. He's able to punish it with an up smash of his own.
The one advantage that Yoshi has in this matchup is Roy's primary method of finding kills is off of ledge trapping. He has jab, back air, down tilt, forward air, back air, just raw. All of these are great tools for reading your opponent's options off of ledge. The problem is, if Yoshi drop down double jumps from ledge, he can get by all of it very easily.
And I think the other issue that Luco's kind of running into is if, he's getting into that rushdown style, right? He wants to go in and land all these moves, but Connor Sanders has just been kind of shielding and naring to get himself out of these pressured situations.
Yeah, definitely not enough grabs and mix-ups coming out from Luco. He's playing too predictably, and it's punishing him in this matchup that should be favored. Whiff on that forward air is going to get punished very hard, and now it's going to be Connor Sanders with a very solid lead. Only 82% means he's going to be safe for a few more hits, and he's going to have plenty of time to rack up extra percent onto Luco's third stock.
Yeah, and Connor Sanders has done a very good job of finding ways in on Roy, right? He'll get the punish off of his shield, and then he's converting that next hit. That's so important in these games where finding one hit's good, finding another hit off of it, getting, extending that play as much as you can is so important.
Straight up, even without the stock count percent, though, still very, very bad for Luco. 93%, 110. He's now in kill frame, and that forward smash would have done it if it connected.
Oh, look at the damage. Ooh, he wanted the spicy setup there. Okay, yeah, he's going to be able to live that one.
But 151 means the next Nair, if it's a strong hit, will certainly do it. It has to be a very clean combo. But Roy is a character who can use Rage incredibly well.
Ooh, I thought it was about to come to fruition.
Yeah. Ooh, this max Rage Roy is absolutely terrifying, but the back air relieves the pressure, gets the stock, gets the win. And that's going to be one stock in Connor Sanders' pocket. The lead only 1 point in William and Mary's favor now as Connor Sanders looks to go to game 2 to try to bring it back in Mississippi's favor.
And in all honesty, I think that match really came down to Luco being a little too eager. I mean, side B is a good move, but it's so committal, right?
Yes.
Once you throw it out once, and once you do the whole set of swings on that side B, you're in lag for what feels like forever sometimes. And each of those side Bs does something different. But if he just holds up and maybe only does one of those first and sees if it lands, and that's where I felt too like Connor Sanders also was able to rack up so much percentage because he was able to just go in on Connor Sanders' shield and nothing really came of it except for him getting nared.
Yeah, we need to see more grabs, I think, for sure. You can't be playing a character with such a good ground game, with such good moves, and not be mixing up those tomahawk grabs in there. You need to keep your opponent guessing. You need to make them afraid to shield against you. And Roy is a character who can get a lot off of a grab. His down throw can lead into forward airs, can lead into up airs, can lead into back airs, right? He has so many options that he can convert off of. His grabs are a very real threat, and he needs to make better use of it.
Yeah, and part of that too, I think, is if he just plays a little bit more patient. Roy wants to, go in on characters, but if he lets Yoshi come to him, if he just shields and grabs Yoshi, he'll be able to get more of those grabs and rack up more of those percents, especially at low percents. We talked about how Roy has the pool noodle effect of stronger the move is, it's closer to the hilt of the sword than the edge of the sword. And getting those grabs at low percents is going to be so massive. But already, I mean, look at the lead that Connor Sanders has racked up.
Yeah, it's so good. Also, just a few early hits. And, look, he messes up his forward air time. Luco messes up his forward air timing. Lands, not even throwing out a hitbox. Not a tomahawk either. And he gets punished for it. And we just need to see Luco be cleaner. We need more of this. That's a very, very good combo. He almost killed because he caught him on the platform, right? This is the power of Roy. This is why Luco is playing the character, but he's not making it happen more consistently. He's going to lose again.
That side B, if Yoshi had any more percent, would have killed. That side B for Roy is actually stronger than Limit Cross Slash.
It's
insane. It really is insane.
Yeah. No, Roy has really, really great options. He has so much power. The problem is, if you get too antsy, you get too hasty, you can't make those options work for you. But here, no jump on this Yoshi. Ooh, great air dodge pass to get to the ledge, though. Really, really smart.
Pivotal first stock for both of them. Whoever takes this really takes command of this second game, and both of them need it in such a tight match.
Both of them absolutely do. And 181, this rage on the Roy is so, so terrifying. But at that percent, anything from this Yoshi will kill you. Basically, any aerial from Yoshi is a kill move at this percent. So you have to be so, so careful. And even if you do take the stock, you can't imagine this stock at 204 would last much longer after. But there is the up B. It's all base knockback, though, so it's not going to kill. The scaling on the move is terrible. Finally, the Nair takes it. And now, with the invincibility, Luco has to be so scared. But he keeps holding on to this stock, and we have to see what more he can get out of it.
And this is the issue for Connor Sanders is what do you do when Roy is just pressuring your shield non-stop? He doesn't have great out-of-shield options. He'll eventually get this back throw, but it took till 200% because Luco was in his face the entirety of the second half of that last stop.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Roy has so much pressure in this matchup with that great display that if the Yoshi tries to play the aerial game where he can't just stay on the ground and shield your moves, he's going to get punished for it very hard as long as your spacing is there. And we saw a good stock from Luca where the spacing was there, and it went amazing for him. But now he's playing a little bit more like he was before, a little bit more panicked, a little bit less calculated, and he gets punished for it incredibly hard. A forward air spikes him into the flat zone. Now only 73% on Connor Sanders means the lead is going to be very big soon.
That was such a huge dunk, and the counter coming out, that's the first down B we've seen from Luco, and I feel like I'd like to see more of that, especially at higher percents, because that will kill, but at this portion of the game, it's more important that you control center stage and get back in front of this Yoshi.
Yeah, the counter is such a risky option that we're probably not going to see that much more of it, but 110 on Luco, and when the matchup is this close, you need every stock. If Luco gets this next stock off of Connor Sanders, even if he doesn't win the game, it would be so important. He needs to make it happen for himself, keep the percent differentials as small as possible, but what a read. I can't believe that worked. That's going to be a 2-stock victory for Connor Sanders here, and a pretty stylish final kill as well.
Yeah, great stuff there from Connor Sanders. I mean, the down B read, he sees, you know, the Roy on the ground, says, you are going to be right here. And immediately down B's turnaround. And, I mean, credit where credit's due. Connor Sanders made that match. It looked a little difficult off the start, but I felt like as the match went on, he started to adapt a little bit more than Luco.
I think that's definitely true. I think he was definitely just sort of the better player on the day. He was in a disadvantaged matchup, but he found the openings he needed. He had really great strings. He was able to find the kills better, and he's able to come out with 5 more points for his team. He brings the total 10-7, and the favor is now back in Mississippi State University's advantage. We have another matchup coming up soon, and we're going to throw it to a quick little break as we get the players loaded in. Give us some time to reset as well, because that was a pretty exciting matchup. Hello and welcome back. We are getting into match 4 Between William and Mary and Mississippi State University, we have Mr. Man coming in to represent Mississippi State University, going up against Luco for William and Mary. And just a reminder, it is a 10.27 lead for Mississippi, an incredibly close matchup so far. And going into set 4, it's a very, very pivotal set for these two teams.
Yeah, both of these teams, this is the pivotal set, right? We keep saying pivotal, but Mississippi State, like if they win this set, it is going to be so tough for William and Mary to come back. That's going to be such a massive point lead that it would take, a completely crushing victory in set number 5 to really close out the set. For William and Mary, this is where they can take back the lead and really put the pressure on Mississippi State. So the pressure's on for both of these players.
It certainly is. As we get into it here, we have the ready confirmation. We are going straight into it, and we have Mr. Man on the Zero Suit Samus going up against Barrett on the Piranha Plant. Piranha Plant is a character considered to be pretty mid-tier, not amazing, but Barrett certainly makes it work. This guy puts an incredible showing on this character from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, Barrett is a very good Piranha Plant, and you'll see that he really likes to pressure shields. That is what Piranha Plant does best. He is the character's based around Venus Flytrap, right? Yeah. And so if you go in on this character, your shield better be at full strength, because Piranha Plant has so much agency on that shield. It is easy to break through that shield. Mr. Man, ZSS, plenty of mobility on this character and a lot of potential to kill. What's really going to be interesting is the setup into it, though, because ZSS has a lot of strings, a lot of hits that can combo together. Against a heavy character like Plant, it's not going to be easy.
Against a heavy character like Plant, it's going to be hard to find a kill, but getting those moves to combo into themselves is going to be very easy. This Piranha Plant is not going to be going that far. He's not going to be dropping out of your strings, but out the gate, we haven't seen any of those big strings come in for Mr. Man so far.
That up B almost getting the kill. That is going to be one of DSS's best kill moves and one of the best setup options for Mr. Man. So look for his use of that up B, especially in neutral.
Yeah, of course, ZSS's up B is very classic, one of her best moves, but that neutral B will catch out the flip kick. What great awareness from Barrett to find that option, to call out the movement from Mr. Man. It's an immediate response from Mr. Man to even things up, but out the gate, Barrett looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, and for both of them, it's very back and forth. It feels like one misstep from either of them leads to about 40% of the fight. And it's going to be kind of the awkward neutral for both of these characters. Barrett can keep CSS from getting in, but once CSS gets in, that damage can really start to rack up. On the other hand, catch ZSS at disadvantage, it's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, but speaking of disadvantage, Barrett has been in disadvantage for so long here. This stock started out 0-0, and now it is 95% on Barrett, with Mr. Man not getting hit a single time. It is an absolutely insane lead, and now Barrett at 113 is going to be getting pretty into kill percent here. It's going to be Mr. Man looking to find a kill with something like a flip kick or a back air pretty soon. Even just a raw up, he fishes really hard for it, but that is the danger. When your opponent's in kill percent, you need to be careful to not be too predictable trying to find that kill. You can't just spam kill options, because those are the easiest ones to avoid.
Yeah, and I feel like the struggle that Barrett's going to run into right now, a lot of Plant's neutral moves are predictable and linear. They're very committal, and so Mr. Man is able to weave around a lot quicker and get in and out of the game. But here is the struggle. Who is going to be able to land the kill move first?
Yeah, oh my god, we saw Barrett already just run it back, basically. The two players trading 0 to 100 strings on each other. Really, really crazy. Both of them in kill percent. The rage on the Piranha Plant will be just enough to actually make that spike ball, secure the kill, and now it's going to be Bear with the lead again, but not for long, as it's another immediate response from Mr. Man. The two of these players incredibly evenly matched so far. 27% is the lead for Barrett as he finds a little bit of another string, but the range not quite there to follow it up and keep it going.
And this is the struggle for Mr. Man, is once he's at those high percents, Piranha Plant has so many moves that do so much damage and so much knockback, and he covers so much space that weaving in can be such an issue, especially now that he's at 88. He's going to have to play very careful in this next, 2 minutes.
Yeah, 102% on. I didn't even notice the timer. This has been one of our longer games. Both these players have been very content to just play the spacing game, but now with 113% on Mr. Man, it's on him. He needs to go in. He needs to find openings and opportunities, or else he is just going to keep falling behind like this. And there it is. Gray ledge trap option. And up smash closes out the first game, and it's going to be a one-stock victory for Barrett, earning one more point for his team, bringing the difference down to 10-8.
That was such a clean conversion. Reading the get up option, parry into up smash, and we really hadn't seen Barrett throw out any up smashes all game. I believe that was either the first or second one, and that up smash is so good. It actually scoops, which is surprising because it looks like it shouldn't, but it's just got so much power behind it. So great stuff by Barrett to clean up game one.
Yeah, really, really great. It was looking very dire for him at the start of Stock 2, but he made an incredible run back. He was actually able to take Stock 2 before Mr. Man was, despite starting it by getting comboed 0-90. Really, really impressive stuff from Barrett to keep himself in the game, to stay calm and make the win happen. Going into game 2, I think the counter pick is probably going to be a tri-plat like Battlefield or Yoshi's Island. I think that ZSS really, really thrives on those stages. Those platform layouts just give her so much flexibility to get those up air into up B strings wherever she wants, make them last a really, really long time and get a lot of percent out of them.
Yeah, and Plant isn't necessarily afraid of those tri-plat stages because he has options to cover those platforms, but it's much more difficult for him to do so. It's much more committal for him to do so. And so for ZSS, that is absolutely, I think, where I would go, is definitely a stage like Battlefield. Or I actually would like to see a stage like Yoshi's Story too, to give ZSS that option to use the wall to try and recover.
Yeah, that being said, though, I think both those stages are going to be banned. I think if I'm Barrett, those are the two stages I end up banning. So that being said, I think the pick is probably going to end up being either Smashville or Town and City. I think both those stages have pretty favorable platform layouts. The solid platform on Smashville gives a consistent opening for ZSS to open up the stage to get that extra height. And on Town and City, sometimes it is flat, but sometimes there are those platform layouts with those very, very high platforms that the ZSS can use to reset her combo and keep it extended, keep it going for longer.
And on a different note to the match, I think Barrett did a very good job in that set of taking control of the pace of the game, right?
Yeah.
It felt like early on, Mr. Man had control of the pace, and it felt very upbeat. He was getting a lot of hits. He was able to find ways in. But the second that he slowed down the pace, the game, that's when the momentum started to shift in Barrett's favor.
I definitely agree. Looks like the players are taking just a second to go through things with each other, and now we are getting into it. We'll have to see if my prediction is right. We'll have to see where we end up going between these two characters. But either way, it is game 2 between Barrett and Mr. Man in this very, very close match. It looks like it's just going to be Pokemon Stadium 2. A nice neutral stage. Mr. Man probably just opting for a little bit of comfort, a stage he ends up playing on quite a lot. I would imagine.
Yeah, and I mean, I always call it neutral stadium too, because it feels like this is just, where both characters really neither are in disadvantage or advantage, right? It feels like this is where neutral really thrives between the two of them.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit of a misnomer that this stage is so neutral. It's the widest stage in terms of actual stage area of the legal stage list. It definitely favors characters with a lot of mobility. Like ZSS, you can abuse the length of the stage, so I definitely understand why Mr. Man opted to go for the stage. I just feel like there might have been a better option somewhere else. But so far, out the gate, it definitely looks like it's not paying off, but that might just be how the matchup has been playing out between the players and not between the characters.
On top of that, it feels like for Mr. Man, he's kind of falling into the trap of how Game 1 ended, where the pace of the game is always in Barrett's favor, and the up smash taking it right back to Game 1.
Yeah, that up smash feels like it came out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, talking about how powerful that up smash is, right? And the readability, Barrett is all over Mr. Man right now.
Yep, 55 to 55, but a full stock lead is going to get eviscerated as a nair to down B combo spikes Barrett straight into the void. And now it's only a 55% lead in Mr. Man's favor, making it feel a lot more doable than it was just 2 seconds ago, but a big shield lead here. It's going to be the poison for the punish as well, and that's going to be a kill, yeah.
That poison cloud does so much damage. I wasn't sure how Barrett was really going to punish it, but the obvious choice is going to be that side B, because look at how much percent. I mean, when that shield got broken,
it was
Mr. Man was only about, he was at 75. That side B does so much percent. Absolutely. And of course, Piranha Plant's smash attacks do so much knockback that was always going to be the stock.
It was always going to be the stock, and now 76% on Mr. Man, possibly a little shaken after that shield break, eating so much damage at the start of his last stock here. Meanwhile, only 69% on Barrett with another stock left in the tank means he is comfortable, and if he takes this, with this second stock remaining, it will be a very, very big point swing for his team. The up B not quite going to kill means that there's another chance for Barrett to find that extra point for himself. That one will do it, however. Now, stocks are even to percent, and there certainly is not.
Yeah, and that was a huge stock for Mr. Man, because it felt like he was having such a hard time getting in on Barrett, and the neutral B gonna close out the set.
And the spike ball catching Mr. Man slipping, catching him unaware. It's going to be another 3 points going in Barrett's favor. The score now 10 to 11. I almost couldn't ask for it to be closer between these two teams right now.
Yeah, and huge stuff. Huge credit to Barrett for clutching out that set. Really adapting well to Mr. Man's play style, and it felt like Mr. Man did a lot of things well, but when it came down to the end of the game, Barrett just had a few more reads and really played the neutral a lot cleaner.
Yeah, for sure. Barrett definitely just the more fundamental, better character in that game. Nothing really crazy happened. There were some wild things that game. The nair down B from Mr. Man, the random raw up smash in the middle of the stage for Barrett are both great examples, but overall, it really was just solid combo games, solid conversions, and fundamentals bringing Barrett to the victory.
And this set has been so back and forth, and now, I mean, with a 1 point differential, it really comes down to the very last set. The winner of this will win it all.
There's theoretically a timeline where this is a tie, right? It would have to be Maze with a double 1 stock and S-Rice with a single 3 stock would bring it to a tie, but I doubt that's happened. I'm pretty confident. Whoever wins this matchup is going to be the winner. It all comes down to this single best of 3 between Maze and S-Rice. And just to keep it a little interesting, we're going to bring it to you right after a break, so you can stew on that one for a little bit. Okay, that was a short little break. These players are, they're really feeling good about this schedule. They really wanted to get us back on track. We were running behind for a little bit, and here we are. This pivotal match 5 between Maze and S-Rice. The winner of this will be taking home the glory on this day for their team. And you were telling me S-Rice, you believe is a Rob player, and it looks like that holds true against Maze on the Mario. Now, Mario is a character we have not seen a lot of in this game, but was absolutely dominant in the previous one.
Yeah, Maze had a fantastic showing last week against Hawaii State as well, and both of these characters, I mean, both of these players are some of the most consistent of their roster. So if anyone is going to clutch out the set, it would be one of these two.
Yeah, and speaking of clutch factor, I think S-Rice might definitely be looking to play clutch. An absolutely insane down smash read, half charge getting sauced onto it, and it connects. It finds the mark, but the combo game, the fundamentals have been in Maze's favor. Percent lead, the ledge trapping is all going his way right now, as S-Rice cannot find a really solid opening.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of the state of the matchup, right? Neutral is going to be so important between these two because they both have so many tools and so much kill power. Maze right now is the one controlling center stage.
Yeah, he is. Maze has had control. We've seen some really great individual plays from S-Rice, but overall it has been Maze finding the strengths, keeping the pressure on, and really making this happen. But Mario lacking a little bit of kill power against his Rob. 160% max rage means that back air will actually kill, and S-Rice takes the first stock in a little bit of a reversal.
Yeah, but Maze right now knows he's got so much kill potential. The issue is he's got to find a setup into it. He's got to find a way to catch Rob's landing, and Rob has so much agency in the air.
Yeah, Rob in the air is incredibly powerful, but we haven't seen it pay off. We haven't seen those nairs, those forward airs from him. We've seen Maze consistently contesting S-Rice in the air, and it's been working out so well every time.
Two good parries right there from Maze to get out of disadvantage, but immediately finds himself shielding, and S-Rice all over top of it.
Yeah, great shield poke on the up air from S-Rice, catching Maze with that small shield. Now a really, really big combo here. It's going to build 96, 112 onto Maze, and now Mario, a pretty medium weight character, definitely not packing as much weight as the Rob is, means he is going to be in kill percent at 112, and if he loses this stock when S-Rice is still at 70%, it'll look pretty bad, but luckily he does find a solid combo to close the gap a little bit.
Both of these players doing such a good job of making every little hit count and being able to get, combo after combo after combo, but S-Rice has done a better job this match of finding those, kill moves, those stray hits that really matter to give him the edge.
Yeah, he's done a great job of finding those for himself. 138 on him too. Means that he might not actually be dying too soon unless it's something like a raw up smash. The back air, you see barely sending this Rob anywhere. Such a heavy character. And Mario definitely lacking that kill power he needs in a matchup like this. 162 on the Rob. This is the second time he's lived into the 160s. It's such a good attribute in this matchup against Mario to have that extra weight.
Yeah, one of the things is for Maze, one of Mario's best kill moves is up smash, but Rob has so much agency in the air that he doesn't really have to land on Mario. Yeah. And so Mario's best punish move is being mitigated.
Yeah, and we see finally, like 170, a back air is able to take the stock, but that's so little, so late, as 80% is already on Maze here. Only 10% on S-Rice means that he has to be feeling very comfortable. He would have to lose neutral multiple times, and that down B is going to put Maze in such bad disadvantage here. 124 means a big hit will close it out, will give S-Rice the lead here, and bring William and Mary to 12 points.
If Maze finds one good opening, though, this could easily turn around. S-Rice has to be just as careful. He's throwing out these back airs, trying to space out properly, but here we go, the combo from Maze!
It's gonna do it! Oh my god, the absolute clutch from Maze at the end. He started that up B string, and S-Rice is only at like 40 or 50%, but he carries him all the way to the blast zone. The Mario Classic here to 70% when the up air string starts. He dies at 90 off the top to that up B. Absolutely insane reversal for Maze. And now the score is tied 11-11. Whoever wins this set is guaranteed to be the victor of the match. And the pressure is absolutely on for both players.
You couldn't see it, but my jaw dropped. I was in shock because, like, I mean, that's the power of Mario, right? Yeah. All he needs is one up air string. And we talked a little bit about how PS2 is actually a very wide stage. It's actually very big, and it's hard to kill off the top sometimes. But Mario is one of those characters that can do so, and it was just one small opening. It was so back and forth, and one up air. That's all it took to turn this set on its head.
Yeah, it was looking so good for S-Rice. It was looking like S-Rice was going to take the game, get a bigger lead. He put himself on match point, but now it's Maze who's on match point against S-Rice off of that very, very simple reversal. And it has to be S-Rice bringing it back, playing from behind, clutching it out, and we'll have to see who's able to come out on top here.
And you gotta have that in the back of your head, right, if you're S-Rice now, because you felt like you had that game. It was, what, a 90% lead right at the end there? And all of a sudden, now you're down a whole game in the set? It's gotta be plaguing you in the back of your mind, but that's what these players have to do. They have to mentally reset, because the match was so close. It was so back and forth.
Yeah, and I'm, ooh, no. Down there, down there. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, we're on Kalos, and I'm pretty sure it's because it's a flat stage where Mario will have very limited platform opportunities. I think S-Rice is very directly thinking about how that last game ended when he opts for his stage pick with a great forward smash read, punishes the shield drop, and it's going to be a very nice early lead for Maze on this Mario if he can find extra credit for himself. And with Mario's combo potential, I think he will be able to.
Yeah, and ooh, good up smash there. Falling out of Mario's nair and converting into that up smash. But one of the things that Mario's going to love about this stage is that wall. He's going to be able to use that wall to recover if he so chooses. And S-Rice hasn't done a whole lot when it's come to edge guarding Mario in this set. Oh, what a
great air dodge read. Oh my god, Maze wants it so bad right now. He is absolutely focused up. He's leaning into his computer. There's about a centimeter between his monitor and his face right now because he's honed in. This combo's insane. 79% onto S-Rice, only 29 on Maze with a full stock advantage. It's so good. Where was this Maze in game one? It's an absolute explosive lead now.
And this is the power of, like, Mario the character.
Yes.
These characters just have so much agency and so much potential. And we talked about how in game one, S-Rice seemed to be finding those, you know, stray hits first for kill moves. Now Maze is scouting those out, and he's able to punish them.
Great gyro hit, but Maze caps his jump, goes to the top platform too. Very, very tricky recovery to cash out in 127 on Rice. He's in danger of dying soon, and an amazing back air sharks the recovery. Maze completes it with a 2-stock. He brings the final score to 15-11, and he clutches his out for Mississippi State University over William and Mary in an absolute nail-biter of a match between the two teams.
And what a showing from Maze, too, because we talked about how S-Rice felt like he was in control of the
Yeah.
set through game 1, and game 2 was a complete turnaround. The adaptation by Maze was there, and he just seemed to make every single hit count. I mean, you saw, a whole stock seemed to dissipate, and that forward smash read was the nastiest read we've seen today.
It was absolutely brutal. Look at it here. It's coming up on the replay right now. Ew! Oh man. He saw it coming so far in advance. It's absolutely insane. All 3 of these kills this game were off of some pretty crazy reads on options. Like, even this last kill was just a jump from ledge read. Like, Maze really turned it up. He was so ready. He absolutely deserved to clutch it out for his team, to earn them the win. And with that, it is the win going over to Mississippi State University over William and Mary. They do have that locked up, and that's the end of the match.
Yeah, congratulations to Mississippi State. That was a huge win for them. You know, two big wins off of teams that looked like they were really playing hot. Win last week over a tough Hawaii team, and now beating a William and Mary team that has been on top of the league for a long time. Mississippi State is on the uprise.
Yeah, for sure. And if you want to see them in the future, if you want to keep track of them, see how they're playing, make sure to follow the channel, official EGF on Twitch. EGF SSBU is our second channel as well if you want to check that out, catch other streams. And as always, I'm Toxic Gerbil, joined by Soysaurus. You can find me on Twitter at toxic_gerbil. It really helps to support me if you want to see me back on the stage bringing you commentary.
And my Twitter is also down below, SoySinJ Sport. And of course, out to Devin, our producer for today's sets. He's done a fantastic job. He's in charge of all those replays that you see. So give him some credit.
Yeah. And up next, we have Canisius College up against St. Peter's University. St. Peter's was an incredibly dominant team. They have only dropped a single match this far. They dropped it to Hawaii, who we saw play earlier today. So these are both really high caliber teams. You don't want to miss it. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a few moments. All right, hello and welcome everybody. We are bringing you match 3 of the night between Canisius College and St. Peter's University. St. Peter's has been a pretty dominant team, only dropping one match thus far. And today they're going to be going up against Canisius, who is another very, very solid lineup. Ricardo for St. Peter's has consistently been one of their top performing players, so we will have to see if he is able to start them off strong, because he will be the player they are sending in first, going up against KC from Canisius College. And with me, I have a recent graduate from Canisius College, so I'm sure you've got some great information to give me about this lineup.
Yeah, Casey is the captain of this Canisius roster. He is the go-to guy. He is a Pikachu player, mainly. I'm interested to see if he sticks with Pikachu here against Ricardo, because Ricardo is typically a Falcon player, which plays to Pikachu's favor, but we do know Ricardo also has some pocket picks like a Mario or Terry that he can switch to, but it seems like both of them are going to be sticking to their mains, and this stage, I think, along with the matchup, plays into Casey's favor. Casey is very consistent with Pikachu's combos, especially things like drag down Nair and drag down back air. We'll see if he's able to connect those throughout this match, especially on a volatile stage like FD.
Yeah, especially I think Pikachu has a very nice time against characters who don't have disjoints, right? Casey on this Pikachu doesn't have any disjoints. Pikachu has very short range, stubby little arms, right? So if a character doesn't have that sword that can keep Pikachu out, Pikachu has a very, very good time, and against a fast faller like Captain Falcon, it plays into that even better. The combos are so easy to find, so easy to land. The one regard where Pikachu is a little bit lacking is in kill power, but you said it. Casey is very, very practiced. He definitely knows how to do those setups, those back air strings that lead off stage, the up throw thunders, everything like that.
And I think one of the most important parts of this match that you'll have to watch is when either character is off stage. The edge guard capability for either of these characters is massive, but the down B coming through, Pikachu, a very light character, will die at those percents, and the up smash to answer right back.
Yeah, an immediate response from Casey on Pikachu, and now we see a nice little leap attempt there, but going to drop it, Ricardo able to get into shield just in time, and now a very big punish for missing for Ricardo, but a little bit of percent answered right back to Casey.
Yeah, and good stomp to down air there, and this is what I was talking about with offstage presence. It's so difficult. Casey was trying to weave around that down air, did not want to get spiked, and that's the trick with Pikachu's up B input, is you have to be able to input that second angle, and sometimes it can be tough on Wi-Fi.
It can be tough. Pikachu cannot input the same angle twice as well. It has to be 2 different angles, so it can make it a little awkward when you're directly under the stage like that, but a little bit of a weird flub for Ricardo as well. I think an accidental offstage air dodge is what did him in, but either way, 75%, and Casey with an absolute shad up B does not pay off. He gets punished and up B straight into the forward smash from the Captain Falcon, and that's going to be the first game going in a 1-stock in favor of Ricardo, in favor of St. Peter's University, trying to keep their record looking good.
So this is one of the traps that not just KC, but a couple of Pikachu mains fall into. And they try and up B back to stage, and it's so addictive because it's so hard to catch, because you don't know what angle they're going to come at. It's so quick, and it knocks you up, and you can lead it into a combo. But it's something Ricardo had not covered all game, and he uses it on the last stock. He reads it and says, "You're going to go right to center stage. I know exactly where you're going to be," and throws out the forward smash to clean up game 1.
Yeah, and even if it wasn't obvious before, he was just sitting there charging a forward smash, right? He always is going to let it rip when you press up. It's just such a weird option to go for it, but it works out for Ricardo. Like, look at this. He's just sitting there charging F smash for so long, and Casey goes into it, I think, already a little bit mentally committed to the option.
Yeah, and it was very back and forth. I wanted to flush out that point of being off stage a little bit more. One of the things for both of these characters is how they approach edge guarding, because if either of them go low, it can be very volatile both ways. You know, Pikachu has a lot of capability of keeping Falcon off stage and getting edge guards, things like Thunder, things like the neutral beat, the T-Jolt. All of those options are very good at keeping Falcon off stage, but Falcon has so many strong aerials that if he can snuff out Pikachu's options, Pikachu's a light character. He gets hit by a back air or a stomp, Pikachu's just dead for it.
Yeah, it's very risky for both sides of the coin, but of course we go to Lilat as the Pikachu counter pick. You can do absolutely disgusting things with quick attack cancels on this stage, as well as the ledges definitely messing with Captain Falcon's recovery if he's below the stage trying to up B back.
Yeah, and I also know for a fact that this is one of Casey's favorite stages. He loves to counter pick this stage. Even if he's not playing Pikachu, he loves this stage, so he is well versed on Lilat.
Yeah, East big Pikachu player, also a huge fan of Lilat. It's very common among the Pikachu players to go to the stage, but out the gate, it has not looked great, but there's the power of Pikachu. He has incredible setups. That Thunder Spike killing Ricardo at 30%. I was about to talk about how bad it was for Casey, how far behind he was, but now he's in the league with 109% on him. He's in kill percent, but he has a big chance for extra credit that he will not be able to convert on.
I was about to say right before Casey took that first stock that he hadn't covered the jump yet, and so you see right there to start the game, he goes for the Thunder Spike, and he loves to try and land not only the Thunder Spike, but just on stage, once he gets a grab, he loves to go for that Thunder conversion off of a grab. But Ricardo does a very good job of cleaning up stock one, and you see right there the Thunder conversion. Yeah,
really, really great string, almost a 0 to death for Casey here. There it is, gets the conversion, and now a full stock lead for Casey. You can see he is absolutely in a huge advantage over Ricardo in game 2 here.
Yeah, and this is where every stock really matters for both of these guys. It's only a 1-point differential, but down the line, this stock could be big.
It definitely could be. We saw it in the last match. Only 4 points separated the two teams at the end, so every stock can definitely end up mattering. And here, this fight is how it starts. It's what's incredibly important. And Casey not able to keep up the pressure like he did in the second stock.
Casey needs to be very careful here. Ricardo is really hunting for that up B back to stage again, and he almost got it with that up smash a few moments ago, but now Casey at center stage, this is so dangerous.
Yeah, but a great forward smash resets the situation. 95% on Ricardo, 100 on Casey. Starting to build rage with another stock to work with. It's a very scary position to be in for Ricardo, especially when you know you need to take this stock. You need to make every point matter. The pressure is really on for Ricardo here.
And the other thing here too, ooh, the dash attack gonna take it. The headbutt is something that Casey has not thrown out all set. And it was something I was also gonna bring up. He loves to just hold on to that move and wait. And then eventually he'll throw it out when he knows that it's going to either kill or come close to killing. And right there, he's going to use it to be able to take care of game 2. I was going to mention that it felt like Ricardo, after that first stock where he got spiked by Thunder, was kind of scared to jump. And he did a very good job of using just about every option that wasn't jump out of disadvantage.
Yeah, it really felt like it absolutely reset the momentum into Casey's favor. It felt like it just put a mental check on Ricardo where he was just so scared to do so many things, and it really, really limited him and let Casey kind of do whatever he wanted.
And you see that downer there was conversion too off of the back air initially, and I mean, this was just the struggle for Ricardo all set was how do you get around Pikachu? He's such a small character with so many different hitboxes that it was such a big... And the fact that Casey did not lose his second stock there is also massive.
Oh, big. It's so rare that you see somebody win game 1 and then lose game 2 in a 2 stock in this format. It happens so infrequently, but I guess it was the case here. Lilat, the counter pick, really paying off for Casey. He won big on that stage, but now it's going to be Ricardo's counter pick. And where do you think he will take the Pikachu in this matchup?
I am not certain, because I'm also not sold on Falcon being, the best option in this type of matchup. It has worked, but I mean, I think a character, if he switches to a character like Mario right now, I think that would be way more prevalent, and then the stage almost wouldn't matter because Mario also gets wall jumps in terms of recovery. The kill power is still there now, and Mario's a little bit heavier, so he might fall out of Pikachu's combos a little bit faster. But if he decides to stick with the Falcon, it feels like Falcon and Pikachu do a lot of similar combos in terms of knocking their opponent up and then getting multi-hits or comboing afterwards. So I feel like a triplat would be a little bit too dangerous either way. Maybe a Kalos, since Pikachu tends to kill off the top more times than Falcon.
I feel like Falcon's a character with very accurate hitboxes, right? Like knee, the sweet spot's not very big. A lot of things like back air doesn't cover a lot of space. So against a small character like Pikachu, you have a really hard time connecting those big meaty hits that you would normally be able to find very easily against somebody like a DK or a Bowser, right? So it really hurts that Pikachu is that small, but we see Ricardo stick with the character. He's just going to go to a different stage, and I guess he's thinking, he won game 1. It's completely doable. He's already done it once, and he just needs to do it again as we go to FD.
And FD was game 1, and it was very back and forth, but that was nearly... I think Casey is going to take that combo into consideration later in the set because he realized I could have probably gone for a Thunder or a down air spike, but now he's got Ricardo at disadvantage. This is big.
He's got Ricardo in very big disadvantage as well. This combo is going to keep going. An amazing conversion with an F smash is going to close out the stock for Casey, and now it's a fired back immediately. You can't DI in against Captain Falcon. You have to DI out when you're Pikachu and your recovery is that good. Just DI out, eat the percent, and then recover with your up B. You can't be DIing in, but Casey does. He eats the knee and it equalizes things, and now things are basically back to dead even between these two players.
And look how dangerous it is. He's without a jump. That up B was so scary, but well placed by Casey. And now Ricardo off stage has to find a way to fight his way out of the corner.
He does, but it's so brutal. The Falcon kick, such a fast option.
And it will also kill Pikachu at fairly low percents. It's got a surprising amount of knockback, and it covers so much space.
Yeah, it's just punishable is the problem. If you get through it, if you don't get hit, it's very punishable. Great Thunder Jolt to cover the recovery, and now 115 on both players, dead even. The next big hit will get a lead, and it goes to Casey. We have to see, can Ricardo immediately answer back, or will Casey build extra credit for himself? Because if he gets a percent lead, it will be absolutely monumental in how snowballing this matchup has been every stop. But if you said it almost didn't matter, the spike hitbox, not quite enough, but 50%, you can't be mad about that if you're Casey.
Yeah, that was a huge 50%, and now you can feel the momentum start to swing. Ricardo needs this stock, and he needs it now.
Yeah, but Casey stalling off stage so long, don't get caught by any of Ricardo's tricks. 77% on Ricardo, rage on Casey, on this Pikachu. Gets clipped by the up B after an unsafe recovery, but 91 in the F smash. That's not a safe side B. Pikachu F Smash reaches so far. It's a one-stock victory for KC, and that's going to bring the opening score up to 5-1 in Canisius College's favor.
That was such a huge conversion to get all that percent and then to clean it up with the force smash. It feels, when you're playing Falcon, that side B recovery feels kind of safe because it's like, okay, I'm throwing out a hitbox and I'm gaining space while doing it. Surely this is fine, right? But Casey's spacing with that forward smash, especially on ledge, is so good. And on a stage like FD, Falcon in disadvantage, especially against a character like Pikachu, it's just so difficult to battle your way out of the corner. Ricardo had done it a couple of times, but eventually he just kind of ran out of options.
Yeah, it's such great option coverage from Casey. If Ricardo goes low and doesn't side, you can recognize it. Just let the forward smash go and then get back and recover, or get back out of recovery, ledge trap winning yuppies, and be fine. It's such a smart move to go for, and Ricardo goes straight into it. So Casey brings his team to an early lead. Ricardo, one of the clutch players, the big names on the St. Peter's University lineup, falls down to KC, and you got to be feeling good about this if you're Canisius. So up next, we are going to bring you Game 2 between Canisius and St. Peter's, but first, we're going to take a short break as we make sure everyone is in the lobby and all the characters are selected. All right, hello everybody. We are back with Koofy going up against Flapjack. Flapjack, representing Canisius, going up against Koofy from St. Peter's. Now, Koofy is an absolutely godlike. No. Well, Koofy is an absolute godlike DDD player, but I don't know if we're gonna get to see him play right now. Going up against Flapjack on the Crom, and well, welcome back. I think we're about to cut to a quick break, everybody. I'm sorry to bring you the news. There's not a whole lot we can do when Nintendo Online decides to make that happen to us, but we will bring you the results of this match when it finishes in probably about 4 minutes. All right, hello, welcome back, everybody. Really sorry about the interruption. Not a whole lot that we on the broadcast team can do about it, but we do have the information that it was Flapjack, the Crom player, winning 2 stocks to 0 over Koofy on the DDD. That's about how I'd expect that to play out. The matchup definitely does not look good for DDD in my head, but that does mean it is 2 more points going the way of Canisius College, bringing the total score up to 7-1, and St. Peter's University might be shaking a little bit as we prep to go into Game 2 between Flapjack and Koofy.
And we kind of mentioned this too, that Koofy and Flapjack are 2 more heavy hitters on this roster, right? So for St. Peter's to fall in the first set and in Game 1 of the second set, it's got to be a little worrisome for them.
Yeah, Koofy last week beat a Falco, which might be DDD's like literal worst matchup. It's like doomsday bad. And Koofy was able to come out on top. So losing 2-0, not even just like a close loss, like he lost to Flapjack, could spell some very serious trouble for this St. Peter's University lineup going forward. If it's another 2 stock victory for Flapjack and the point total goes to 11-1 it's dire straits for St. Peter's.
Yeah, and Flapjack for Canisius, I mean, credit where credit's due. Two-stocking Kofi is no small feat. But I want to talk about Flapjack a little bit because he is one of the rising stars of this team. He joined the league last year, and ever since he came in, he has been, you know, one of the hottest performers, hottest performers of this league, and he has been, he's adapted his playstyle also too. One of the things you'll note if you watch some of his past sets, that this season, he didn't do this last season, but this season, he'll do a lot more B reverses with things like his neutral B and his side B and bounce them in the air. And so if we get to see this next match between the two of them, look for that in the second set.
Yeah, very, very good to look out for, especially in a matchup like this, where you need to keep your movement fresh, you need to keep things mixed up. It's very important. We go on to Pokemon Stadium 2, which is a map that I think definitely favors the Chrom in this matchup, even though it was the DBE's counter pick. It gives the DBE space to run away and throw Gordos, but with how big it is, I feel like it's just going to dictate the pace in Chrom's favor. It can always be the Chrom choosing when to make engagements happen. And speaking of choosing engagements, it's 120 to 0% as Flapjack comes out the gate absolutely stomping Kofi on the ledge.
Yeah, Flapjack's control of the stage right now is second to none, especially against Kofi. But that up B gonna be able to get Kofi back into the game. And I was gonna talk about how Gordos can be super pertinent in this matchup because Flapjack will have to weave around them, but Flapjack has so many moves that can kill, and the dash attack from DDD deceptively strong, especially close to the ledge, and Kofi just like that evens up the game.
Oh my god. That started out with Flapjack getting 140 unanswered percent on Kofi, and all it took was like 4 hits from Kofi to even things back up immediately. That dash attack is such a powerful option, and Kofi is one of the best players I've ever seen at really exploiting it.
Well, ooh, that down B, a little suspect. I think he might have thought Kofi was going to go back to stage again rather than grab ledge. But one of the things you'll also want to look for, and you've already seen it a couple times, especially at early percents, is Flapjack's up B out of shield. You can count, you know, on both hands the number of times that he will do this option. But that forward tilt, but the forward tilt is also one of Chrom's best ways to clean up stocks. You already see him putting it to use.
Yeah, really great. And while we were talking, we saw Flapjack take a stock, already 41% onto Kofi's second stock. Really ambitious forward smash lead, but not getting punished because of Kofi's low mobility. He was still stuck in disadvantage, and now trying to get off ledge against the Chrom is hard. And when you're trying to do it as a DDD, it is even harder. Oh no! My god! Flapjack ended it. Why is Kofi down there?
So here's what I was gonna say. As soon as you were done making your point, I could tell Flapjack was hunting for a spike. He wanted it so badly, and right here the weave. Yeah. And I knew the second he was down there, I was like, Flapjack's not gonna grab the ledge. He's never gonna grab the ledge there. Why would you ever grab the ledge when you can just secure the set right then and there? And I mean, what else can we say? A dominating 2-stock from Flapjack.
Yeah, that was really, really clean by Flapjack. Oh my god. Great awareness to see Kofi going low and know that, like, this Gordo, if he tried to go to stage, the Gordo already caught him once. He wasn't making back to stage. He just had to spam up and hope it connected, and it did. And that's going to be 11 to 1 in Canisius' favor.
I see now why Kofi went down there. If he hits the Gordo... So, what happened was, he throws the Gordo to try and knock Chrom back off stage. The forward air that he went for, that he dipped down low for, would have secured the stock. But the issue is Chrom's up B has armor, and so I don't think it ever came into play there because I think Flapjack was able to weave around the Gordo. even if he didn't, I think the armor would have helped him get through it, and he's already down there. So he just, instead of trying to go for ledge, just comes straight back down and secures the side.
For sure, but the scoreline now at 11-1 means critically more than an 8-point lead for Canisius College. It's a 10-point lead, which means St. Peter University has a high hill to climb. And coming up next is Azumi, who, if I remember correctly, might be the weakest link on this St. Peter's lineup. Not quite, but still definitely not their hardest hitter, going up against MKL Rising, which means the pressure is really on to perform for these St. Peter's University's players. Their two big hitters have come in and they have both fallen. The rest of the team needs to step up, and we're going to come back after a short break once we get these players into the lobby and see if they will be able to make it happen. Okay, hello and welcome back, everybody. We are bringing you the very critical Game 3 between the Canisius College lineup and St. Peter's University. We have Azumi going up against Weebson, and now with an 11-1 point differential. If Canisius College's Weebson wins this game, he wins this match. He will almost certainly be locking St. Peter's University out of the match and almost guaranteeing their defeat. So the pressure is very much on St. Peter's University to make it happen for themselves here. It's on Azumi to find the lead, and out the gate, he is getting it for himself so far.
Yeah, and Fox, a very consistent character. You know exactly what you're getting when you get a Fox on screen. You're gonna get some nairs, dash attacks, and his kill move is that up smash move, or really any of his smash attacks. But that's going to be the struggle for Weebson, as finding a way in on Fox when he's so mobile, so fast, and throws out so many moves. Dark Pit tends to struggle with characters that can do this much damage.
Yeah, Dark Pit definitely not one of the strongest characters in the game. Fox, of course, also much weaker than his previous iteration, but still a very, very strong contestant. You see players like Light use him with great efficiency, and that up smash is the keystone of the character. It's so strong, it's so fast, and it's so easy to connect when you really need it to. You really go for the reaction chases, the reaction punishes, and it's just a good move to make happen for that.
And one of the struggles for Weebson here is that it seems to me that once he's trying to win neutral, he goes for something a little extra committal, something like a forward smash like that you just saw, or those side Bs. And if they land, it's good. but the issue is they're so hard to land. It's such a committal move that characters like Fox are just going to eat that up with a shield.
Yeah, for sure. And we see it already, a really big lead for Zumi. He dies. He's already built 76% onto the second stock of Leapson, which means he has so much room to work with. 114 will certainly be kill percent, and Azumi still sitting at 0 means he is going to be looking for the kill.
Yeah, and another struggle here for Weepson is trying to find a way down. Fox juggle you for days with that up air, and so Weepson, you know, he has all the jumps in the world, but finding a way down outside of an air dodge or a down air is not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, Pit very infamously not great at getting out of disadvantage. His down air is a pretty okay move, but other than that, he is a slow faller. He's light. It's really difficult for him to get past somebody like a Fox, who is so mobile and has so much priority on that up air to shark out those falling hitboxes.
Ooh, that was dangerous. I think Azumi was trying to throw out an up smash there, and Weepson just barely got the down air off. Weepson is doing a pretty good job of converting those down tilts into another move. The issue is that he's throwing them out a lot. It's starting to get a little predictable.
Yeah, right now we see one of the main weaknesses of Fox is he has incredible kill power in a very small number of moves. He has up air, back air, and up smash, and that's about it, right? So if you can't find one of those 3 moves, you have a very hard time killing your opponent, which is why we saw Azumi living the 170.
Ooh, the parry. Oh, couldn't turn around and get the punish on Azumi, and now, ooh, the jab reset.
The jab,
takes the forward
jabs. Probably not what Azumi wanted, but it's a little bit of damage as a punish nonetheless.
41% extra credits, he'll absolutely take it. And now, trapping Pit up in the air, how can Weepson find a way down?
He cannot, is the answer. It's going to be a 2-stock victory for Azumi over Weepson, and now that's very nice. He brings the lead down to 11-3. It's only 8 points. He's closing the gap, and he definitely looked a lot better, a lot more composed than Weepson in that game 1, which means game 2 could very well go his favor as well. And even if it's just a 1-stop, the lead would dwindle down to 11-6. Only 5 points with 2 sets left to play is very reasonable.
Yeah, and we talked about in previous sets the momentum, right?
Yes.
And it feels like the momentum from this set is starting to swing St. Peter's way. We talked about, you know, how Canisius got off to such a fast and good start, but this is exactly what St. Peter's needs to get back into this match.
It is, yeah. You need your middle player to get the win so no one else gets demoralized. You need it to keep your team's mental in the game, keep everyone focused, keep everyone sharp, and Azumi is coming in perfectly to do just that. But that being said, if Weepson cleans up his neutral a little bit, finds more of those disjointed approach tools like the Nair, like the Fair, and can find big combos out of it, it could swing back his way.
Yeah, Fox is a very comboable character for Pit and Dark Pit, but the issue is Weepson couldn't really find an opening. You know, he got caught in shield and neutral a lot of times, and Azumi was able to punish him for it.
Yeah, I said it in the match that Fox is a very strong character, but he's incredibly predictable. Like, Fox follows a flowchart to a T. Everything he does, you know what he wants to do. The problem is, he's so good at doing it, it doesn't matter that you know, right? But you have to take that information and capitalize that, right? If you don't recognize what Fox wants to do, it's impossible. It's an unwinnable matchup. The problem is, even once you know that, it's still hard, but we haven't really seen Weepson fully get that first step under control.
On top of that, think about how Dark Pit really kills, right?
Yeah.
How many kill moves does Dark Pit have against such a mobile character, right? Fox has so much escapability that a lot of Dark Pit's moves, I mean, a lot of kill moves in general, they're so committal, right? Things like the side B, or you saw Weepson get a kill on, but you have to be able to land that in the first place. And if it misses, you're dead for it because it's so punishable.
That being said, I will say Fox is the 5th lightest character in the game, so Hit can make up for his lack in kill power by the fact that he is playing against a Fox, a character that is so easy to kill if you are able to land that hit. The problem is landing that hit past all of Fox's speed.
I do like the stage pick, though. I think this, I mean, this tends to be a good stage for Fox, but I think the angled edges of this stage and the lower platforms really do benefit Hit and make it easier for Weebson to find some of these stray hits.
I do think it might make it a little bit harder for Weebson to land, though, because of how low to the ground these platforms are. It makes it very easy for Fox to cover them with something like a back air or an up air with just a short hop from the ground.
And up smash, I believe, on these outer platforms will actually cover it, but the up air gonna take the first stock.
Yeah, great call out on the drift from Azumi means he will get the up air, get the first stock, and now only 61% on it. He has so much time to build a lead, to get extra credit percent on to Weebson, and it starts like this, already 24% racked up as Azumi looks to get some lasers.
Yeah, and lasers are going to be key because Fox on this type of stage, it seems like a small stage, but Fox is so fast that he can run away for forever. And so if he wanted to, he could camp out Weebson right now and rack up just a bunch of percent with lasers, but that jab also going to be very good at racking up some percent. 13 right there. And Weebson, you see, again, he's throwing out these side Bs that's so committal, and it's just out of reach every time he throws it out.
I don't think we've seen a single one connect. It's such a weird option. It's typically a move saved for hard reads, great in there to cover the ledge. There's really only one option for the Fox there, so it's great awareness to realize that and go for it. You see a side B connect there, but how many had to miss for that one to connect, you know?
Yeah, and it's part of the learning process for Weebson. Weebson is an underclassman at Canisius, new to the league, so this is a big moment for him.
Yeah, even if he was able to keep the stock count low and clutch things out for himself, it would be great. But he was able to take the stock off of Azumi. Now he's finding a little bit of percent for himself. He's stuck in disadvantage, but he's evening things up. A good F smash deals 20% as well, and it's not looking that bad for Weebson. He's really looking to make it work right now.
It was a good effort there to get out of the corner at first, but now finding that back air, Azumi's back in advantage. And how does Weebson get back out of this corner?
With that forward air, I guess, poking into the shield, Azumi dropping it a little bit early, and now percent almost dead even between these two players.
It feels like both of these players are kind of hunting for a kill move both ways. Oh, right there, he almost saw a great tech from Azumi to avoid that F smash.
Really great tech, and now it's actually Weebson taking the lead once again for himself. The first time in the entire set, I think, where he's been in the lead over Azumi. And Azumi going for a crazy offstage option, probably misinputting some drift there, but he finds a very quick up smash kill. And now at 150, he's in danger, but he has this rage. He can make a big combo happen onto Weebson, build up some great extra percent, while Azumi can't combo into any kills. Azumi gets sent too far.
Yeah, and I think Weebson wanted to go off an edge guard there, but Fox too fast to get back to the ledge. Weebson doing a nice job of landing some of these arrows and making it difficult, but great job by Azumi to get back.
Yeah, the Lilac change is making it so it's a lot harder to get Pineapple under the stage. The straight up uppy lets Azumi make it back, but you can't survive that forward throw at 200%. That being said, 52% is the lead. It's not insurmountable, but if you keep getting comboed by Azumi here, it's going to look worse and worse. Now, 82, you're probably in up smash percent if you are the Pit, if you are Weebson here. So you have to be incredibly careful.
And I think Azumi is starting to scout out some of these rolls in neutral. Watch out for an up smash read, especially at a percent like this.
Absolutely. It's so important to mix things up, and we're not quite seeing enough of that from Weebsen. The ledge pressure being reset. Azumi is absolutely just sharking in up air or an up smash. He wants it so bad. We see him running back and forth, trying to find a chase down option, but not able to find it yet. 140%. That's Rage on hit. Oh, that has to be the death. He didn't clip the ledge, but it was a down smash instead of an up smash, so we see Weebsen surviving a little longer, but only 40% on Azumi means there it is. Yeah, the kill had to be coming soon. And that's going to be 3 more points going in favor of St. Peter's. The score not back in Peter's favor. It couldn't have gone back in Peter's favor by any means, but 11-6 means there's only a 5-point difference between the two teams. And over the course of 2 sets, if you win both, you can definitely make up a 5-point difference.
Yeah, and good stuff to Azumi, you know, capitalizing on a lot of the overcommitments made by Weebsen, and just right at the end there, it felt like, especially in that second stock, that both of them were kind of hunting for a kill move, and that, you know, Weebsen just got a little overextended, and Azumi was able to punish him for it. And then what Azumi did really well, that really gave him the edge in this, was, you know, playing at high percents, dancing around the invincibility, and then racking up that extra credit. The extra 40 to 50% doesn't seem like much because it's not insurmountable, but that was the huge difference, because now all of a sudden, you know, 1 or 2 hits go one way or the other, and it's either even or the lead gets extended by so much.
It definitely adds up very, very quickly. Really great stuff from Azumi, bringing St. Peter's University off the brink. They're now back into it. They're not in the lead. They're still behind by 5 points, which is a pretty good margin, but it's completely doable. And we're going to go to a quick break here while we get... Oh, never mind. It actually sounds like they're in the arena already. Both these teams are going so fast, so I think... Oh, that was a... Never mind, that was a leave. So we are, in fact, going to cut to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes to bring you the next matchup, and this is proving to be a little bit closer of a set than it might have seemed after the first 2 matches, so make sure to stay tuned and see how it goes. Hello and welcome back. A quick little break. These players are being very nice and cooperative. They're going really quick, getting in and out of the lobby. So up next, we have 5 point for St. Peter's University going up against a Fly from Canisius. And I have some insider information that a Fly is a Game & Watch player, and we see quite a lot of those in EGF.
Yeah, Game & Watch becoming a little bit more popular with the rise of Meister in the competitive scene. And for A-Fly, this is a big moment for him because he is also new to this lineup. Canisius had 3 seniors graduate from their roster last year. A very talented Pac-Man, a very talented Shulk player, And so for them to graduate and leave, it's players like A-Fly and Weaveson who have to step up in this lineup. And so A-Fly has done a very good job so far. He has a lot of bread and butter combos for Game & Watch Down. Things like the drag down nair into down tilt, I've seen him use a lot. So look for that in this matchup. But he is one of the guys who Canisius has to depend on for points here.
He definitely is. 5-point lead is not locking anything in by any means. In fact, it could be this match that could swing the point total back into St. Peter's University's favor. So we'll have to see if 5-point is able to make it happen. We have a fly on this game watch going up against 5 points on the Sonic. And Sonic is another character we've been seeing a lot of recently.
Yeah, and there's always the joke about Sonic Online, but I mean, this character does thrive in these types of matchups where he can go in, rack up damage, and Sonic has some surprisingly good kill moves.
No, Sonic definitely doesn't lack kill power, and against a Game & Watch who can't really punish the Sonic for kind of camping out, going to the side, spin dashing, and playing a hit and run playstyle, it can be very effective in the matchup. But that being said, we don't see 5-point opting for that. He's not approaching with spin dash that often. He's normally just running up here. So we saw a really great up smash with that armor saving him and calling out 5-point's group and getting a very nice early stock.
5 points is hungry for this kill, and it's really killing him because it's allowed A-Fly to rack up this 70% lead. You see, I mean, count the number of up smashes 5 points throughout this stock. It is, it's a little much. Well, unless it works.
I mean, that up smash will do it, but still, it is a lot too many because 81% being the deficit is not at all where you want to be. It looks like 5-point has collected his temper a little bit. He's playing a little bit slower, being a little bit more calm in this matchup where you definitely need to play like that. I want to see more down Bs, more side Bs, get those spin dashes incorporated into the play style, really make it happen. But 143 means this stock has to be on its way out very soon. There it is, and now it's a full stock deficit for 5 points against that fly.
That was really smart by A-Fly. He's taking full advantage of Sonic off stage. Sonic's disadvantage, especially off stage, not all that great. You know, his recovery is very linear, and he can move out of it, but it doesn't have a whole lot of movement options out of it. And so he just throws out the neutral B to cover up all that space, and then knowing that Sonic can't grab the ledge anymore, throws out that down smash that is so powerful and so pertinent. It's giving him, you know, this full stock lead almost. Oh my, what an up smash.
Absolutely great from the fly. You said he's a rookie player, but he is definitely showing his value right now. He pulls out 2 stocks for this Canisius College lineup, and now with those 2 points going in favor of Canisius, unless St. Peter University's 5-point gets the victory, unless he's able to earn any more points for his team, a fly will lock in Canisius with a win in game 2.
Yeah, a huge turning point in the set. You know, any points are important at this portion of the set, and for a fly, I mean, great job, you know, adapting as the set went on. I use this term a lot, but it felt like 5 points was hunted, you know? Yeah. It felt like he was, you know, trying to overextend and really get the kill early. I mean, I already mentioned how many up smashes did he throw out on that second stock to try and even up the match, and A-Fly was just there to punish it.
Yeah, I agree. He was there to punish it, and he's playing Sonic. Sonic is a very defensive character. It's kind of counterintuitive because, oh, he's so fast, he can go in and rush down the opponent. But what really happens is you have so many ambiguous options and mix-ups that you can play a very defensive hit-and-run play style where you run to one end of the stage, your opponent can't catch you, you charge up that spin dash, and you spin dash across the stage, get a few stray hits on your opponent, and then they can't stop you because you're too fast. and then you rinse and repeat over and over again. But we never saw 5 points doing that. We always saw 5 points going in with his regular movement, getting things shielded and getting punished for it instead, which is not what you want to do in the matchup. So I want to see a bit more of a clean, slow, and standard Sonic playstyle from 5 points in game 2.
And I understand 5 Points' view of like, okay, I'm dealing with a Game & Watch here. If I can get in, I can do some damage, and Game & Watch is one of the lightest characters in the game. I can kill him pretty early. The issue is, against Game & Watch, Sonic doesn't have the easiest kill setups, and going in is extra dangerous when you consider that Game & Watch has that down smash that grounds you, and Sonic's a light character himself. Both of these guys could die pretty early.
Yeah, for sure. Both these characters are incredibly light, and that up B out of shield means you need to be punishing Game & Watch perfectly. You need to be spacing your options immaculately, or else you will fall prey to that incredibly powerful defensive option. And we see a character switch from 5 Point, opting for a Lucas instead of a Sonic. Very interesting.
So I still think Game & Watch wins this matchup, but I think playing Lucas forces 5 Points to play that more conservative play style that we were talking about, that he needs to play against a Game & Watch. And I was going to say, he wants probably a lot more space to work with, and Kalos will give him just that.
Yeah. I do think that this is a matchup where the bucket comes into play very heavily. Lucas loves using that PK Fire as a spacing tool to cover so much horizontal distance like you're seeing right now. And the bucket is very, very limiting. Oh, okay. That's a 0-60 combo right there. Take notes, kids.
Yeah, one bucket catching that neutral B. That neutral B, very powerful, and has the freeze ability on it, but oh my god, that was
bucket, and it is potent in the matchup, that's for sure. That being said, 5 Points is still up in the matchup. He is still out to an early lead because of the great neutral that he has been playing. A really great lead, gets the back throw for the kill, and now only 90% means that this Lucas is not going to be dying for a little bit. 113 now is much scarier, but he has so much time to build extra credit right now, and he's doing exactly that.
And this just goes to show how important stage control is, because the second that A-Fly lost stage control, he lost his stock. He overextended and couldn't get back to center stage. And on top of this, 5 Points is doing a very good job of mitigating how he died last time. Ooh, okay, he had his air dodge. That could have been dangerous, but it does not matter. That up smash has so much range on it, and it is so powerful. It's going to give 5 Points the, well, one stock lead now.
And 5 Points is looking so much more comfortable on this Lucas. I think 5 Points is definitely a Lucas player who is just trying out Sonic, saw it didn't work, and went back to the real name, because this Lucas looks clean. It looks practiced. His movement is great. All of his spacing has been very, very solid. He has his combos down, and it's completely night and day from game 1.
Yeah, and also, I want to point out that we saw last set, I was able to take 2 of his stocks via up smash. That has been almost mitigated completely this set, because Lucas has so much more agency through the air that it's so much harder to land those up smashes, but the forward smash will take the second stock, and now we're in a last stock situation, but 88% is not going to be easy to overcome.
Lucas has so much kill power as well. 100% versus the Lucas as Game & Watch. Anything will kill him. That up smash is so big.
That up smash has to be one of the most powerful in the game, right? Like, it just covers so much space and does so much knockback that it has to be, right?
Look at how high up this is in this replay. Like, oh my, what is that?
He even fades, too.
Yeah.
Fly is trying to fade away from that, and he couldn't get away from it.
It's so powerful, but it is only 1 point going back in 5 Points' favor. And now we're going to be going to a Fly's counter pick. And with that game being so close between the two players, on the counter pick for a Fly, I could definitely see it going his way.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what stage selection we get, because it felt like these were two winnable matchups for A-Fly, and he was able to win game 1, but game 2, 5 points just completely turned it around. And I think part of that was, I think A-Fly, in the very first stock at least, got overextended way too hard. He really wanted to try and close out the set, and he bit the dirt for it.
Honestly, it kind of felt like he wasn't respecting the Lucas. I think he was a little too hyped after beating that Sonic so convincingly that he wasn't really respecting his opponent too much, because toward the end of that second game, he was looking a lot cleaner. It looked like he kind of composed himself and reminded himself to play smart. So we'll have to see if he can keep that mentality going into game 3 here.
Yeah, and this is a big set, remember, because if St. Peter's wins this, they're right back in it. But if Canisius wins, it might just be a little too much for...
If Canisius wins, they guarantee victory.
It is a guaranteed victory. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
It's guaranteed a tie, at least, but
it
almost
is,
guaranteed. Yeah.
It is do or die for 5 points in St. Peter's right now.
It is indeed. And it has to all come down to this. As out the gate, it is a very... Oh my god, are you dead? Not quite, but it is a very, very good early lead. 4 or 5 points on this Lucas right at the start. And that is not what Canisius is hoping for.
Oh, A-Fly getting pineapple. That's unfortunate way to go. Because right off the bat, you saw both of them very aggressive on the edge guards. They were able to catch each other out a couple of times, and this is a big early stock lead. Only 60% on this first stock means A-Fly has so much work to do.
There's so much room to build a lead here.
Oh no! Oh, that's tragic.
In the most important match of the series so far. That's so tragic. And we're going to have to throw it to a quick break. Keep everyone in anticipation while we await the match results. Don't worry, folks. We are as worried as you are about what happens here. So stay tuned. All right. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. The match is over. I should say the game is over. The match is not over. We do have another set to bring you 5 points. Took the game over a fly, keeping his team in it. We haven't gotten the stock count for the match quite yet, but because 5 points won the set, he took the 2 points for himself and denied them from going over to Canisius College's lineup, meaning that the current score is at worst 13-10, and that is what it is. It was a one stock victory on getting word. 13-10 is now the score, meaning it all comes down to the matchup between MKL Rising for Canisius College going up against Ramen for St. Peter's University. Both of these are relatively hard-hitting players. They are high-quality players, and with only 3 points meaning the difference between the two teams, it will almost certainly come down to whoever wins the set. Points will not matter. It's just the set winner will walk away the victor.
Yeah, and Canisius is no stranger to these types of close matchups. I mean, I believe it was in week 3 or 4. They actually ended up tying with Quinnipiac, another team in this league that's had some success, and they actually went to overtime against them. So Canisius, no stranger to these close sets, and MKL Rising being their last player, it's a lot of pressure for him. He has been on this roster for a while, and it is now that he is getting his chance to shine. He is their Nest player, who he has had his moments, especially last season against teams like Marist and I believe Fairfield, where he had pop-off games, 3 stocks. But he also had games last year where he fell short once or twice, could have gotten a little bit extra, a little overextended. So it'll be an interesting Game 5 to see. As you said, Ramen on the other side, another consistent player for the St. Peter's roster.
Yeah, Ramen is a Robin player. Always a joy to cast with Ramen the Robin. But he is very solid. We saw another incredibly good Robin player earlier today. I believe it was Outerim. It was Outerim on the Robin. Absolutely destroyed on the character. Showed what the character is capable of doing. We'll have to see if Ramen is able to pull it off in the same way. I don't think I've been as impressed by Ramen as I have by Outerim, but that's no shade to Ramen. Ramen is an incredibly good Robin player in his own right, so it's going to be a very, very interesting matchup between MKL Rising the Nest and Ramen the Robin coming up very soon.
And I will say, MKL Rising has had some practice against Robin players. There was a Robin player at Canisius who I believe could not make today's matchup, but he was a very consistent player in the lineup last season, so he is no stranger to this type of matchup.
Honestly, anyone playing EGF has a lot of experience against Robin at this point. We have a disproportionate number of them playing in our league. I don't know what it is that attracted them, but they are here.
Between Robins, Robs, it's Sonics, Ness.
So many.
We see a fair amount of Ness and even Lucas too, as you saw with 5 points. So we're just kind of waiting to get into this, 5th set, and it is, the most pivotal.
Absolutely. We just had another very close set last match, if I remember correctly, as well. It all came down to the matchup between Maze and S-Rice in the end. And now this time, once again, we are bringing you a nail biter. Set 5 determines the winner. 3 points is the difference going into it. And these players are taking a while to get into the lobby, so I think we are going to throw it to a quick 1 or 2 minute break just to stew up the tension while we wait. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to this absolutely pivotal set 5 between MKL Rising and Ramen. Both players have everything on the line for their teams. When 3 points separate teams, nothing matters besides this final set. And out the gate, it is going to be MKL Rising finding the first solid couple of hits.
And FD is going to be a very interesting stage selection for both of these characters, because both of these characters love to go to the air and really trap each other up there.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like this where they both have those PK fire type moves that linger on the ground and really trap the opponent for trying to play that grounded, shielded game. Both players are going to want to stay in the air a lot. Of course, Ness has that Psy Magnet that can really help him in this matchup. It denies so much of the value that Robin has in her kit.
Yeah, and one of the things I've noticed about MKL Rising is that throughout his time at Canisius, his use of Psy Magnet has really gotten better. You know, he used to, I believe, not really use it a whole lot, but ever since, you know, coming to Canisius, he's been able to use it to kind of, you know, you can see here in neutral, he's trying to use it to try and bait something out of Ramen, but Ramen not falling for it.
Yeah, it's just a very safe option when you're at that distance. Robin is a very slow character. Their only way of punishing it would be with one of those projectiles that it eats up. So it really is an unpunishable move if you're spacing it properly. And there's very little downside to throwing it out if you know what you're doing. That being said, though, it is an early deficit, although a very small one, for MKL Rising here on this first stock, as both players are just looking for a way to close it out and get a lead.
Yeah, and that's
yeah.
gonna be the stock. Yeah, I was gonna say MKL Rising did a really good job of good spacing, and there he's gonna be able to even it back up. But on that first stock, his spacing and his control of center stage was very good, but just got a little overextended and allowed for that back throw to put him into disadvantage, and that's what gave Ramen the first stock of the game.
Yeah, there's an out the gate, neither player finding any solid footing on this second stock. A little bit of damage being traded for the Ramen onto this Ness, but an immediate response from MKL Rising, only 20% separating two players is going to mean very little in the long run right now.
And you can tell both of them are just trying to space out right now. Ooh, that was an unfortunate air dodge and the catch. This is dangerous.
Okay. No contest offstage from Ramen, respecting how dangerous it is to try and intercept that Psy Magnet. If you mess up, it's going to be completely reversed. It's going to be your stock gone. But 100% on this Ness for only 40 on Ramen means it's a very commanding lead so far, especially with that Levin sword back online.
And you can tell MKL Rising is trying to play very safe. He's not trying to overcommit to anything because he knows that Levin sword is so powerful. The back air from center stage almost taking the stock. Ramen has such kill power, especially close to the ledge. He's trying to just space around all these moves, and he wanted the rocket, but sent him the wrong way.
I don't even know what the attempt was, besides some kind of crazy double kill scenario where he takes him down with him, but that's just an insane Psy Rocket, but it doesn't find its mark, and now MKL Rising is very behind. He's going to need to find a stock quite soon, but this offstage interaction might be what does it, but he's not able to find a yo-yo in time.
Yeah, and MKL Rising has also done a better job over the years of placing that yo-yo and really getting better at edge guarding by, you know, landing those smash attacks. But here is the big issue. Ramen's control of center stage, and with Levin's sword, it's so dangerous.
Good attempt at a yo-yo, but Ramen waits it out very smart. MKL Rising, 69% really needs to take the stock off Ramen's team. There it is. All right, the comeback is doable. 70% is not an insane deficit, but 100% is when Ramen is so strong with that Levin sword. A single aerial at the edge could do it, and it's going to need to be perfect play from MKO Rising. Ness is not a character that kills you quickly. It would have to be a lot of consecutive neutral wins if he wants to make the comeback happen, and it's looking very rough, but this is how it starts.
What's even more dangerous is a Robin down smash will poke through the shield. And oh, that was a dangerous roll in. Doesn't get read. The jab's not going to kill either. But now how does he fight his way out of the corner back to ledge?
I don't know. It's so hard. But he manages to. He gets back. A Nair breaks out the pressure, but 133. He's so behind. Robin needs to find a hit. This is huge opening, but there's no conversion. The great juggle. Robin has such a hard time landing past these PK Thunders, and now percent even. The yo-yo catches it in MKL Rising, clutches out the victory, gets a one stock for himself. He brings the difference up to 14-10, and now all of a sudden, a tie might even be possible for St. Peter's.
Yeah, that was a huge win for MKL Rising. And Ramen had his opportunities, you know?
Hey.
I mean, how many times did we see him land a strong hit, but the survivability of Ness, you know, he stayed alive at such a high percent for so long. He was able to whittle away at the percent, and eventually the yo-yo edge guard. Right at the very end, we mentioned how he'd gotten better at it throughout his years of play, and it comes to fruition right at the end.
Yeah. It all comes together. I said it. I said MKL Rising was so behind, he'd have to play nearly perfectly, and he did. He absolutely made it happen for himself, for his team, even. And now he is one game away from bringing home the victory for Canisius College. He's one game away from handing St. Peter's University their second loss of the season.
And this would be huge, too, because, I mean, we mentioned it at the start. St. Peter's is one of the top teams of this league. Yes. And Canisius is a team that feels like they should also be considered, you know, in that top 10, you know, that elite 8 of the division, but they've had some rough losses here and there, especially, you know, I mentioned that overtime heartbreaker they had to Quinnipiac.
Yeah.
They are a team that grinds and really tries to learn from their losses. So this is a big moment for them if they can take down a top tier dog like St. Peter's.
Absolutely. And we see Ramen sitting on the side, I think really thinking about things, trying to figure out what he wants to do before he gets back into it for this final game. It is all on the line for him here. He needs to make it happen. It is his stage counterpick. We're going back into it in just a few moments. MKO Rising, making sure he has everything right, making sure he's on the right stage, collecting some final thoughts. And we're going to go into what could potentially be match point.
If I'm Ramen here, I go to a large stage, a wide stage.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the projectiles really... Oh, the run back. Okay, no, this also makes sense.
Yeah.
This also makes sense because, I mean, Ramen had his opportunities to win that game.
Sure,
it just on that last stock could not come together. He could not find a strong hit that he needed. And so, yeah, I understand the run back, and it's, I mean, the similar matchup. We'll just see what adjustments both of these players make.
Yeah, Ramen was winning up until the very end, so it's understandable that he would want to come back to the stage, say he just needs to play the end cleaner, but I think MKL Rising was really figuring out the matchup towards the end of it. He had such a great last stock there. I think he might have just wanted to switch things up for Ramen, given how that last stock went, and with how this stock is starting as well, it looks like that might definitely be the case.
That was a clean forward air to grab by MKL Rising that we haven't really seen him go for yet.
Yeah, Ramen has such a hard time getting past these PK Thunders. Ramen, as a character, really struggles with landing, and PK Thunder is one of the best non-committal sharking options for that, so it's such a powerful tool in the matchup.
Good get-up attack to space around that yo-yo. If that yo-yo caught him, he might have been dead again. Here's the issue now. No Levin Sword to really get you out of the situation.
Not gonna do it, actually. Oh my god.
That was
How much has MKL Rising healed off his side magnet already in just the first stock? It's so
gotta
crazy.
be like at least like 20-30%. Ooh, and the tip of that dash attack gonna take the first stock.
Yeah, and now it's MKL Rising with the lead, looking for extra credit against Ramen, who has been behind, falling behind more and more over the course of that first stock so far.
Like the mix-up on that jab. He could have gone for the one to try and send him off the top, but instead he goes for the fire burst at the end, and ooh, that's a trade. That's going to take the first stock.
It is going to take the first stock, and only 18% on Ramen means things are basically dead even in this match so far. Neither player finding any solid openings for this second stock. Both just fishing for that big hit, but no one finding it yet. That's some good damage for MKL Rising, though.
Ooh, gets overextended, though, with that back air. He wanted to try and get Ramen off stage. Back to neutral, who can get stage control.
Ooh, great little combo for Ramen, and it is going to be Ramen in the percent lead now after taking that. The side magnets finding less value now that Ramen is playing more carefully around it.
It was a good grab. Reading that he was out of his neutral B, the book, the spell book, you know, had run out, so he knew that the space was there, and getting a grab as Ness is exactly what you're looking for around this percent.
Ooh, almost getting the kill off of that up tilt, I believe, but not quite finding it. And now, once again, both players sitting very much in kill percent of the other. Both players trying to find that one opening that will net them the kill so they can start working on the opponent's next stock, but neither one able to find it here. The Levin Sword is online, but just barely misses.
Back into neutral, Ramen's got a little bit of, he doesn't have much of his spell books in play. They're both pretty low between his neutral B and the Levin Sword. He's got to be careful with his usage.
He definitely does, but he might just want to cycle them, get back to the next ones, in a uncharged Thunder is what's going to take the kill. That's really surprising, but now Ramen dies immediately, and it is as down to the wire as it could be. 0% to 0% last stock scenario, but a great double PK fire. That's 30% for MKL Rising out the gate.
Ramen's trying to read, you know, an overextension by MKL Rising. That is where he has found the majority of his percent, because when he tries to play this spacing game, MKL Rising's tools, he's utilized his tools better.
Yes. Oh, this is a big opening though. 79% now on to MKL Rising. 91 with that Levin Sword online means it's going to be kill percent. This is exactly the scenario we were in game one, and MKL Rising was able to pull it out, but will he be able to do it again? It was miraculous when he did it the first time. Doing it a second would be even more incredible.
Gets the grab, knowing that the shield was low. That was good by Ramen.
Off stage, not great ledge trapping, but there it is, the Levin Sword hit, and Ramen keeps St. Peter's University in the game. We're going to a game 3, set 5. Game 3 will be what determines it, and if you're paying attention to the score, if Ramen wins in a one stock, we'll have a tie.
That's it's big stuff, and I want to make note of right at the end there, MKL Rising kind of got into a pattern of grabbing the ledge, jumping, and then re-grabbing the ledge, and that was how he was able to weave around the ledge trapping that Ramen was throwing out.
It's very dangerous, though, because that's how you get your hands poked at the ledge. That's how you get punished. If you grab the ledge twice, you don't refresh your invincibility, so you have to be incredibly careful.
And the other issue with that is not only do you lose your ledge invincibility, you find yourself caught in the same situation again, because maybe they don't throw out another fire, another side B towards the ledge, but they might throw out something else. As you saw there right at the end, they threw out a second fire because they had enough of the spell book, and it led right into the Levin sword.
Yeah. What an absolute nail-biter. This is the closest match we've had so far. Game 3, set 5, 3 points separating the players, which means it has to be a 2-stock for Ramen if he wants to guarantee victory for his team. And with how close everything has been, I don't see that happening. I think it's either MKL Rising wins or we go to a tiebreaker.
It has been so back and forth, and I wonder now where they will go in terms of stage selection. We went to FD twice, and I feel like giving each other space is what either of them will like to do. I feel like both of them felt pretty good when it came down to throwing out projectiles and just trying to outspace their opponent, but that's also where they kind of found themselves in disadvantage. If they got overextended, it's this style, these two characters, very bait and punishy in this matchup.
For sure. They both really want to make you approach at awkward angles with those diagonal fire projectiles. And then once you're in at that off angle where you don't really have a great option you know how to use properly, they can punish you with aerials out of shield, dash back grabs, anything just to make your movement feel awkward and get the hit to punish it.
Yeah, and it's also very back and forth. I mean, we mentioned how MKL Rising took that first stock, and it felt like he had a lot of momentum because you said it yourself. How many heals did he get off of that Psy Magnet on that first stock? It was incredible how many he was getting. But I mean, towards the end of the match, Ramen stage control, and it feels like MKL Rising, because he's so floaty, has to be the one to kind of initiate and go in to try and get damage, and that is where Ramen has found some success, is catching him out and trying to get some kills. But we see a character switch.
We do indeed. Captain Falcon getting pulled out from Ramen. Very surprising. I don't know if I've ever seen this before, but we'll have to see what happens. The stage pick was Pokemon Stadium 2, and Captain Falcon is definitely a character who can abuse the width of this stage with that incredible movement speed that he has on the ground. But out the gate, it is an early lead to MKL Rising that gets answered immediately.
Yeah, and I think the reason you go Falcon here is solely for the combo ability. Ness can be comboed by this character all the way to like 0 to death in some cases. Ness is so light and floaty that every hit just tends to string together, and so any opening that Ramen finds is going to be massive.
Yeah, and the pacing of the matchup is what's so important. I think MKL Rising definitely was getting very used to the slower playstyle of that previous matchup, so I don't know if he'll be able to adapt in time to really beat out this Captain Falcon, who's going to be in his face constantly. But so far, it looks like he's doing a pretty decent job at doing it, as percent are still even. Until that happens, I guess.
We've brought it up before in previous Falcon matches. That down B is actually so good, but you have to throw it out so sparingly. But on the other hand, the yo-yo edge guard is even more important in this matchup.
It is absolutely disgustingly powerful in this matchup. If you're off stage as Captain Falcon and Ness has time to set it up, you're almost guaranteed dead. You have to be so careful about it. But that being said, there is so much kill power on the side of the Falcon against the Ness as well that it balances out.
Ramen went for a on the edge.
I thought that was me. I thought I knew it was coming for sure.
I think he's gonna put that one in the back pocket and say, okay, if he's gonna get up there, he's gonna DI that way again. Yeah, maybe we'll see it next time. But that's 2 scenarios now where he's landed an up air into something, and
now Ramen's exploding with a lead here.
Can he fight his way out of the corner? Oh, okay. He wanted the kill on the up B.
He does, but now 78%, 79 gets clipped by the yo-yo. Sent up. Okay, 123 on the nest on MKL Rising. Means even a dash attack might be the kill. The PK Flash not going to find it, but the up air with Rage is enough to take the stock. And now MKL Rising up 2 stocks to 1, but 123% on his last one. 1 stock to 1. Ramen playing for a tie right now if he wins. MKL Rising playing to close it out, to clutch it for his team. 1 stock to 1. Even percent. It's absolutely down to the wire.
Yeah, big stock right here. And I want to say those last 2 stocks were all about covering options. The second one of these guys gets in disadvantage.
Oh my god. Yeah, back to neutral. Even percents once again, 58 to 68. Neither player with any big advantage. It's in neutral, but a whiffed Falcon kick. No punish on the up B from the nest, and now the percents are getting higher and higher. Captain Falcon getting much closer to kill percent. A knee will kill this nest right now. He has to be so careful. 100%. He cannot be feeling safe at all.
Such a big trade, the back air and up air earlier. Oh, and he really wants this up B kill.
140% though. MKL Rising, anything from this Captain Falcon will kill him. There's so much power on this character, but with the rage built up, something like a back throw could do it for the nest as well. Both these players have to be so careful. Any hit will do it. Everything is on the line right now for both of these players. The back throw is going to be DI'd perfectly. The PK Flash, but the yo-yo takes it. And oh my god, the last hit, last stock, last game, last set. MKL Rising clutches it out for his team and takes it over St. Peter's University. 17-11 is the final score.
Covering every option. The neutral B covers so much space and is so powerful. Falcon has to respect it and get away, and that leaves just enough time for MKL Rising to dash over and up smash.
What an absolutely insane ending to an insane series between these two teams. This is the most even series I think I've ever cast on EGF. It was absolutely insane. I'm glad I was here, and I hope everyone watching was glad they were here as well. Congratulations to Canisius College. Your whole lineup played amazing and handed St. Peter's University their second loss of the season. Canisius proving themselves to be very serious contenders.
And we mentioned how St. Peter's, not only is this their second loss of the season, St. Peter's made the finals of the conference last year. They are, they are and have been a top dog in this league. And so for Canisius to come out, today and upset them, that's a big upset.
It is absolutely huge. Playoffs are coming pretty dang soon too, so these standings are getting finalized very quickly, and this is a big win for Canisius. Congratulations to the whole lineup. But we have 2 more matches coming up for the viewers in just a few minutes. Up next, we have Wichita State University up against University of Colorado. But before we get to that, I would just like to say that if you guys are enjoying these matches, if you want to see more of what you just saw, make sure to follow the channel Official EGF on Twitch. Hit that follow button. And if you enjoyed me being here, it really helps me if you go over to Twitter and follow me at toxic_gerbil, as well as my caster, Soysaurus.
Yeah, thanks. If you want to follow me, my Twitter is also down below. Soyson at SoysonJSport on Twitter.
If you like the production we have going on here as well, make sure to check them out. House of 3000. They're bringing you all the replays. They're bringing you the overlays. They're really killing it today.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic day so far, and still plenty of action to go.
Yeah, so we'll be right back after a quick little break to give me a chance to drink some water, as well as the team's a chance to get in and prepare for this next match we have running. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We just got out of an absolutely crazy set. I hope you guys all enjoyed your break to cool down a little bit as we get into Wichita State University going up against University of Colorado. We have There It Is going up against Katsuji. There It Is representing Wichita State and Katsuji representing University of Colorado. As we move to get into game one, as players just finalize everything real quick. And here we go.
Katsuji, one of the more consistent players on this Colorado roster. So look for him to have a strong performance if you're a Colorado fan. There It Is. I have not seen Wichita State play, so I'm curious to see how he plays against one of the more, I guess, consistent players.
Yeah, we have Katsuji on the Luigi, an incredibly scary character. Insane combo and kill potential, but a lot of drawbacks, a lot of weaknesses that make him very vulnerable. He has low mobility, he has low survivability, very poor disjoints. His boxing is amazing, but if he touches you, he can absolutely combo the mess out of you.
And actually, both of these characters kind of fit into that pool of have a lot of good tools, but have a lot of punishable things as well. Link, for a very different reason. Link is absolutely a ranged character. Don't be fooled by that sword. He is absolutely about spacing people out and capitalizing off that.
There's no jump.
Luigi's edge guard here, was dangerous. Almost caught him again. Got the grab. I don't think he has a kill throw here, but this edge guard also is going to be massive.
The plunger at the ledge is proving to be such a powerful option in this matchup. Just throwing that little dangling projectile down has interrupted the up B from the Link twice, and now this could be a really big 0% combo. 53 out the gate. Make that 74 as the conversion comes through for Katsuji, and now he is a full stock ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, Katsuji playing really clean, and the issue for There It Is right now is that he doesn't have a very easy setup into a kill. He has back air to reverse forward tilt. Ooh, but the misfire coming through to save Katsuji. But even that will not kill at this percent unless it is very close to the ledge.
Katsuji going for a cheeky little misfire in neutral there. But the back throw, there's no punish on it. The back throw takes the stock for Katsuji, and now 3 stocks to 121 on this first stock for Katsuji means it will probably be gone before the game ends, but when Luigi's in the game, you never really know.
I mean, at low percents, Luigi seems the most dangerous, because if you know competitive scene, you know Luigi's 0 to death is always on the table at those low percents, but now this edge guard, good job of getting out of the corner by There It Is.
Yeah, great job, but There It Is really needs to clean up his stock soon. And there it is. Great job by him. The reversed up B sends Katsuji straight into the blast zone, but now 58% to 0, and it's Katsuji's second stock to There It Is his third. It means it is a very long comeback to go for, and the drift does not let him get back. Yeah, really well played by Katsuji. A clean 2 stock out the gate is going to bring Colorado off to a very nice start.
Yeah, and it felt like Katsuji just did a really good job of keeping this ranged character in the corner, right? Katsuji held, this edge guard for so long, and of course the plunger gimp is always important
very
for characters
powerful.
that don't have a hitbox to send up, but really felt like even once There It Is was back on stage, Luigi was just able to find a way in through all of the projectiles pretty easily.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The projectiles really did not come out a lot. I feel like we saw too much pressure from Katsuji on that Luigi. I feel like we never saw any bombs, arrows, and boomerangs to really stuff out any approaches, which is interesting because Luigi, you'd think, would be a character who has a very hard time dealing with those tools. He doesn't have a great ground game. He can't really go in and out of shield that easily. And his aerial drift is also not the best to get around with either.
Right. So I think the adaptation here for There It Is, if he wants to stick with this Link, is go to a stage that gives you space. I mean, Kalos, I feel like, is like almost Link's home stage because of that platform just off to the side. He can have all the time in the world to try and set something like that up. And on top of that, Luigi has a lot of kills off the top if you think of, things like his up B or his down B, and Kalos, of course, has the very high ceiling.
Yeah. I think it's definitely a very solid stage for Link. We'll have to see where it is, or if it was potentially banned out here. And it's going to be Town and City. An interesting pick. Very high ceiling means those Shoryukens from the Luigi will not be finding any kills. It's going to have to be kills off the side, which is definitely a powerful tool in the matchup, especially because Link is not a character known for killing off the top very often.
Yeah, and the other thing here too is that I think There It Is likes this stage for the platforms as well, because we talked about giving yourself some space, and those platforms will absolutely allow you to do that. Oh, the issue is when Katsuji's on those platforms, you are never safe.
Oh yeah, I said the Shoryukens won't be killing, but when you're on a platform at high okay, what a kill. No, what a god.
Okay, I thought he got the tech.
Even if he had the tech, it's Luigi. Luigi ain't making it back from that one. That character does not get distance.
I'm used to the tornado being able to move you around, so I thought maybe, but I've forgotten this game, not so much.
Not nearly as much, yeah. But percent pretty even. Katsuji down a little bit, but this combo should even things right back up for him. And an offstage air dodge, he has his double jump, he's just fine. But little spooky, probably a little bit of a misinput.
I think he wanted to wave lander or air dodge back down to the stage. Something I haven't seen There It Is use yet that I'm kind of waiting to see is the up B out of shield. It's very powerful and will work at high percents. It is a little slow, but it's something that There It Is has not used at all this season.
I feel like we've mostly seen a really good job of Katsuji conditioning There It Is to not want to stay in shield. He's been going for a lot of really good grabs. Like here, once again, we see Katsuji just jump in with an aerial, and There It Is drop shield because he's so used to Katsuji looking for that grab, especially at this high percent where the back throw would kill.
And There It Is also very focused on getting these edge guards with the bombs. He's trying to set up the placement. The issue is it takes so long to set up that you have to have the time to set up that edge guard in the first place.
Yeah, it takes so long that Luigi can typically just get back out on stage and go past the bomb once you already have it set up, and a lot of your effort is for naught. But now, both players really high percent, neither one able to find any killing move. Great patience from Katsuji, knowing exactly the up B height he can make back from. But there's the up B out of shield you're talking about. It secures the first knock, and now 161 on this Link. And I guess he just goes a little too low, trying to avoid Katsuji. The intimidation working out now. It is 0% last stock for both players.
He could have made it back, but he forgot to drop the bomb before up-being, and so he was in special fall, couldn't activate the bomb to launch himself back up. I really like the adaptation, though, by There It Is to, utilize the space, and really, once Luigi has to come to him through all the projectiles, he's starting to get a little bit, he's adapting, he's more prepared for it.
No, it's been a lot better. We've seen a lot more projectiles coming out from There It Is, and as predicted, Luigi Katsuji is having a very hard time getting around them. But that was a very punishable read. Ooh, and there's the punish. A shield break will take it, and that's going to be Katsuji taking game 2 with a one-stock victory, netting 5 early quick points for the University of Colorado right out the gate.
Yeah, big win for Katsuji there, and one thing that's not talked about, because if an up B from Luigi typically misses, they get punished for it.
Yeah.
But no one talks about how much shield pressure it actually does, and great recognition from Katsuji to realize, hey, if I get this up B, it's either gonna break his shield or or it hits. It's one of the two. And so great recognition from him to seal game 2.
Yeah, here's really just well played by Kitsuji. Really impressive showing. And yeah, it's going to be a nice early lead for University of Colorado. Both Wichita and University of Colorado have not had incredible performances so far. I believe they're both kind of middle of the pack teams. So one of them is going to have a really nice chance to define themselves as being a little bit higher tier here. And we'll have to see which one it is as we move forward, as we are going to cut to a short little break while we wait for the next players to get in and get ready. Okay, hello and welcome back, everybody. We are going to be getting into it. We have a matchup between two amazingly named players. Representing Wichita State University, we have Apezilla, and representing the University of Colorado, we have Propane Fan 69, my personal favorite name of all of the EGF players that I have cast so far. Propane Fan 69 definitely takes the cake in my book. I am excited to see this and get underway. I remember casting both of these players before, but I do not remember what they play. So I am in for as much a surprise as all the viewers here.
Yeah, I'm not certain either. I really hope Apezilla sticks to his name and uses Donkey Kong or at least, you know, one of the DK franchise characters.
I hope Propane Fan takes his name and plays Hank Hill, the Mii
Hank Hill. Guess we'll just have to wait and find out. But a pivotal game 2. Wichita State needs this to really, you know, get back into this set, and interesting characters to say the least.
Oh man, okay, we have Apezilla on the hero with a sizzle out the gate, going up against Propane Fan 69 on Bowser Jr. I believe this is what, Larry?
Yeah, I believe it's Larry.
I do not know my Bowser Jr. alt name.
I don't remember them either. What I do know is that this hero's projectile game is on point, and the fact that he has bounce now is going to be very important.
Yeah, the bounce is really nice for that cannonball. It applies a lot of pressure, but overall, you have to watch the mana. Those projectiles came in early, but the mana is now low for this hero. And remember, he only gets the mana back for hitting his opponent. So he needs to find solid combos, or he's going to be stuck at 19 mana, and off stage, that's not going to be enough for a full recovery.
Just barely able to sneak it back. I wasn't sure if he was going to have the mana to fully upbeat back to ledge, as you mentioned, but yeah, you're right. He needs to find a hit. That side B, though, good job of spacing out with that. If that will kill if it is fully charged. It is a very good move. Watch for that later in the set.
Yeah, the side B is a really great spacing tool. I find that most heroes do really like to just tap it as a little bit of like a whiplash to zone their opponent out, but the jump, the snooze, not going to find value, and now there's no mana on this hero. He is off stage. He has enough for just a level 1 of his recovery, but he finds
no way.
the menu. and recovers 157 on this hero. He is so incredibly dangerously low, and it's going to beat Bowser Jr. Propane fans finding the kill, but an immediate thwack evens up the stock count 0-0 here.
Just when you think this hero's in disadvantage, all of a sudden he gets zoom and thwack back to back.
Okay, man, dude, I haven't read a book since senior year of high school, man. Can you chill out? I do not read this fast, okay?
Yeah, this is.
This is a little hard to keep up with, not gonna lie.
Despite all of this, it's still pretty close. I mean, Bowser Jr. feels like at least a little bit more consistent of a character because he's not depending on these spells to, you know, rack up damage and whatnot. But it's the usage that Apezilla has gone through. Like, his management of his mana, even when it seems like he's super low, he has still found ways to recover and get back to stage and rack up damage.
Yeah, he always seems to have just enough. A great Reactical Slash is going to keep Propane Fan off stage with just barely not enough height to make it back. And now, only 80% on this hero means Apezilla is looking to be in pretty good shape. There's a lot of time. Bowser Jr. definitely lacks some kill power, so Apezilla can build extra credit if he's able to find openings here.
On top of that, this is the part of the match where Propane really kind of has to come to hero, and that can be pretty scary.
Yeah, coming into hero is very scary. Typically, when they sit there with the menu open, you kind of just sit there and wait for them to close it, right? You don't want to go in when there's so many things they can do, but a thwack at 16? What was it, 32 kills? Oh my... No, Hero's a cool character. Thank you, Mr. Sakurai. Yeah, no, 13%. Get the 31. Okay, get whacked. Ooh, nice. You roll the dice, and sometimes you get double sixes, I guess.
Yeah, I really don't know what to say about that one. Great skillful gameplay, you know.
Really outplayed Propane Fan.
And that's just
that being said, Apezilla was legitimately outplaying, right? Like up until that dumb whack at the end, they were in the lead. They had the stock lead. They got the whack out of the combo. Like they comboed into it, you know. Like everything was going great for them. They were still favored, and just, the game ended a little bit faster than it could.
Here's the other thing too. Like you can afford to roll the dice sometimes like that in those scenarios because it's a projectile. You have to be able to respect it. And even though like it seems gimmicky, that is like Hero's thing, is that he has all of these spells. That's his unique trait, and that's something that you have to work around if you're a Propane Fan here.
I agree. But that being said, it's going to be Propane Fan going into game 2 at a disadvantage. Already lost a 2 stock, given 2 points back over to the side of Wichita State University. The lead now only 5-2 in their favor, and it's going to need to be a big switch for Propane Fan to make it happen. Either a character switch onto someone a little higher tier, or just a little bit of a change in playstyle. Either way, it's gonna need to happen because a 2 stock is not a way to lose. Yeah,
and I think one of the issues that Propane Fan really fell into was in neutral. If Bowser Jr. has projectiles, things like the neutral B and gosh, I'm forgetting those little toys that he has. He can grab those and throw them. But a character switch coming out. Yeah, I was gonna say that, you know, he needed to do a better job of, you know, utilizing those because Hero has fast projectiles, but, well, that's the strange looking Hank Hill. I'm gonna be honest. Something about this character model.
Streaking. That's what's happening.
Either way, I think this match just switched in favor of Propane Fan. Everything about the stage to neutral screams to me that Propane Fan has made the adjustment and is way more versed in this matchup.
I think Mini Brawler is a really good character. I don't know what up B he has, but the up B that gives a ton of horizontal distance with not much vertical height kills so early. You can combo into it out of up airs as well. It's an incredibly powerful tool that can really cheese out stocks, so I think this character is very, very strong, and we'll have to see if Propane Fan 69 is able to make it work for him.
And it's one of those things where you also have to kind of learn the moveset on the fly if you are Apezilla. On top of that, I also like the mobility of Me Brawler too, because he doesn't seem like a mobile character, but if you add kickflip, if you add the command grab, and look at the pressure that he puts on that shield with just his jab there.
Yeah, even just the run speed. Me Brawler is quite fast, but a great forward smash takes that first stock, Zoom stalls out the invincibility. Now, only 89% on Apezilla's hero here means he has plenty of time to get this extra credit. 36% already racked up as he makes it back to stage completely safe.
And Propane Fan's up B, it's the up and down, and I forget what the name of it is, but it is very good out of shield. So if he can, oh my goodness. Never mind.
Got him. That'll kill it like 0%. That guy went flying.
I like the little show off there from Apezilla, showing that he can go under the stage. That's some a little bit of flash, a little bit of style thrown on top.
Apezilla taunts from the top platform. Ooh, Propane Fan evens up that one stock, but the stock count still very much not in his favor. He is down a full stock here. A long road to go, but even if he can only take this one stock, every point matters, as we just saw in the last match. Every single point matters.
Apezilla is actually doing a very good job of spacing around right now, and even when Propane finds an opening, it's only for one stray hit here or there. He's not really able to connect these into anything else, and so Apezilla is just kind of whittling away at this percent, making it tougher and tougher.
Yeah, Propane Fan really not finding any big combos. I think in part it's a little bit due to the moveset. I don't love the moveset he has chosen for himself here, but it is what it is. It's what he's playing with, and he needs to close out this stock at least. At 134, there it is. And now, maybe he can choose out a stock for himself as well. But it'll have to be a hard fight. 90% is a lot, especially against a hero who definitely has a lot of kill power.
Here's the issue. I think he's got to find a way to challenge Hero off stage, and that is not something Me Brawler can do very easily.
Especially not a Me Brawler with this this loadout, for sure. That's a very hard time moving off stage, but the snooze whiffs, a little bit of a punish from Propane Fan, but now, with that mobility, it's looking pretty done. It's so hard to contest this hero when he can run around that fast. He really can just do whatever he wants. And the back air closes it out. A one-stock victory for Apezilla means the points are now going to be back to dead even going into set 3, 5-5, as Wichita State and University of Colorado send in their representatives to break this tie.
Yeah, and for Propane Fan there, again, I don't think the loadout was as much of an issue as really just not being able to string any hits together, right? Yeah. And part of that is the loadout, I guess. But on top of, like, platforms should give you more mobility, right? Yes. You've got kickflip, you've got command grabs, you've got all of those things. But if you can't string hits together, that's half of the game right there.
For sure. It's just, it looked really rough. It looked like Propane Fan wasn't completely on lock with his character, but whatever it was aside, it is going to be the victory, going in Apezilla's favor. And looks like we're going to throw it to a quick break while we wait to get the next round of players in. So stay tuned, because this is looking like a very even matchup between these two teams so far. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've got the players in the arena. We are ready to jump back into it. Game 3 between Wichita State and University of Colorado. We have Genosis, the team captain for Wichita State, hopping in, going up against Xanda Panda. Wow. University of Colorado really killed it with the names. Oh my god. Xanda Panda against Genosis coming in for set 3 of Colorado versus Wichita State. Looks like we are going to be going to Pokemon Stadium 2 as our starter stage. And we're going to be hopping into it in just a second. Remember, everyone, it is 5-5. It is dead tied between these two teams right now.
Yeah, and an interesting character selection to say the least.
Yeah.
These two, these are some heavy hitters on screen.
Yeah, they are. Byleth, a newcomer, and Bowser are two very, very interesting characters. Bowser, incredibly heavy, incredibly hard-hitting, and not even that immobile. Just some slower moves and a big, punishable body. Whereas Byleth is pretty slow overall, but those disjoints and the incredible range the character have make up for it.
Yeah, and I already like, I mean, this is the classic Bowser style of, bait and punish that we won't get to see, unfortunately.
We won't get to see. We'll be back in Yeah, unfortunately, we've been having a few disconnects over the night. It is the nature of playing this format online. We will be back in just a few minutes, and we'll update you with the results between these two players. Stay tuned. Typically, when this has happened, it's only happened once. It doesn't keep happening for the rest of the set, so we should be able to broadcast the rest of the games, so make sure you stick around. Okay, I'm sorry about that, everybody. It's been happening a couple times over the course of the night. It's a bad Wi-Fi day for everyone involved, I guess. But I do have word that it was Genosis on that Bowser that won the matchup against this Byleth. So it is going to be those couple at that point going over. It was a 2-stock victory, which means it's going to be 2 stocks going the way of the Wichita State University, and it's going to bring the total 7-5, and a convincing victory. 2-stock means I believe in Genosis to make it happen again, and it could be a pretty big lead ballooning for Wichita from what was a very close game.
Yeah, in terms of that matchup, it feels like it could have gone either way, but Bowser is a little bit more of a consistent character, right? Byleth as much as he is a distance demon, he has to kind of go in on Bowser, right?
True. You're right.
But I mean, regardless, Bowser just seems like the more consistent character, right? We've seen Bowser have a lot more success, especially at the higher levels of play. When you think of pros like Leon, really show up in big scenarios, and Byleth kind of playing into that has a lot of committal and laggy options. Like it could be a winnable matchup, but
Yeah.
it seems like you have to work a lot harder for it to be that.
Yeah, you really have to hit a hard read against the Bowser to get the kill, whereas the Bowser kind of just has to throw things out until he eventually gets you. Byleth doesn't really have the great keep away tools or the great combo tools necessary to really beat the Bowser in the matchup, so it definitely feels good for Bowser here. And out the gate, already almost 50%, 43 being racked onto Bowser with just a couple moves connecting, or onto the Byleth with just a few moves connecting.
Yeah, and that Bowser up B at a shield, you're gonna see it a lot because it's just so good. It's so much damage, and it will even kill at very high percent. It is so useful and one of the best tools in Bowser's kit.
Yeah, it's an incredibly good tool. Every Bowser you see play absolutely abuses it to its full potential. It's safe, it's fast, it deals a lot of damage, it kills, it does everything. But that being said, Bowser has a lot of really great tools. The up air, the forward air, the nair are all very solid. His grab game is incredible. So many things about this character are great, and his weight makes it so hard for him to die. A lot of matchups, high weight can actually hurt you because it makes you more comboable, but against a Byleth especially, you're not really going to be getting comboed all that much more, but your weight is going to keep you alive for so much longer. I expect Bowser to live to around 160 on basically every stock.
Yeah, and great adaptation there by Geonosis. Sees as Xandapanda goes for a hard read on the forward smash, grabs him with the side B and says, I can drag you over to this far platform, get a little bit more extra height on my knockback here, and definitely make sure that first stock is secured.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm like watching Bowser. I'm at 126. I'm like, yeah, he's getting close to kill percent, almost there. It's like, what a character. Heaviest in the game by like a wide margin, but only 31% for extra credit. I guess it's going to be a little bit more now, as Geonosis doesn't get the full combo, but really great at sharking this landing. Byleth has a lot of problems landing, and Bowser isn't the best at punishing that, but in this matchup, it is definitely good enough as, oh my god, Xandapanda goes so deep and finds nothing but pain as he eats 20% from the up B as a punish.
Yeah, Bowser getting to too high of a percent there. But like you said, Xandapanda overextending a couple times here now as that second stock for him gets taken. He just is trying to secure the kill because Bowser feels like a character that's beatable, right?
Yeah.
It's a big, heavy character. You should be able to combo this character, and you should be able to get him off stage, but that's really where Xandapanda is kind of struggling here, is he can't get this Bowser off stage.
Yeah, he can't get him off stage, and even if he does, Byleth does not have great off-stage tools to punish a Bowser. He's a very slow character in the air with a pretty mediocre recovery, so he can't go that deep to make the play happen. And now, Geonosis gonna start building some rage here on the second stock, gonna be looking to finish off the kill, finish out this set pretty soon here. But that being said, Xandapanda doing a really good job of not getting hit for quite a long time. Oh, wow.
Great stuff there by Xandapanda. And he could tell he was kind of fishing for that forward smash, but when you're on the ledge like that, forward smash just covers every option, even jump if he times it correctly.
And I feel like it's been so long since Xandapanda's been hit, like at least a minute and a half at this point, where he's just been sitting at 67%. He gets hit there, but he's basically almost evened up the game, and it's just really impressive how much he's been able to run it back so far. But not quite enough, I guess, as the back air does catch him out, and Geonosis secures the victory with a one-stock, earning another 5 total points for his team, bringing the lead up to 10-5.
Yeah, and Geonosis right there. I mean, you see Xandapanda on the ledge, and he's just trying to mind game him to get back out of this corner. And eventually, it becomes a game of aerials. You know, they're both trying to just swing at each other and find a way to get back to center stage. And really, Geonosis just played safer.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But after all that, we're sorry we couldn't bring you game 1, because that was an exciting game too, to be sure. But that being said, Geonosis, a 2-stock, a 1-stock, 5 points for his team. A 5-point lead, definitely not insurmountable, but we're getting pretty late into the series, so Wichita State University having that lead as we move into games 4 and 5 will give a very big mental boon to their upcoming players. As we cut to a little bit of a break, just so we can make sure we get everyone in the lobby on time, keep things running as smoothly as possible. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are getting into Game 4 between Wichita State University and the University of Colorado. We have Linny representing Wichita State University going up against University of Colorado's AIV. AIV, I believe, the team captain for the team, so he is stepping in to bring them back from their deficit, gonna try and make up these 5 points that they are lagging behind, and Linny, of course, on the opposite end, trying to stop him, trying to build Wichita State's lead even further. And if Linny wins this set without dropping a game, it would secure victory for Wichita.
Yeah, so a big set and a big challenge for the captain of Colorado. AIV will certainly have his hands full, but like we've said before, if anyone on this roster could do it, or if anyone on any roster could do it, it's got to be the captain of these rosters, and AIV is no slouch.
Yeah, typically the strongest player is going to be the captain. You know, they are the one raising all the morale, bringing everyone up behind them, and he's going to try and make it happen, but Linny is going to be some tough competition. He's practiced against Apizel and Genosis. He's practiced against these good players. He's out there training, so it's going to be an uphill battle, but AIV, I believe, an Ike player, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure is going to be trying to make it happen here as we strike to, I believe that is Smashville for game 1.
That sounds right, yeah. I believe AIV went Ike about a week ago in their last match, and I believe he actually ended up switching off that character for matchup reasons, but I don't quite remember what the matchup was.
Well, yeah, it is going to be the Ike going up against a Mega Man, not a very common character. You do not see very much Mega Man anymore.
Yeah, I think this is the first Mega Man we've seen in this league, and so this will be very interesting because both of these players and both of these characters have very easy ways of controlling neutral.
AIV led with a taunt. He's feeling it. He's confident. He's ready. And I guess he might have to be, as that's a really weird air dodge offstage for Wichita's Linny, but AIV, Ike was a character that was very, very hyped in the first couple months of this game, and as people's movement got cleaner, as people got better at playing the game, the hype died down, but he is still an incredibly powerful character. The problem is he's slow and has a very linear game plan that can be exploited.
Right, you can kind of see exactly what AIV is going for when an Ike comes up on stage, whereas Mega Man has a lot of very unique and tricky setups.
Yeah, the grass shield is an incredibly powerful tool. It can block the Nair. It'll hold it in place for a little bit, but not quite enough, as AIV does find the first stock for himself and a great down throw string. One of Ike's really big things is, compared to a lot of other sword fighters, he has great low percent combos despite how hard hitting he is.
Yeah, and that first stock was very clean, adapting right off the bat. I mean, you know, the bomb comes up and they both get hit by it, and he's able to react and back air out of it. So good stuff to AIV, and AIV is not afraid to go out and try and edge guard this Mega Man. He knows that Mega Man does not really have any options to get back to stage. Oh.
Last time Mega Man air dodged through and he missed, but this time he reads the air dodge and he waits and he gets the stock for himself. And now AIV, a full stock lead over this Mega Man, is absolutely crushing with how solid and scary Ike is.
And remember, every stock matters in this format, so if Linny can't, you know, fight his way back, it's going to look like we're going to be headed right back to another tied scenario.
Yeah, it might very well look like that, and AIV on this Ike really dominating Linny here, getting great combos, but on this last stock scenario, it is Linny pulling ahead, finding much better plays, not a whole lot of openings for AIV, but a solid 4-hit string puts AIV at 86, and when you're playing Ike, that's kill percent, baby.
Oh yeah, and Mega Man, another very light character. Linny having a lot of trouble. Ooh, this is going to be difficult for him to get back on stage.
Yeah, he air dodges through it and then grab sledge after. There's very little window of vulnerability for that neutral B to connect on, unfortunately, but 104% on Linny. He gets the stock, but now he has an entire fresh Ike stock to have to go through without getting hit by a single strong hit. And I guess the air dodge off stage will be what does it. That's going to be Linny taking a one-stock victory after a little bit of spaghetti throws the game away for AIV.
I think AIV wanted to tech roll in.
I think so as well,
stock,
yeah.
And I think it just ended up being a buffered air dodge. Yeah, you see the pellet knocks him off stage, and I think he wanted to roll in afterwards. So unfortunate SD. But AIV, it felt like he had that game mostly in hand, and that's mostly because of clean conversions like that and off-stage presence. I mean, AIV, when he was in neutral...
Like, look at that weight. Ooh, it's so good.
Yeah, and especially with the bomb on top of it, too. Because you see, one of the things that Linny did very well was he would throw that bomb, you know, either on Ike or on the stage, and then he would time his recovery perfectly to... He knows that once he goes to it, it's going to get stuck to it, right? So he times his snap to ledge perfectly so that when the bomb goes off, it's right when he's grabbing the ledge, so he has the ledge invincibility, so he doesn't get hit by it. But AIV, he just outplayed in neutral for 90% of that game. Right up until the very end, really. Absolutely. You saw how many clean nairs into imagination, really, did AIV get off in that set.
It was really crazy, and that is, of course, Ike's bread and butter, right? If you're playing Ike, that is exactly what you're looking for the whole time. It's why you play Ike, really, is for that nair. It's such a strong tool.
Yeah. and Ike also... One of the things I also noticed about that set was when Ike was off stage trying to recover, Ike has a very linear recovery, right? He's either side B'ing back or he's up B. And up B against Mega Man is very dangerous because of that disjointed down air that spikes. So he, most of the time, is going to recover with side B. And Lenny never really punished it. He tried to throw the saw blade a couple times to try and cover it, but Ike got down to the ground too fast, so he would shield it.
Yep.
I'm surprised he wouldn't go for something like a forward smash, right? It feels like the side B is extra punishable, especially on a flat stage like that, and yet it never really came to fruition.
I agree. But now we're on Ike's counter pick. We're going to Battlefield, which is an incredibly strong stage for Ike. His sword is so big, it covers the entire platform. A forward smash or an up smash covers the entire platform, as well as the fact that we've seen so many aerial combos, those nair up air combos from Ike, only get stronger on a stage like Battlefield, where he can reset his jumps on those platforms and keep the string going.
Yeah, and Mega Man is going to struggle on this stage too because he can weave around these pellets too just by going to platforms. And in order to get up to that second platform, Mega Man's going to have to expend a second jump.
Yeah, it's very, very brutal for Mega Man on this stage, but out the gate, it looks really good for Lenny here as he's playing the neutral at the start much better.
Yeah. Off stage though, can he find a way out of the corner? That dash attack will start killing soon, but not quite yet.
Yeah, the next one will do it if it's in the same positioning, but not quite enough for that upper to connect now. Means it's going to be more reliant on a raw hit for AIV to find the kill. These combos out of there won't be doing it anymore, but Ike is a character defined by his ability to find raw hits. When we saw MK Leo playing this character, he hit some of the craziest raw smash moves we've ever seen, and that's what it takes to win games on Ike. You need to get into your opponent's head and find opportunities like that where your opponent wants to punish you and you're just not quite fast enough.
That was so clean too. He quickly got out of that fall animation, and the forward tilt comes out surprisingly fast on Ike.
It does for sure, and now 22% on Lenny is not a lot of extra credit. If he's able to take the stock here, it would be great, but a great little ledge cancel from the Ike means that he stays alive, reaches past the smash attack, and is just trying to find an opening in neutral, build his lead even further. And at 143, he's going to die pretty soon, but Ike is heading.
Yep, that up smash gonna take it though. That up smash has a little bit of scoop to it, so with Ike standing right next to him, that's absolutely going to lock down that first stock.
Yeah, and now we see once again AIV having a really hard time finding an opening in neutral, a really hard time getting in on his opponent. Really doing a really great job of just keeping him at bay, but every time Lenny eats these straight hits, it hurts so much.
Trying to fight his way out of the corner again. Really, Lenny has to make every hit count here because down, 40-50% on Ike is no easy feat.
Not at all. And Lenny looking to make it happen. Both players pretty high percent. Lenny definitely in kill percent from a strong move, and now AIV is as well. The back air closes out, and now Lenny takes the advantage, takes the lead once again for himself here. And he's going to build on some good percent. That leaf shield going to hurt a lot as 33, it keeps going, and it looks worse and worse for AIV the longer this goes on.
Yeah, the issue here is AIV might have a better, or might be getting better in neutral, but Lenny's punish game has gotten a whole lot better, and that's really where Mega Man thrives in this matchup. Once Ike is in disadvantage, it is difficult to get out, and that is where Mega Man has so many different options.
Oh, these up airs are so big. 74% on Lenny, 88 now. A smash that could do it. It has to be a big lead from AIV. The dash attack takes it. The DI isn't there for Lenny. And now, 1-1. We're going to game 3 between these two players. But we're going to be going to Linny's counter pick. And if the game was that close on AIV's counter, I wonder what it's going to look on Linny's.
Yeah, and we mentioned how, I mean, Ike has a lot of strong hits. AIV, outside of the very first stock, never really threw out dash attack. Dash attack is a very committal move for Ike, but it also works like plenty of other characters have this type of dash attack where it has a lot of knockback to it and a little bit of end lag to it. And Ike is, it just covers so much space.
It does, yeah. The sword comes out at full length and just covers way further than Ike actually dashes to.
Yeah, and I'm just, this matchup is so very awkward because it feels like, once one player's in disadvantage, it feels like they really don't have a whole lot of options. And then back in neutral, it feels like they have all the agency in the world, and yet neither of them have really been able to get much more than like a few stray hits off of it, right? I mean, we saw Ike, connect a couple of nairs into up airs, things like that, to rack up the percent. But I mean, when Mega Man wins neutral, when Linny wins neutral,
yeah,
it feels like there's not much he can do with it.
I definitely agree. I feel like this matchup is really awkward for both players. Neither one really has great combos on the other. It's just been an absolute battle of stray hits, and whoever's able to get more has come out on top. But neither player really has been comboing the mess out of the other one. Both games have just been decided by whoever's able to find that last blow when it's really important.
Yeah, and I don't expect a character switch the way
I do not. No.
Matches have gone, and it looks like we're going to Town and City, I believe.
Yeah, that is Town and City. Yep, that's where we're going. Interesting stage. I think it definitely helps. It's a pretty wide stage, which is very good for Mega Man. Ike is a slow, burly character who wants to take up as much space as possible with his sword. So the more room you give yourself by taking a bigger stage, the better.
Yeah, and the positioning of those platforms is also very awkward for Ike, where he can extend the combos on them, but it's not easy for him to do. He has to work a lot harder for it.
For sure. And yeah, here we go. Back into game 3. Winner of this is such an important deciding factor. If Linny were to win this game, he would earn 3 more points for his team. It would be 14-6, and the best Colorado could hope for is a tie. Whereas if AIV wins it, he keeps his team's hopes in line.
Already the neutral back and forth. Ooh, great tomahawk grab from AIV there. We haven't really seen him go for those.
Really, really nice. It's a very important part of Ike's gameplay. He can do down throw into forward air, down throw into up air, down throw into back air, all depending on the opponent's DI. So he gets a lot out of those tomahawk grabs, especially when your character likes to jump in with aerials. You need to keep your opponent guessing. And an up air almost takes on any other state. I think that up air would have killed, but the dash attack right after takes it. Now, 54% only on AIV is a very, very good start for him. He's going to have so much time to hit his second stock of limits.
And what's very strange is it feels like AIV, the character without a whole lot of ranged abilities, is covering so much space.
Well, that's just because of how big the sword is, right? Like, he doesn't have ranged abilities in terms of projectiles, but like, his sword is as big as his body. Like, his neutral air covers like a quarter of the stage, and this is not a small stage by any means. It's so big, and Ike is just such an imposing character whenever he's on screen. Great tomahawk.
Ooh, Linny wanted the up tilt and he missed. One of the things that you'll also see is Linny, once he has center stage, he's still not very sure of like what to do with it. Oh, that could have been dangerous.
But he couldn't convert on it. That was so close to being an amazing stock. And now AIV has completely lapped Linny. looking to play absolutely dominantly here. Won't lose his stock. Just going to quick draw. No punish either. I thought he was going to go to the ledge.
He's trying to space out with that forward smash, because that forward smash will kill at this percent. It's so laggy, and middle again.
And now 3 stocks to 1. AIV's favor when it matters most. He's clutching up. He's keeping his team in the running, trying to make set 5 matter, and that's going to be a big damage combo.
50%, and you can tell Lenny's looking a little lost right now. He's not
the drop zone fair. He's too deep. He can barely make it back. Oh my god, Lenny.
If he gets a stock here, it's massive.
It's so big. He needs this stock. Okay, he gets the 1 stock. He keeps things a little bit more in his favor, but and it's looking more and more like it's going to be AIV taking this last stock, taking the set, but a solid little combo from Lenny showed some signs of life, but AIV makes it back to center stage and just sits there with control.
Now where do you go from here? Because you get hit out of a disadvantage, or hit out of neutral once, now you're in disadvantage, now you're nearly dead. Here comes the ledge trap.
Not quite the timing for AIV. He eats the bomb as a punish, but the forward tilt almost does it anyway. Great air dodge, but the coverage from AIV stuffs out any follow-up, and that's a 2 stock in AIV's favor. 3 more points going the way of University of Colorado, and now the total is going to be 11-9 in Wichita State University's favor, and it's all going to come down to the last best of 3 between these 2 colleges. It's another set 5 scenario, the 3rd in a row. It has been an absolutely tense night of games.
And you have to think back to game 1, right? AIV had all the momentum and could not, clutch out that game due to the unfortunate SD. And that point, that single point now, might make the difference here between, depending on how this 3rd set goes.
It absolutely might make all the difference, but we will have to find out. We have In-City coming up for Wichita State University, going up against Ice for the University of Colorado in just a few minutes. We're going to go to a break to make sure everything runs as smoothly as possible, but do not go anywhere. It is a critical set 5 scenario between these 2 teams. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are getting into Game 5 between Wichita State University and the University of Colorado in just a few moments. It's going to be NCity coming in for Wichita State, going up against ICE for University of Colorado. We're going to be getting into Smashville here in an absolute nail-biter of a series, literally 1 point separating the two teams right now as we go into this final matchup.
And Dark Pit versus Palutena. This is an interesting one because we don't typically see a lot of Dark Pit, but this is the second one of the stream, and I feel like both of them actually have a pretty good punish game on each other.
Yeah, they do. Both characters are in a pretty comboable weight class. Not super comboable, but definitely in that middle area. And both these characters have these nairs and fairs that can really drag the opponent across the stage. Straight out the gate, we see a really solid couple sets of strings from ICE, putting NCity up to 104 already, which is very lethal. Pit is a character who starts killing around 120. Neither of these characters really have that early cheesy kill power. They really both need to get you up into that 120, 130% mark before anything they do is going to kill. But on the flip side of that, once you're in that range, basically everything these characters do will kill.
Yeah, and ooh, this jab might lead into something. Here's the issue. Great back air. Great job by ICE, covering so many different options.
Yeah, really great back air. And now, another solid combo. ICE really running away with the lead. Already almost lapping NCity. And in the process, still keeping his percent low. Only 56%. NCity really looks like he's having a hard time finding any footing against ICE.
Yeah, I've harped on it all day, but I'll say it again. Look at the number of conversions ICE is getting. He gets one hit and is immediately able to follow it up into another. And that's just part of the bread and butter of knowing your character, right? He knows that, all right, if I get this type of hit, I know exactly what move I can follow it up with because I know the spacing of it, I know my percents, and ICE just with a great showing so far.
Yeah, and his ledge pressure from ICE was really great. He drops it at the end, but it net him so much percent. He's now past NCity in percent, still a full stock ahead, and putting him into kill percent. Some bad DI even kills NCity, and now it's 3 stocks to 1, only 94% on ICE as well. Means he's got about 30 more percent before he's really in danger of dying too, and that's plenty of time to keep the damage rolling.
Yeah, NCity's got his work cut out for him, and he's going to have to start, pressuring Pit off stage, but it's so difficult to get Pit off there in the first place. Okay, ICE wanted the ledge cancel there. He did it earlier in the set. He wanted it again, but I think he just mistimed it.
Yeah, a little bit misspaced, unfortunately, but he doesn't get punished for it, makes it back on stage, and even gets some damage on NCity in the process because he went too deep trying to punish the flub, and now 63% on NCity means he is starting to really get up there. He's going to need to close out this stock very soon. Remember, points don't matter. All that really matters right now is winning this set. And ICE is looking incredibly dominant. He looks like he's just playing so much cleaner. He's finding better conversions. He's finding more openings. And it's just more fundamental-based gameplay.
Yeah, and you can tell NCity's kind of hunting for openings, and ICE really hasn't given him any. ICE's spacing right now is just on point.
Yeah, it's absolutely great. He's eating so few punishes. Everything he does, even if it misses, he's just slightly out of range of what a Palutena is capable of reaching. And a forward air caches the movement from NCity, and it's going to be a clean 2-stock for ICE, bringing the point total back in University of Colorado's favor, 12-11, and setting them up to win by a match point next game.
Yeah, and I mean that was just a clean showing from Ice. I mean, right off the gate, you saw N-City and Ice were a little bit back and forth, but Ice throughout the set was able to just convert hit after hit after hit, and eventually, you know, be able to close out those stocks. We talked about finding kill moves, right? For characters like these where the combo ability is so pertinent. Palutena typically is able to find some of these stray hits and some of these more powerful kill moves, but it was Ice, his spacing all over the place. He was able to weave around Palutena's moves and find his own.
Yeah, Ice just... Palutena and Pit are both incredibly fundamentals-based characters. They don't do anything really cheesy. They don't do anything really, like, weird or different. They just play neutral. They space their aerials. They have a couple projectiles they can use to beat zoners. They have good boxing tools. They're both pretty solid mobility. Palutena obviously does all this stuff better. She's the higher tier character, right? But they have very similar game plans, and both of their game plans are just incredibly oriented around being a good player, right? If you're good on Palutena or you're good on Pit, you're just a good player in general, which makes these matchups always so interesting to watch because there's never any doubt in your mind. You're never like, oh yeah, the Wario got a lucky waft, I got cheesed or whatever. Like, when somebody wins, you know that they played better.
Yeah, and it's like you said, these two characters have very similar tools, and so for Ice to be able to clutch it out on a character that's, you know, a little less consistent is a big deal.
Yeah, it's very, very important. And for next game, we're going to be going to the sister stage. We're going to be going to Smashville instead of Town and City. This is a stage that, once again, kind of has upsides and downsides for both characters. Since they have such similar game plans, I feel like in this matchup, the stage pick does not matter as much as on other matchups.
Yeah, in terms of, for N-City, I feel like the adaptation you have to make here is really make Ice come to you and make Ice make a mistake, you know, make him commit to something he doesn't want to do, because that's where we find that, you know, both of these characters have you know, really, advanced it, is that once they get that bait and punish type of playstyle going, it's hard to stop.
Yeah, I agree. Both these characters have really great out-of-shield games in this matchup in particular. Not in general, but both of these characters are very vulnerable to the other's out-of-shield nair, as well as shield grabs. Both these characters have great grabs, great conversions off of them, so it's really easy to play defensive, force your opponent to come to you. Neither character has really oppressive projectiles that mean you can never be the one forcing the other to approach. So it really is about patience and just playing neutral as well as possible. And out the gate, N-City's playing this matchup a lot better. He does die early here, but it's a lot closer than it was, and he might just come down from invincibility and even things up immediately.
And that was just a clean conversion. Ooh, right back the other way. Is he going to be able to take this stock? He's got him in the corner. Ice with a great down tilt to get out.
Yeah, really, really good. And now it's a conversion for Ice, but the air dodge saves N-City. N-City gets out of it. 122% on Ice means he is definitely within a kill percent of something like a back air or an up air, but N-City needs to find it soon. This extra credit is building up very fast.
Yeah, good little arrow to rack up that little bit extra percent, and the oh god, I'm forgetting. When you grab the ledge trump. That's the phrase I'm looking for. Great ledge trump by Ice. You can tell his technical skill is on point right now.
Yeah, Ice is playing very clean. 87% was the extra credit he was able to get onto N-City, but a solid little combo evens things up a little bit, but the Electroshock bursts out of it and gets Ice safely back on the stage. And now it is a very dangerous ledge trap situation. No jump on this Palutena, but barely mistiming a down smash up air will take it. Now only 37% on Ice means he is so far ahead of N-City here.
This is do or die for N-City. He has to win this set.
Absolutely, it is all on the line. This is match point for Ice. He won game 1. He's looking to win game 2 here. He's building up his lead. 48% only means Palutena is 50, and I guess 60 now percent away from evening up the stock count, let alone the percent on Entity's last stock. But great set of hits brings the percent deficit to be way better for Entity, but Ice answers back immediately.
Ooh, Ice. Great conversions there with the arrows. You can feel Entity getting a little eager. He wants this kill now because he knows any extra credit that Ice gets is so bad for him.
Yeah, it's 79% already, 84. Remember, neither of these characters can kill early, so this percent deficits matter so much.
Got him off stage. Oh, the spacing!
That down smash was immaculate from Ice, perfectly managing to clip the jump over the ledge and clutch it out for his team. Ice takes it in another 2 stock, bringing the total score 11-16 and securing victory for the University of Colorado. Well played by Ice, and congratulations to the entire lineup on securing this victory.
Yeah, that was a big win for Colorado. I mean, and congrats to Ice too. We didn't.
Yeah.
That second game felt a lot closer, but it was still a 2 stock, and it really did feel commanding. So Ice, showing up when his team needs him.
Yeah, for sure. Ice, probably the MVP of the series. Double 2 stock. He bought the most points for his team out of any player on his team. Very, very impressive from him. And yeah, I mean, it was a really good attempt from the Wichita players. Genosis, Abe both coming incredibly clutch, building up great points for their team. But in the end, that last player, Ice, was able to make it happen in his matchup. He was able to clutch it out, and that is it for this matchup. They're gonna be playing one more match, I believe, in next week, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be playoffs coming up very, very soon. And Colorado looking like a pretty solid team.
Yeah, I mean, the players they needed to show up showed up today. I mean, AIV, Ice, Katsuji, those big wins were massive. And if Xandapanda and Propane Fan can rise up to that level, this Colorado team's going to be very scary.
Absolutely, but with that being said, we do need to start moving on toward our final match of the night. Rider University going up against Quinnipiac University will be coming in just a few moments. But before that, I just want to say, if you guys have been enjoying this stream, if you guys have been enjoying all of these close matches we have been bringing you, be sure to follow the channel Official EGF on Twitch. And if you have enjoyed my commentary, what I've been bringing to it, please go to Twitter and follow me at toxic_gerbil.
If you like my commentary, follow me as well at SoyceandJSport. And once again, thank you to House of 3000 for our great replays and production.
Yeah, you can find him on Twitter at House of 3000 as well. Now we're going to cut to a quick break while we get Ryder and Quinnipiac in all set up and ready for their final match of the night. Don't go anywhere. We will be bringing you more Smash Brothers in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the final match of the night for EGFC Week 7 Season 2. We've got Ritter University's Nifty Bean coming in up against Quinnipiac University's Riley in just a few moments here. And thanks to everyone who has been here sticking with us. It is 10:30 p.m. where I live right now. I have been here for a while, and it's just a pleasure being able to bring all you guys these games. If you're loving it, I want to see some hearts in the chat, okay?
Yeah, and still not done, because this one should be good. Quinnipiac, one of those teams that's inside the top 10 of this league. You know, they had a rough showing last season, but this season they've really come back and they've been strong. We saw them have a fantastic overtime win against Canisius a couple of weeks ago in a very close set. And ever since then, they've been trying to ride that momentum. And Ryder, on the other hand, is this college that's kind of been on the rise as of late. You know, they've had their struggles here and there against some of these higher ranked teams, but this is a game that they feel is winnable.
Yeah, and right out the gate, we have Nifty Bean on the Kirby going up against Riley on the Mario. A very interesting matchup. Both of these characters are what I call boxers, right? They both like to play that mid-range fight. Neither of them have any disjoints. They both use their fists. They both go in. They've got stubby little arms, but they have great combo potential. They have decent kill power, and their main problem is actually finding those openings to make it happen for themselves.
Yeah, you're absolutely right too. And both of them, in terms of kill power, I feel like Mario has a little bit of an advantage because a lot of his moves could just come out faster. But ooh, the spike nearly landing for Nifty B.
Yeah, very, very close. But 101% on this Kirby already. Kirby, definitely a low-tier character. Mario sitting more solidly at the bottom of high tier, maybe the top of mid-tier. There's a little bit of a ability difference between the two, but that being said, this is one of Kirby's better matchups. He can really go toe-to-toe with what Mario is capable of doing, albeit a little worse. And if the player skill shines through, Nifty Bean can certainly make it happen. That being said, Nifty Bean is off to an early deficit, as we saw that early kill from Riley, but a quick response means only 20% is the extra credit. And all things considered, it's pretty much even, and even a little combo gives Nifty Bean the lead.
Yeah, Nifty Bean really finding the callouts with these up smashes, especially to secure that first stock. And now we're back into that boxing match that you talked about earlier, where it feels like both of them just kind of have to be in each other's face the entire way through.
A great little up tilt gives a advantage to Riley on the Mario, but no conversion comes out of it. 85-89 is the scoreline now. Both characters getting close to kill percent. There it is. A great forward smash read. Catches Nifty Bean's movement. Really hits him out of the air. And now it's going to be on Nifty Bean to find the conversion. Make something happen for himself. Has to happen pretty soon before Riley has any chance to build any extra credit, or else this matchup can start snowballing.
And Nifty is respecting Riley a lot, especially off stage. I feel like that's where Kirby would kind of thrive in this matchup, but instead he's just kind of respecting and saying, okay, I will control stage, you get to grab the ledge this time.
Yeah, the problem is Kirby's off-stage game isn't that great. It's a pretty common misconception, you know, because Kirby has so many jumps, but Kirby's air mobility is not up there. Their aerials are not the greatest, and especially against somebody like Mario, who has such high priority on that up B, it makes it really hard to go out there and contest it.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is the spacing of it. If you are Kirby with all those jumps, you properly space that move in the first place, but the jab at that high of a percent will even up the stock count.
Well, you know the stock count, but the percent count is so disastrous for Nifty Bean right now. 90% places Nifty Bean inside of Riley's kill range by a pretty solid margin, given how light Kirby is. But some nice combos, some nice conversions bring this percent a little bit closer to Nifty Bean's favor.
Back into neutral here. Ooh, now edge guard situation. Riley overextends and Nifty Bean can't punish for it.
Good dash attack. That's some solid percent, but a forward smash from Riley. It's just a move you can let rip in this matchup. There's not really any great tools from Nifty Bean to punish it. It gets value twice that game, and it's going to be Riley completing the one stock victory in game one.
And you brought it up, you know, in this type of boxing matches, is that spacing between these two characters is going to be massive. And it felt like after that first stock was taken, Nifty Bean was kind of able to weave around Riley's shield a lot more. But it didn't matter because Kirby's just so light that one strong hit from Riley was all it took.
Yeah, it's such a good tool. Normally, it's a pretty punishable move. It's not laggy, but it's committal, and if your opponent reads it, they can get over you. But with how immobile and disjointless Kirby is, it's actually surprisingly hard for Kirby to punish that Mario forward smash in this matchup, which makes it a really nice tool to just sort of throw out whenever you see Kirby with something, and you hope it hits.
Yeah, and it seemed very back and forth there for a moment, but as you can kind of tell, like, Kirby being such a light character, I feel like was very prevalent in that matchup. I think back to the first stock, when he throws out that dash attack on shield, you kind of knew, okay, he's going to die for this because he's at such a high percent by the ledge.
Yeah, absolutely. Kirby's weight really coming back to bite him there. It was just, like, I think the first F smash might not have killed if Kirby was a little bit lighter or a little bit heavier. It really is rough being Kirby. There's just so few things going in that character's favor, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I would really like to see, I know we already talked about this a little bit, but I would like to see Kirby kind of challenge Mario off stage more. That down air can spike, and I know it's very difficult to time and properly space, but in this type of matchup, that's something that you can really take advantage of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really, really strong, but it's something you have to be careful about going for. It can be punishable, but it's hard. It's hard.
Oh, that was the other thing I remember too. I don't remember if this Kirby did this or if a different Kirby, but there was a Kirby in this league that was very good at using down air in neutral to because if you land the down air in neutral, you can convert it into either F tilt or F smash depending on the percentage. So that might be a tool that you might see Nifty Bean throw out in this set.
I mean, it's probably Nifty Bean because I think Nifty Bean is the only Kirby, but we did not see it that first game. It's a little hard to land on Mario, who is a smaller character, less vulnerable to getting clipped by that hitbox from the down air, but we definitely could see it come into play. Now we're going to Smashville for game 2, and already out the gate, it's a solid early 28% combo for Riley with no immediate answer from him.
Yeah, and it's also very scary for Kirby to kind of go into Mario because Mario has so many good, out of shield options, things like grab, nair. I mean, up smash is a kill move, so especially at high percents, it's so scary to go into this character. But that's the type of character Kirby is. He has to go into the face of his opponent.
Absolutely, but a dunk comes out from Riley. Only 41% to Riley's name means it's going to be a huge lead potential for them in this match. Something big would have to happen for Nifty Bean to even things up, but Kirby doesn't have that same gimp power off of an aerial that Mario does, so it's going to be hard to even up. But Nifty Bean doing their best, really playing clean after getting dunked there.
Riley's really starting to feel himself now. He's starting to space out. Kirby's drift in the air, and he nearly, you can see these forward airs. He's starting to hone in on him.
Yeah, really, really going for it. 74% already built up onto Nifty Bean. Riley maybe losing their stock soon, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen yet. No more jumps for this Kirby, and the spike still recovered by Riley. Even percent, but a full stock lead means it's looking very dire for Nifty Bean on this Kirby. Dash attack does even things up a little bit, though.
Yeah, I was going to say that dash attack would kill at this percent, but he hadn't really thrown it out all game, and it's something that you have to be very careful with. Dash attack, another very committal move for
Absolutely.
Kirby.
But a great forward smash brings the full stock lead back to Riley. 2-1 as a down throw goes into jabs and a 31% combo for Riley. Oh my
What
god.
a catch!
Oh! Two
It's
dunks
me
in
the
one
forward
game.
air!
Oh, the funny aerial gets 2 stocks. It claims another victim. And now that's 4 more points going in the favor of Quinnipiac University. 5-0 will be the start for Riley over Nifty Bean. And Quinnipiac is feeling pretty good about themselves.
I mean, this was just adaptation from Riley, right? Nifty Bean kept it close in the first set, but Riley, as game 2 went on, felt like he was landing more and more hits, getting more and more conversions, and it really started to rack up towards the end. Nifty Bean getting that, first stock was good, but unable to take a second here gives so much momentum to Quinnipiac.
Absolutely. It's just, when you're up 5 points out the gate, there's so much pressure relieved. Like, you could literally lose a double 1 stock and your team would still be winning. You feel so much better going forward, and we'll have to see if the representatives for Ritter and the representative for Quinnipiac are able to have another game. If the Quinnipiac player can keep this lead going, or if Ritter can make a comeback in just a few moments as we get the players into the arena. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 2 between Rider University and Quinnipiac University. We have 920 going up against Mr. Purple. It's Quinnipiac University out to an early 5-point lead, but that is by no means insurmountable. We have 920 on Snake going up against Mr. Purple on the Nest in what is going to be a very methodical matchup.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to be a very time-consuming matchup. Both of these characters like to space out, use their projectiles to their advantage, and, I mean, edge guarding is also going to be very projectile-based.
Yeah, very interesting. That being said, both these players look like they're really going in so far, so we might be a little wrong. On paper, both these characters are like that, but when they go up against each other, it might not end up playing out like that, with a great PK fire to forward smash from Mr. Purple, taking a very nice early stock, only 35% to his name.
And, yeah, this is going to be the struggle for Snake is, how do you weave around Ness's projectiles with your own? Because Snake is a very trapping... Oh, my goodness, that could have been the stock.
Yeah.
That was very dangerous for 920, but this is going to be the struggle, right? How does he find a way in on this kid who keeps throwing, you know, projectile after projectile on you?
I feel like Snake is a zoner who typically loses the matchup to other zoners just because he doesn't have that same impact on his abilities, right? He has the grenade, which is like an okay tool, but other than that, he has like the C4, which is great when your opponent wants to approach you and you need to cover space. But when your opponent's also throwing projectiles, the C4 doesn't do much, right? So like, Ness typically comes out on top of this matchup when both players are going for a zoning gameplay.
And think of it this way too, how fast do the projectiles come out between the two characters?
Yeah.
Ness's are so much quicker.
Yeah, exactly. And we see coming into play, it's a 3-stock to 1 lead for 920, and it looks like he really just cannot find any good footing. A great up smash catches the drift from Mr. Purple, but still 89% on his last stock versus a fresh second stock from Mr. Purple.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him, to say the least. At 115, can he find a way back? This is dangerous. Ooh, he's able to escape a little bit of a miscue there on the forward smash by Mr. Purple.
Yep, but 126% means basically anything will kill him. 0% still on Mr. Purple. And remember, if Quinnipiac, Mr. Purple takes this stock, which he does, that brings the point to 7-0 already. It is starting to look very dire for Rioter. They're not just losing, they're losing big.
Yeah, the JV2 by Mr. Purple, and it looked clean. I mean, there were just points in the match where you kind of felt like 902 was in a corner, and Snake in a corner does not have a lot of easy ways out.
No, he does not. Typically, when Snake is in the corner, he likes to try to make his opponents come to him. Whereas, like, when Snake's in the corner, he's usually fine because he's there throwing projectiles at the opponent, and then the opponent, like, still has to do something to turn the corner into off stage. But when it's against a Ness, you can also just throw projectiles back. You can even side magnet the grenade. It's very, very rough in this matchup.
And the other thing too was you saw that Mr. Purple did a much better job of converting those aerials. You know, we talked about the conversions. You know, things like setting up that side B into forward smash. Things like setting up that side B into the up air, and knowing that at that percent, the PK fire is going to send him upwards, so the up air has to be the move instead of the forward smash. Mr. Purple just did a lot of things a little cleaner than 902.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like even matchup aside, Mr. Purple definitely played it a lot better than 902 did. It felt like 902 really didn't know what he was doing, and that might be apparent in the fact that he really might feel the same way as he does switch onto this Lucas up against the Nest. And I feel like in the Lucas versus Nest matchup, I prefer Lucas. The horizontality of Lucas's PK fire, I feel, helps a lot, as well as Lucas's better up-close boxing hitboxes make him feel better in the matchup to me.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think when in a game, you know, like this, Lucas does a lot better when you're in your opponent's face against a character like himself, like Ness. I tend to agree. The issue is, I feel like Mr. Purple played the match so cleanly and did a lot of little things better that I feel like it just comes down to spacing. And I feel like Ness does a better job of spacing than Lucas.
Yeah, I agree. And out the gate, Mr. Purple took an early lead that 9-2-0 has spent this entire time trying to recover from. That's going to be a good recovery. It's going to even up the percent count, but not enough knockback to actually kill quite yet, as a really greedy up smash does get punished.
This could be the stock here. Oh, it is! Back throw. Good mix up there. Thought he might go through for the forward throw there because they were so close to the ledge, but good job knowing that the back air was going to get the stock.
Yeah, I definitely think the wrong DI came in for 9-2-0, but either way, he does die, and 126% on Mr. Purple means he could be dying very soon, but 9-2-0 needs to make it happen, or else this percent is really going to add up fast against him.
Yeah, and that was a little strange interaction. Ooh, good back throw. Oh, this is going to be difficult.
That's a big heal, but oh no! Ooh, that's not what you want to see if you are 9-2-0 or if you are anyone from Rider University, because this lead is looking like it's starting to get very out of control.
Yeah, if Mr. Purple holds on to this stock, it is massive.
Yeah, it is absolutely brutal right now, but that being said, he does get rid of, 9-2-0 does get rid of the one stock. It's still a full stock lead for Mr. Purple, but you really need to play for every point to matter right now if you are 920 and he is not able to find the openings he needs to even get close to taking the second stock right now.
Ooh, good parry. No, your forward smash is not any longer, buddy. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that one. You didn't find the bigger stick.
Yeah. 9-2-0 again back in the corner, and the yo-yo.
That yo-yo from Ness is actually a really powerful tool in the matchup I hadn't thought about.
Yeah, I felt like where Lucas kind of thrives more on stage in this type of matchup, the offstage game I'd have to give to Ness, because I mean, Lucas has a lot of good and powerful aerials, but they're all closer to his body, I feel like, and you do have the ability, like you saw there, to grapple to ledge with your Zair, but I mean, just if you look at, you know, the way Mr. Purple played it, when Lucas was off stage, he really couldn't do much.
Yeah, it definitely looked rough. Mr. Purple put on a great showing. He earned 6 more points for his team. The difference in score is now 11-0 in Quinnipiac University's favor. Once again, 11 is greater than 8, which means no matter what the next Rider University player comes in and does, even if it's a double 3-stock, they will still be losing. This is when the lead is dire. Quinnipiac University is incredibly ahead of Rider University right now, and it is not where they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of expected this from Quinnipiac, right? They are trying to show that they are one of the top teams in this league, and this is the kind of performance that we expect to see from them week in and week out. So, Rider, it's not impossible, but you've got a mountain to climb now.
It's gonna be very, very uphill, and we'll have to see if the next representative is able to pull it off after a quick break while we wait for everyone to get in and get sorted. Okay, hello and welcome back, everybody. We are bringing you Game 3 of Rider University versus Quinnipiac University. We have Yoshi Man going up against Soul Cake, and just for a little reminder of the stakes here, it is currently 0-11 in Quinnipiac University's favor, meaning the pressure is on Yoshi Man. If Yoshi Man does not win this set, his team will almost be guaranteed to lose. Yoshiman needs to win here against Soul Cake, and given what we've seen so far, this Quinnipiac University lineup looks very scary, so it looks like quite the challenge for Yoshiman ahead of him.
Yeah, and Soul Cake, one of the more consistent players on this Quinnipiac roster. We see him week in and week out try and put work in on this Sonic. He's had some off weeks here and there, but really, I mean, Sonic is, again, one of those characters that we've talked about as he's fairly consistent in this type of tournament.
Yeah, he is for sure. It's so much harder to react to his sheer speed when there's that little bit of delay on your inputs, and so far it looks like it might be costing Yoshiman a little bit, but he is keeping it very competitive, only 30% behind now. 40 is still completely manageable. This is a pretty decent matchup for the Yoshi. There's no big disjoints on Sonic. That's the main thing that gives Yoshi a lot of problems. If the opponent has to box with him one-on-one, Yoshi can really abuse that double jump armor he gets. But that being said, Soul Cake outplaying, getting the reads on Yoshiman's movement means that he will be able to find the S-Smash, find the early kill, but a great down B will break Soul Cake's shield and even things back up immediately.
So I was gonna say that Yoshi-Man has a tendency, it seems, to throw out a lot of down Bs to get out of disadvantage, or just even in neutral you see there. And the one real big strength of that move is that not only can it snap to ledge, but it can break shield if the shield is super low. You see it coming into fruition there.
It doesn't even need to be a low shield. It's like 3/4 of a shield and it'll break it. It's really good at breaking shield. It is an incredibly punishable move. It's relatively slow and hard to hit, so it's typically a bad habit to use it as much as he does, but when it does pay off and you're not getting punished for it, it will work out. And in this environment, it is a little bit harder to react to and a little bit harder to punish, so it works out for Yoshiman a decent amount of the time.
And here's going to be the other part there. You saw Soul Cake kind of got trapped on these upper platforms, and Yoshi-Man able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, really great up smash, clips Soul Cake as he's trying to move around on the platforms. Gives Yoshi-Man the lead here, and Soul Cake going to try and make it up, but he's got a little bit more percent to go before he can really make it happen.
Ooh, great catch on the back air too. Thought Yoshi was safe, but that back air is so strong.
Yeah, really, really powerful move. One of Sonic's best kill moves. And now a really good combo here gets 36%, evens things up a little bit, only 30 separating the two players. That's just one combo from the Sonic, so it's completely doable for Soul Cake, but it is still a comeback. It is still an uphill battle for him to have to fight right now.
Yeah, and you're seeing Soul Cake really trying to make these spin dashes work, but it's just so difficult. And oh, that down B, that's going to start killing soon.
Yeah, very soon. Like that.
Oh,
right there.
No!
The down B out of disadvantage, knowing the Sonic up B's to try and chase for it. He's very, very good in that scenario. It secures Yoshi-Man the victory. It brings one stock for Ritter. It puts them on the board, and it keeps them in the game as we prepare to go into Game 2 between Yoshi-Man and Soul Cake. Now, I was saying these down Bs are a bad habit. Yoshi-Man shouldn't be doing them, but right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. I think overall, as a player, Yoshi-Man needs to evolve beyond the need for down B, but in this matchup against Soul Cake, who is consistently falling for it, I mean, it's working out.
Well, here's the other part of that, too. I think that a lot of the reason he can afford to use so much down B is because Soul Cake is really trying to overextend. Like you see,
I
he's
agree, yeah.
really trying to make those spin dashes work. And the easiest way to get out of it is to just press that down B button because it shifts your positioning. It's got a little bit of armor to it. It can break shield. It's not a bad tool in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not a bad tool in this matchup if the Sonic player isn't playing clean. If the Sonic player is playing clean, it's very punishable. But you said it. We're seeing a lot of overextensions, overcommittals from Soul Cake, so he's getting punished very hard for it. And the next stage is going to be Town and City, which is much taller. The down Bs will not be killing as early for Yoshi-Man, but it's going to be a switch off of Yoshi from Yoshi-Man, going on to the Banjo and Kazooie against Soul Cake's Sonic. And actually, I like that a lot. I think Wonder Wing is such a good tool against Sonic. It just absolutely stuffs out Spin Dash. And even though you only get 5, if you use them properly, it can really make Sonic feel incredibly awkward trying to approach you.
Yeah, and I think Banjo also has pretty good out-of-shield options against Sonic too. So if he continues to try and spin dash into this shield, especially at like high percents, a grab to down throw into really anything, right?
Yeah. These are not the greatest Wonder Wing uses I wanted to see, but you have 5, right? They're a resource. If you die and you have Wonder Wings left, you're wasting a resource, right? What an insane up smash read, by the way.
Yeah.
Soul Cake just air dodged straight into it.
Yeah, here's going to be the issue. Okay, Banjo's going to find a way back down. He doesn't have the easiest way back down, but Sonic should have a way to punish it.
He really should, but Soul Cake is not able to make it happen despite how good that forward air and that up air are at catching landings, and it's going to be a back throw. Getting stage control, and now only one Wonder Wing left for Yoshi-Man. He's going to have to make it count. At 129%, he's going to be dying pretty soon, but ideally, he wants to use it to get a kill. That's it. That's the last one. He dies immediately after, so, resources spent and regained properly, but only 81% on Soul Cake Sonic. Yoshi-Man is pretty behind here, as he's going to take a lot of damage as this extra percent starts racking back up.
They're both getting very eager. I mean, you saw right there when it was the shield dance, right? Shield down smash, shield down smash. And so they're both kind of hungry for this kill, and it's really costing Yoshi-Man.
It is absolutely costing him. We see him blowing Wonder Wings in times when he really might not have to as well. You really want to have them up used for pressure to stuff out that spin dash, but he's not. He just used it to get back to stage there when he might not, when he could have probably just used an up B instead and been fine. And now 91% on his second stock, still yet to take Soul Cake's first. And he's going to get punished hard. A very punchable Wonder Wing there. The F Smash beats it out. An F Smash of his own ties things up, but now it is 2 stocks to 1, 0% to 0, and Soul Cake is very friendly.
Yeah, and Soul Cake is really starting to read these recoveries from Yoshi-Man as well. I mean, you saw in that last stock, he cleaned it up with the Wonder Wing, and Yoshi-Man had a chance to take the stock even earlier, but instead of going for a confirmed like up tilt or up smash, he went for forward smash instead. I mean, look at all the percent that Soul Cake has racked up for it.
Soul Cake has so much percent put onto Yoshi-Man. 96 already going into the hundreds now. And only 34% on Soul Cake as well. It's looking very dire for Yoshi-Man. He needs to at least take this stock, but I really don't even know if he's going to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, the way it's looking, Soul Cake is getting so many grabs. I think around 160 up throw will kill. Maybe 170.
It's somewhere in there, yeah.
But it's just so difficult for Yoshi-Man right now. I feel like Soul Cake has kind of upped the pace of his game, and it's really throwing off Yoshi-Man. He's throwing out a lot laggier options, a lot more committal options, and it's not really able to come to fruition because Soul Cake is maneuvering so much.
It's going to be a Wonder Wing back on the stage. No, just an air dodge. Okay. Still 147. Look at how far and fearful Yoshiman has to play just to still end up getting hit. That's another 2 stock, 2 points going the way of Quinnipiac University as we take it to a game 3 situation between Yoshiman and Soulcake. And I'm thinking we're going to see a switch back onto the Yoshi. I think this Banjo experiment was definitely a failure.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason that is because he didn't utilize a lot of Banjo's ranged utility. I mean, think of how many times you saw Grenade that match.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Next to none, right? It was, and that's one of his big tools of, spacing out and maneuvering around a mobile character like Sonic. You'd think that you'd see more of it.
Yeah, but it's so hard when you're like this. You need to really read Sonic's movement and call it out to make that Wonder Wing work, and it just looked like Yoshiman didn't have enough of a grasp over the matchup to make that happen, to get those reads, so it didn't work out. He needs to go back to the character that he's played so much, that he's so comfortable on, so he can just sort of do what his heart tells him to do and find success on it.
Yeah, I tend to agree here. I mean, the Yoshi looked a whole lot cleaner despite, a couple of overextensions by Sonic. I do think, though, credit where credit's due, Soulcake's adaptation that match was on point. I mean, he was all over the place. And as a sign of it, just think of how many grabs Soulcake got in that last stop. There were at least 5. At least 5. And that alone is worth probably at what, 50-60%.
Some quick bans. We're going to Battlefield, which tells me it's probably going to be the Yoshi pick. Yoshi is a character who does like Battlefield quite a bit. He likes to be able to get up air, up air, up air, up air, up air. But Soulcake counter swapping back onto Bowser for the matchup probably feels better than Sonic against the Yoshi.
It makes a little bit more sense too because of survivability. Think back to how many times Yoshiman was able to land a down B and break Sonic's shield or get the stock. This way, Bowser's gonna live a lot longer against a heavier character.
Bowser is bigger and more comboable than the Sonic is, but he does have those tools to fight back against Yoshi more directly. He also has bigger hitboxes to catch the Yoshi's very evasive aerial movement, as well as more power to get through that armor that Yoshi has off of that double jump.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a comfort pick stage-wise for Yoshiman. Great job there, landing or catching the landing with a forward smash to take the first stock.
Yeah, but out the gate, Soulcake not looking too comfortable on this Bowser, getting an early stock taken away from him as he's going for some really, really weird moves here. A lot of down airs, some down beats mixed in, nothing really bread and butter from this Bowser pick as he's really struggling to get down under these platforms.
It almost feels like the situations should be reversed, right? It feels like Bowser should be in center stage and punishing these options, or landing options, but instead it's Yoshi controlling center stage and punishing the Bowser coming to him.
Yeah, the Bowser Bomb does even up the stock count, but the percent count is still very drastically in Yoshiman's favor. Great fire breath, stuffs the approach, and a very, very close down B to killing, but Soulcake just not able to get off of these platforms at all. He looks so lost whenever he's in disadvantage.
And it feels like, all right, down B taking that second stock, and yeah, Yoshiman definitely feels a lot cleaner in this matchup. Soulcake, you're absolutely right. He looks a little lost because it feels like he's trying to throw out more options and cover a lot more space, but that's not what Bowser's good at.
He's pressing a lot of buttons when he really doesn't have to be, and it's really punching. Already at 93%.
This is the big stock for both competitors. Even if, not only can Quinnipiac really seal out this set, but if Ryder gets it, it gets a huge advantage. There it is. Yoshiman's forward smash takes the set.
Yeah. Great little wait from Yoshiman, completes it with a 2 stock of his own, going to earn 4 more points, or going to earn 5 points for his team, but he's going to give over 2 to the side of Quinnipiac, meaning he nets 3 for his team compared to where they were before. And now 5 to 13 isn't as bad as it was, but it is still pretty bad. Best case scenario for Rider University would be that they would be tied going into set 5, which means Quinnipiac can feel very comfortable with their lead that they have still so far.
Yeah, that game 2 switch to Banjo really feels a little haunting for Ryder, but on the other hand here, 2 sets down 8 points, that seems a whole lot closer than it was a moment ago.
It does. It's definitely way more doable, but you still feel bad being that far behind.
Yeah. That 4th set, I mean, getting down to the wire here. Ryder, you started the climb, now it's time to push the pace.
With all that being said, though, it is up to the next player for Ryder, who is coming up shortly to go against the Quinnipiac player to make it happen, to figure out where the points are going to fall, and we'll be back in just a few moments to bring you that match. Okay, quick little break, everybody. We are back. We have Rider University's TLA going up against Derpa Lerpa, another great name. Not as good as Propane Fan 69, but a great name, Derpa Lerpa, from Quinnipiac University, matching up against each other. We are going to be getting right into it for you guys, the viewers. As we hop into Final Destination, we have a Lucina versus Roy matchup. This is a very interesting, very spicy one. Derpa Lerpa, of course, on this Roy, and TLA on the Lucina, as Derpa Lerpa finds an early string but cannot convert out of it, and instead gives some solid hits over to TLA.
Yeah, we don't often get to see Sortie versus Sortie on stream, but when it does happen, it's always very intriguing because it feels like they have a lot of similar tools.
They do have very similar tools. However, Roy is much more rushdown focused and aggressive, whereas Lucina focuses a lot more on careful spacing. Ooh, I actually wanted to see a drop from ledge counter from Derpa Lerpa there. I think that would have been insane. But
I was thinking the same thing.
Counter is a very, very powerful tool in this matchup for both characters. They both have very linear recoveries that have active hitboxes on them, which means if you stand in front of the ledge and counter, you're almost guaranteed to hit your opponent on their recovery, which makes gimping very, very easy in matchups like this, and we'll have to see if the players elect to go for those options.
The challenge of landing those counters, though, is that there's so much lag after you land it. You might get the kill, but if you don't have your jump afterwards, you're probably dead for it.
Yeah, and if you mistime it, you're also going to get stage spiked and die. It is high risk, but very high reward if you have the proper execution. And while we're talking about that, DePaul not only secured the first stock, but has also amassed a 60% lead already into the second stock. Set up smash almost kills as well.
Yeah, Roy's kill power is so pertinent in this matchup. He's got so many quick kill options. And Lucina, a very consistent character, but you know, the speed of Roy and the power behind it is just so much to deal with.
Yeah, finally Roy goes down, but the damage has already been done. 100% racked up onto TLA's second stock, even more as we go back into a ledge trap scenario. DePaul goes off stage really deep for it, but one of Roy's strongest tools is his ledge trapping power. Reads a roll off of ledge, but doesn't connect.
And DePaul going for a lot of dancing with the... He's dead for that air dodge. Oh, no.
That really risky air dodge does not pay off. He goes 2-0. And now DePaul, despite being ahead for so long, finds himself at a disadvantage. And, like, I don't get what the point of charging this neutral B is when you can just go out there and counter at the ledge to get a, like, almost guaranteed response. Even just standing by the ledge and going for a ledge trap with something like a forward air or a F tilt to forward air at the ledge is just so much more consistent. You don't see it from DePaul, but everything aside, it is back to a dead even game, and DePaul gets a nice string right out of the gate.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. The neutral B seems very committal, and it doesn't seem to really be doing much. On the other hand, it did bait out the movement option that he read with an up B, so it has its ups and downs. It just feels a lot more committal. I do want to point out, though, the usage, both of these guys, actually, I should say, DePaul uses a lot more sword dance than Lucina. And there's the counter we talked about. Not going to close it out yet, but this is so difficult.
DePaul just keeps going for really weird options when his character is so ledge trap focused. Roy is so good at just sitting on the... Oh, yeah, there's what we're talking about. If you don't do the counter properly, it can be very risky and put you in a bad spot. Luckily, there was no punish onto TLA, but DePaul now ahead with control, needs to make it back to stage here, and TLA just goes too low trying to make the gimp happen, trading SD for SD in that game, and it's going to be DePaul coming out on top with a one-stock victory.
Yeah, and every point Quinnipiac gets here is massive, so
Absolutely.
that's a tough one for TLA, especially after you are able to take that second stock via an SD. It just felt like a very awkward match, but for both of these guys because of the options that they went for.
Yeah, neither of them went for the typical options that their character likes to go for. It was very offbeat, not the typical bread and butter that we see from both these characters, but it's interesting. I think that we could definitely stand to see some more patient spacing from TLA and some more patient ledge trapping with reaction options from DePaul, but it is harder on Wi-Fi to do both of those things, so maybe it's a little bit of a lag adaptation for the players.
Yeah, and it felt like, too, there were points where they kind of threw out the same options as if, I mean, the characters are very similar, but you saw, like, right at the end there, that shield dance, essentially, of shield down smash just to try and cover, your opponent's options, because you're not really sure what they're going to do, but they have the same tools as you. It was very back and forth.
Yeah, for sure, but... that being said, we are getting into it. The next stage will be Pokemon Stadium 2. No character switches, same matchup for both players, and we'll have to see who's able to make the proper adaptations to come out on top this time.
Both characters looking to clean up their playstyle with 2 SDs. One thing that I would like to see from TLA, that was a good string. One thing I would like to see from TLA is a little more use of Nair, because I believe you can combo Nair, especially falling Nair, into things like the sword dance and others. Oh, the neutral B read!
How can you get up into that? That was charged for so long, and that's going to be an amazing early lead for TLA. That's going to feel so good for him.
That's the other tool that we never saw TLA use in match 1, was that neutral B is literally called shield break, if I remember right, and it covers so much distance that for Roy, a character who really has to get in for his hits to be strong, it's going to be super pertinent.
It is very, very strong, but it has a lot of charge time. It's very punishable. It's not something you can just throw out. You really need to be used sparingly to get max effectiveness. This is going to be a counter punish. Not even as strong as a punish as I was expecting, but DePaul falling very far behind, already losing his second stock. 3 stocks to 1 is going to be the lead for TLA, as TLA plays much cleaner here.
We talked about how on Roy you have to be, the closer you are to the hilt, the stronger the move is. Lucina works the same way compared to Marth, her male counterpart, but
the opposite,
yeah. But
either way through.
Yeah, either way here, PLA has just done a lot cleaner job of, he's cleaned up his play. DePaul was still going for a lot of awkward options. Ooh, good job going off.
He's been going for that drop zone fair so many times. It's the first time we've seen it actually work out for him though. But still, it's such an uphill battle for him. But this string's looking very good so far. He doesn't find any more conversions for it though.
This is a big... I was going to say this is a big stock for TLA and for DePaul. If DePaul can take this, it's huge.
The back throw not powerful, just going to reset to a ledge trap situation. TLA not going to catch it. And DePaul 119 very much in danger, but with his team having such a good stock lead, even if he loses this game, it's still important to just make every stock matter. Get as many points off of the enemy team as possible.
Up B gonna allow TLA to get back. Good job clipping the ledge. Both of them falling prey to it.
Yeah. Both of them not quite able to make it back in the drop zone. Fair will secure the game for TLA. We're gonna go to a game 3. That's another 2 points going in favor of Rider University. The total now 7-14, and a lot is on the line for DePaul. If DePaul is able to win this next game at all, even a 1 stock, he will secure victory for Quinnipiac. But if Rider University's TLA is able to win it, he will keep his team in the running. It will go down to another tense set 5 match.
And it felt like DePaul was starting to get the momentum back on his last stock. It felt like even though he still had some awkward options here and there, it really felt like he made that last stock matter. And that's where it really came to fruition. TLA, holding on to 2 stocks is massive for Ryder in terms of their ability to stay in this match. But you could start to feel the momentum kind of shift.
Absolutely. I could definitely feel that at the end. I think DePaul is definitely finding his footing. We're going back into it. That was so fast. Is this just a salty run back to PS2?
It would not surprise me.
No, it's actually going to be going back to Final Destination, interestingly enough.
Well, I was going to say a replay of Game 1. TLA looking to change the viewing of it, though.
Yeah, he wants to make it look a little bit better, maybe not SD right at the end, but a stage spike for TLA will do exactly that, as it's now 30% to 0 on a second stock, a huge lead out the gate for TLA, as he finds another great string, almost giving DePaul a second time.
That down air, if he had gotten the spike hitbox instead, it was over, but he did not get I believe he actually got the tip of it on the outside, so it didn't spike. It actually sent it out.
Unfortunate for TLA, but still, with this oh my god, he gets the spike hitbox that time, and now it's 67% with 3 stocks on TLA against 0% last stock DePaul. His team's lead is vanishing before his eyes as TLA farms points off of him. He needs to take something. He needs to earn something back for his team, and this is a good start.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Derpalurpa on that last game, you know, could feel the momentum kind of start to swing his way. Can he make something of this last stock here? Oh, no.
Not like that. That's a clean 3-stock victory for Rider University's TLA. That will bring the point difference all the way back up to 12-14. And once again, it is going to be the last set of the match that determines everything. Rider University has completed the run back, and it is now all in the hands of these last 2 players between the colleges.
I'm still in shock that neutral B broke.
Oh
like that's what the move literally does, but it's like you said, it's so telegraphed. How do you roll into it?
I don't know, but he did. And it's all on the line for these 2 teams. We're going to bring you game 5, set 5 in this match. Only 2 points separate them in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome everybody to what will be the final set of the night between the Sonic Ray representing Rider University and Baco representing Quinnipiac. 2 points separate the teams. It all comes down to this last set. Winner take all. The Sonic Ray on Sonic going up against Baco on Shulk. Oh my god, the Sonic Ray's playing Joker. He's switching it up, switching the character for the matchup, I guess. It's going to be very interesting. Both these characters are incredibly fast, very dynamic, really interesting characters.
Yeah, and Akako, one of the most consistent players on Quinnipiac. So for the Sonic Ray, this is a massive matchup. He's going to have to play his heart out. He's going to earn the victory here for Ryder. But as you mentioned, one of the things about this matchup that I'm looking for, the Sonic Ray's use of Joker. Because of the Sonic Ray's use of Arsene, but apparently he didn't want to use Arsene for this match.
He's playing a fair game. Okay? He's not allowed to use Arsene. Base Joker is good enough. He believes. Bako is actually a player who goes to my locals, so I've played against him a lot of times. I end up playing against him almost every time. We get seated against each other very frequently. He loves drop zone fair more than anything else in the world.
Yeah, and he's done a very good job so far of keeping the Sonic Ray in the corner, but back to the
even despite the SD, that Buster Minato put in so much work. The smash clips the Sonic Ray as well, and it's looking very good for Bako out the gate. The Sonic Ray looks absolutely lost. He cannot keep up with the speed, the pace that Bako is setting here.
And all those nairs got strung together because Sonic...
Look at how much work this Buster is putting in. He's at 86.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's in such trouble right now. 60% only on this stock, and he's something now. But shields are going to come out, making it even more difficult.
101, 102. It's looking so bad for the Sonic Ray. It might just be a 3-stock straight out the gate. Oh, it is 80%. It's a 3-stock Bako putting an incredible showing up on the board, and now the Sonic Ray is in dire straits. 17-12 means 5 points separate the teams, which means he would need a 2-stock and a 1-stock at minimum. He can't even double 1-stock anymore in order to beat Bako. And take it. And that would only be for a tie, even.
Right, and Bako, I mean, the way he played that first match, I know Sonic Ray had speed on that first stock, but
it doesn't matter. The other 2 stocks were dominant.
That's what I was about to say. He looks so commanding, and that's one of the things that I think Shulk players do really well, is not only management of their arts, but the extension that they get off them, really, right? Like, think of speed art, right? That whole second stock was, at least 60 or 70% just because of speed nair.
It was literally speed nair into Buster nair, and it put Joker at like 120 instantly.
And Bako's usage and management of the arts, of the Minato arts, is just on point, and it's been on point since the start of the season. That's why he's one of the most consistent players in the league right now, and it's just such an uphill battle for the Sonic Ray.
Shulk is one of those characters where, like, if you don't have experience playing against Shulk, you're gonna get absolutely run over. He does so many unfair things that you need experience again to know how to beat. And if it's your first time, it's not pretty. And now we see the Sonic Ray switching onto Cloud, another character that's not Sonic, that I've never seen him play before. I don't really know what's going on with him, but I don't expect it to be pretty playing against Bako here.
And going to Calo, I don't mind the pick. Here's what I do mind, though. Shulk's sword is comes way more distance than Cloud's sword. Bako also showed that he's not afraid to go into the face of these swordy characters, or characters that love to, run.
And there's drop zone Cloud. Bako absolutely loves drop zone fair. He will go deep every time.
And the Sonic Ray is just, again, back in the corner. Oh, I thought he didn't have his jump there for a moment, and a backslash will come through too. Do a little extra percent. Now on the smash art, he wants this kill early. He wants this set done with. He wants to secure this win.
There's the Sonic Ray's second stock gone. Bako absolutely speed running victory right now. It's insane.
I mean, the Sonic Ray just needs any opening, and Bako's having none of it.
Is not at all. This Buster Monado can put on so much percent, not getting that much value out of it, but still 56, 65 on this Shulk. He's stuck off stage. There's going to be another drop zone there. It doesn't even matter. The Sonic Ray is too low. That's the quickest 3-stock I've seen in EGF in a long time. And it's going to be Baco absolutely dominating the Sonic Ray and clutching it out, winning for Quinnipiac University.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better way to put it. That was such a commanding set. Baco everywhere he needed to be, drops on fair, and I think TSR wanted the spike there on that last up B. Knew he didn't or couldn't get limit in time. But either way, Baco was just, you know, if you want exemplary play of how to play Shulk, watch Baco. He played so cleanly.
Baco Shulk it's really, really insane. I never quite beat it. Every time I play Baco, it would always be last hit, last stock, and then he'd win. I was always so mad, but really, really great showing from him. Great showing from TLA as well. The really standout player for Rider University. Really kept it close, kept his team in it, and just great from Quinnipiac overall. Congratulations to their whole lineup, getting another win, putting on another great showing, and with that, that is going to be it for tonight. It has been a long ride, but we made it.
Yeah, and we had plenty of good matchups. I mean, especially those ones throughout the middle. All of them, yeah. All of them were down to the wire throughout the day. So it's been Gerbil. It's been an honor.
It's been great. Yeah, I agree. So for the last time of the night, if you guys enjoyed the broadcast, be sure to show your support. Please follow the stream, official EGF. And if you've liked us bringing this broadcast to you, please show your support to us as well. I'm on Twitter at toxic_gerbil.
And I am at ToysonJSport.
And if you like the production value, the replays that we've been bringing you, all the scene switching, the capture card, the stream itself, be sure to go check out House of 3000 on Twitter as well. He is the one producing all of this, bringing it to you, making it happen. It's been a great stream. I had a great time. I hope everyone else here had a great time as well. And I'm going to be signing off. It's been wonderful.